We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Rhythm got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man, we're louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty, and it came from Cali. I'm not really here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. I was in the corner sweating till the lights came. Man, don't ever sleep, step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was busting up these spots, pulling something out my socks. Man was shuffling out of blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
I got I can see you're skeptical. You could have a little faith, it never killed nobody. What you waiting for? We're getting closer by the step, feels like it's just getting started.
Fugitive. I am on the run. They won't find me. Fugitive. Fugitive. I am on the run. 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 They won't find me. Fugitive. Fugitive.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. Astralis win.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Bellevue.
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
The Intel Extreme Masters Krakow 2026, brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Zowie, Checks, and the City of Krakow.
Welcome in one and all. IEM Krakow, day 3. Some knockout games on the cards here, of course, but we also have some teams going into that next stage as well. Starting to separate the wheat from the chaff here, as we like to say now, and very much looking forward to it. Another couple games for us. Last day for us as well, to be fair, in the commentary booth, but we'll get to enjoy and watch those games unfold over the next few days. But yeah, really, really solid stuff so far. I think it's been a great tournament thus far. And we've had a few kind of mini upsets, as it were, in this first stage. That's kind of what it's all about. I think that's why we enjoy working it. You get to see fresh year, how these new look teams are performing.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this one pans out. I mean, like you said, last day for us, so a last opportunity to really be involved in the action. But it's been exciting thus far. We've had a lot of decent teams who have been able to show just what the level's about. I mean, of course, all eyes have been on sides like Paravision in this first stage and what they can bring. But even like the guys that you see walking in front of you, Astralis, right? There's a lot of people, a lot of attention drawn to them to see what this new look roster can do throughout 2026. They've made that move to start bringing in a little bit more of an international cohort and see if it can bolster up their chances heading forward. On the flip side, you look at NRG, right? Aside for them, who we've had question marks about what they can do internationally, right? We know domestically it's all well and good, and this is a side that can continue to be a dominant force within North America, but can they translate that to performances on the international stage? And so far, we've seen flashes of brilliance, so this is going to be a really cool game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the game against Bait in their opening matchup was somewhat of, like you say, they performed very, very well. Different levels, right? There was definitely some weaknesses in there. They lost their opening map pick, but ultimately they look really, really solid. A lot of it on this guy as well, bro, who comes in as an interesting character, you know, maybe some small bits of revenge, you might argue, against Astralis. Don't know if there's any bad blood there, but we'll find out on the server, of course. And then, yeah, we take a little look at OC as well. Quiet on that first map, but map 2 and 3 against Bait, just absolutely lights out, absolutely incredible. Everybody's starting the conversation around, you know, is this sort of a resurgence for him? Will we see him, you know, perhaps replace Ultimate? Everybody was saying, the NA hopefuls, of course, always having those kinds of conversations, but he was so good.
Yeah, I mean, OZ has been brilliant, right? When we've seen some of the individual work that he's been able to provide so far this tournament, it is that proof in the pudding that this is a guy who can play at a top level and a guy who continues to prove just how valuable he can be. With OC, I think at times, maybe even when he had his stints within the tier 1, he just couldn't really find his comfortability and consistency. But there's moments like this. I mean, this clip was mental as well. From the same position, what, 8 years on from when the Boston Major was, and they get exactly the same sort of clip as well. Quite literally to the day as well. So a fantastic moment from him, but also just really a showing for the likes of OC of how good he can be. But we look at Astralis, and this is a side that have brought in a couple of international cohorts to try and bolster their chances back on the big stages. And I like what they've done here. Fuzi, I think, is an absolute stud and a fantastic pickup, right? He has been electric, way too good for what he was showing on Wildcard. And Ryu as well is also somebody who we know his skill ceiling is incredibly high. We've caught him on land, we've casted him on land doing really good work as well. And I'm hoping that this Astralis side can find ways to make it all click together, because there's a lot to like about this side now, and it's kind of getting to the point where I feel like we can forget sort of misdemeanors of the past and really start looking to what looks like quite a bright future for Astralis.
Yeah, something that I kind of mentioned. Brilliant. Yeah, rugged.
Brilliant graphic.
Absolutely. Indeed. I think it's maybe been a painful few months for him. That's absolutely sure. Maybe it's paying off now. We're going to find out. But yeah, I feel like this Astralis team have left behind the era of old, right? It felt like for a while they were really just trying to chase the ghost of 2018. But ultimately looking really great here. We do actually have an interview in with the coach as well. So let's check in with Rugger.
Now, a team like Astralis have been in situations like this before. Not necessarily every face in the Astralis catalog these days. However, Rugga, you're no stranger to Poland and Counter-Strike. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. Nice to be back here.
Yeah. Not entirely sure what happened there. However, I bet it'll look great in post-production. Don't worry, none of this is live. Hey, so talk to me about Astralis and the state that you guys are in today when you come into this matchup.
I think we're in a pretty good state. Got to play a couple of officials like back home before coming here, and also got to learn a little bit more about ourselves as a new team. And I think the first game against Pain showed that as well. I think Pain is a good team, which they also showed yesterday in their matchup. So yeah, we're happy to take that win, and yeah, we're here to try and get to the main event.
Why are people saying that Astralis should go back to full Dane? Like, what's that all about? Can we just put some silence to that right now?
I think it's just, you know, it's a heritage thing. Like, everyone always like thinks of the Astralis together with Denmark, but we still have a Danish core, so we're still Danish after all.
Yeah, so eat your hearts out at home. Okay, Rugga, I'll let you hop out of here, get back to getting ready. Anything you want to tell us? Maybe tell those Astralis fans.
A little belief goes a long way.
Yeah. I want to believe. Thank you very much, Rugga.
And it's nice to be able to believe as well with Astralis, because we've seen just how good the ceiling can be, even at this tournament, right? Already seeing these kind of glimpses of brilliance, and there's enough talent. I mean, they're full of talent, this roster, where it does make you believe that they can once again start to find that form. I think the big question now is, with this new look Astralis, with Fuzi and Ryu in towards the mix, where is actually the ceiling for this side? Of course, they're no kind of strangers to the lower bracket by any means, but this is a side that would, at least with a tournament like this, very early in towards the roster, would be looking towards stage 2 at the very least. And a playoff run would be a lovely cherry on top. Maybe feels like a big ask of how good the talent is in terms of this tournament, but I think for Astralis, they want to be making it through stage 1 at the very least. That can be seen as a positive stepping stone for this roster, who are still in their infancy stages as a 5.
I will say at times, I think the Astralis roster that they've had in the past does not look bad. So I do feel like I'm still quietly waiting to see what they're able to introduce here and able to find in this roster. But indeed, they should hopefully be able to make it through. See where the maps end up. I do feel like that will be somewhat decisive for these two teams. Neither of them have got an official on Anubis as of yet. And the Dust 2 usual permaban from Astralis. Interesting that they've not gone there. I thought that they might, but they didn't. That usually is going to be difficult for NRG, but they opt not to pick into it. Maybe not fancying it. So there's some interesting little mind games going on here for sure.
Yeah, the Mirage pick, I like it. It's kind of simple, but also in the face of kind of NRG, we just got to look back to the previous Mirage we saw from them, right? They were incredible against Bait. That was at 13-2, where honestly we were even making the jokes until yourself, our producer, everybody had a little caster curse moment, and they squandered the 13-0. But honestly, it was so unbelievably dominant there. I don't even hate the idea that they're going back into it, sticking to their strengths in that sense. The Overpass that follows it as well, it's a map in which we know in the past that Astralis have really liked. And I don't hate that they go back into it here, right? Because they're 3 for 3 on it. And if it's a map that obviously is ticking over quite nicely for you, why not stick with it? And then, of course, we get the great decider, Inferno. All good best of 3s decided there. Both of these sides sitting in a relatively comfortable spot with it. But NRG have got a lot more reps, right? And that makes sense, right? They play a lot more domestic lands, which has been very, very integral for what's made NRG uptick as a roster within the domestic scene. But Infernos internationally are a whole different kettle of fish. So let's see. Vibes seem good towards the Astralis camp, though, at least on the cameras. So I'm excited to see how this game gets underway. It's not the end of the road, of course, if the R2 fall here, as has been with a few of our games yesterday. You do get a second chance, but nobody wants to be dropping them towards that lower bracket, right? You want to be able to make it through kind of cleanly, book your spot in towards the next stage, and feel comfortable heading forward into IEM Krakow. But let's get the show on the road. We're kickstarting things on Mirage. It's the pick of NRG as they start on the T side.
Yeah, just to comment as well, it's kind of a rough day if you get dropped down into that lower bracket. This is the last qualifying game, so therefore they have 2 games to play today if you do end up losing this one, and you have to wait and wallow in a few hours of just seeing who you're going to be playing off against for that second game, so you want to avoid that. NRG bursting in towards B here, trying to put their best foot forwards. And so far, no kills. Huxley will chime in with the first. The Glock's now closing the gap. A small moment of quiet on that B bomb site has just been woken up by the Glocks now, taking the heads or the Julies through the smoke. Certainly a wild move. Stair gets crushed from all sides, and NRG pick up the pistol.
Yeah, fantastic way to start as well. OC, despite running low on ammo as well, continuing to keep that sort of front pillar position, just denied rotations coming through from market. Nice work. Quick, punchy, pacey round, and even despite what was a really decent flash there by Yabi to try and slow down the B here, they just go through it, right? They don't even care that they're full blind. They know that getting numbers out on towards the site is the priority there. So nice work. 2 kills for OC, 2 for Sonic as well. And RG start well and continuing to show just how good this Mirage is for them. It was very, very solid, of course, as we mentioned, against Bait, and it was picked in against them as well. And this time, they're changing things up. We don't get a buy out for Astralis, but we do get the one thing I really like to see. If you're going to go for a full eco, just bring a flash. You never know. You might be able to steal away a kill or two, and you might not even need the flash as well. Yabi does it without even the blind. Fuzi and Stare also getting kills of their own. They're making this expensive here. Hooksy, the last man, gets a reload off, and he'll go down in the end to Sonic, but you can take something out of that. You've made it way more expensive than you expected with literally $200 investment of a flash.
Yeah, absolutely. Got to be a good feeling. But they're able to come away with such damage. I think they will be very satisfied indeed. And kill bonuses, taking some decent guns away. You can see it has an effect on both buys ultimately. Fuzi moves in for the AWP here, where he may not have gone for that. Glass cannon, in fact. So, certainly going to be curious to see what he's got planned for that. Some mid-aggression coming in here from Astralis. Really not messing around. They will very quickly bail on it, however. Maybe just for the early utility. Trying to break open the smoke. Ryu will take some damage, but able to survive. Very quick moving game at the moment, it feels like.
Yeah, I actually like the way NRG are approaching this, especially in this round as well. It's just technically a bonus buy. Loose term on the bonus buy because of how expensive the previous round was. Obviously, they lost 3 people. They lost OC George and Nitro. So you do have to invest in a decent amount. But I do think this is generally the way that NRG should be trying to approach these rounds, at least in the kind of first 30 seconds. Early map control, put real pressure on towards Astralis, and especially because we don't really know what the synergy's like just yet on this side. They don't have loads of reps as a full 5 together. So maybe try and capitalize and see if there's gaps there.
No, it is true. Creep down middle here, just trying to contact in, looking for that elusive entry. Sonic. Oh, rough spray down for him. Will fall. Stare has a chance to reset, but doesn't find the kill. So immediate trade. It's always going to be solid for that T side. AWP on somewhat of an off angle. Able to find the first onto Bro. Easily spammable. They don't know it, but we do, of course. Man advantage CT side. 25 seconds left to try and get this bomb down. Break into the site. It's a great position here from Yabi as well. Easily overlooked. Flash comes in for him. And surely enough has been done now with hardly any time left on that bomb. They get all the kills for good measure. Very low in the end, some of them, but they will win the round.
Yeah, a lot of damage dealt in terms of towards the HP, but just not enough to see off the Astralis player. So in the end, it actually ends up being a pretty good round, right? Only the one casualty of Stare, and you'll absolutely take that. Good for the finances, and of course, now Fuzi can get some armor, which is always going to help too. Some util behind it. No longer the glass cannon, no longer super vulnerable, but even despite the glass cannon, he was still playing quite an aggressive position there, right? Sticking around Ticket, takes Bro on that first engagement. He doesn't really clear in towards CT. Nice work. And I actually like the way Astralis played that previous round too, because it was glass cannon for Fuzi. They played him in a bit more of a passive position. They actually had Ryu playing out through window for control. Fuzi, Stay, Yabi, all combined well against the pistols. Leave it down to Nitro and George. I'm not really expecting too much out of these two. A P250, and now just a Glock, I hope in a dream.
Ooh, it survives a bit longer than you would expect. Nothing coming. Astralis very quickly evening up this scoreline then. Moving a hell of a lot faster than I thought it would, to be honest with you. Now. They're really not afraid to take the fights. And a very early timeout from NRG, maybe to try and stop that. Just calm down a little. Get Daps on the mic and indeed just, you know, stay cool. I think they're a bit excited. They feel like maybe this is a game that they can win. They had a great opening series in the end. So just keep calm, keep it together as things pan out.
This does remind me of sort of the early stages of that NIP Passion UA game, right? On that Overpass, it was very, very quick rounds. CT side getting super aggressive, which is actually what you want to see. It's actually a really good indication of just how confident you're feeling, right? If you're more than willing to take the fight to that T side, always a good sign. Back into the buy, of course, for NRG after that low buy in the prior. Still have to bring out a couple of gills. And they don't exactly have loads of util either, so the bank wasn't exactly super built up. No warp to challenge for Uzi. They know that's going to be in play somewhere, and then obviously he's been doing good work in the last couple of rounds. And just the fact that there's a Galil. Already, Sonic falls. As Yabi sticks around, looks for seconds. Bro starting to try and make a move out here in towards Tetris. He's got decent control, and George holding so he can jump on towards stairs. There's the flash. There's the find. Looks for a second, but he can't quite get it. Stair reacts and spams through the smoke to find him, and leaving it all on Nitro in a 1 versus 3.
Smoked off now as well, so awkward for him to get in. Finds the first. It's the second that I don't think he's quite going to be prepared for, and there it is, Hooksy. Around the corner, takes his head clean off, and we're already starting to see some of why this Astralis team is getting a bit more praise. I think a lot of the squad is freed up, right? We maybe overuse the word a little. It's a nice word, but holistic, you know, just across the board, a much better team, rather than trying to funnel all their resources into 1 or 2 players, as I feel previous rosters have done. You know, Stair, you want him to be freed up. We know that he's got a lot of potential. Yabi, as you see, also has that. And it's tough. These old Astralis rosters, it's kind of like Danish kingmakers, you know? You don't really want to annoy a Device or a Magisk or Acadian or whoever. But it feels Hooksy here is able to sort of move out of the way and enable some of these young guns. Bro with a nice shot to open up this site. Oh. There will be a find from the AWP. It's another one from Bro. Oh, Fozy.
Hang on.
With a collat. Hold on. This round's going a bit crazy. We're trying to crack where the kills are coming from between the Deagle and the AWP right now. Bro might have one more for us. He's going to have to back off. Of course, lost that bomb right in the middle of the site as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's next to impossible, if played properly, for this round to be found here by Bro, but any more damage would be nice. There's no real point angling for a save, but he's got plenty of time to try and get in the back line, see if he can get another, maybe even pick up a gun as well. That'd be nice. Feels very, very unlikely, but it's the long road, the marathon round. He now starts to move his way through B's site. These rounds getting concluded quickly. We'll keep talking about it, but NRG are playing very, very fast there on the T side. They're not baiting out that much utility. They're not drawing that much attention. 20 seconds for Bro. He does want to die as well, unless he can scoop up a gun. Could be another here. Oh, no. Oh, you hate to see it. Happens to the best of us, and down he goes. That's
always
unfortunate. Yeah, he hits 2 incredibly difficult shots, and the easy one he misses. It is an age-old classic. But a nice shot.
Hitboxes are different or whatever, right? You know, like...
You tell yourself that, mate. It's all right. You tell yourself that. Whatever helps you sleep at night.
It's always when they're turned around, though. Like, you know, we watch high-level Counter-Strike. We expect them to find those kills. It's always when they're turned around.
Yep. All right, buddy. Whatever
Listen,
you say.
Mate, I can't hit a front Deagle headshot at the best of times. Yeah, I know my worth. I know where I'm at. I'm not fooling myself. Don't worry. Oh, man.
That is a lucky boy, but he gets this kill and he gets out. Very fortunate indeed. Should be dead to the molly here. Is. And Osi going to get one of his own as well.
Again, another all over the place kind of round here. Trying to break out towards A. The spray downs don't quite land on both sides. The bomb, meanwhile, is bailing. So George is in the trenches, fighting them all off. Hand and foot right now. OC with a quick rotation. I actually quite like this with the information that they've got. Finds one at the back end of connector. That reveals him, but still, it could go anywhere. Could go B, could go A. What's the option? George has managed to make it from under dark to now ramp without maybe being seen. So they're really left guessing here on the Astralis side.
Yeah, and the real thing there, that round is won or lost by the fact that can George stay alive, right? If George goes down and OC's left alone, even if he gets that kill in the back lines, it's still what is ultimately a 1 versus 3. Now in this 2 versus 2, everybody's low. There is legs behind this, but there is a pretty quick flank. Stair Oh, he's making progress. He actually might catch them just after they get that bomb down, if they can even get it down as well. They got to get past Hooksy first, and the more time they waste, the more he is able to get information here. This round's all but done. They're dead to rights. There's the first. The bomb looks like it might be planted, but Hooksie's not even going to stick it. He's seen by Hooksy. He just didn't expect him to be sitting towards connector. So a nice recovery by Astralis. Not a bad effort by NRG, but I'm not surprised they're going to go for a second time out here. I honestly feel at the moment for NRG, they are playing this and just hoping that they can win out head-to-head duels, right? They're banking on the 50-50s, which against Bait works. They beat them by brute force, and it looks excellent when you can beat a team by brute force, even if the calling and the game plan's a little bit loose. When you start losing, though, it looks really quite poor, and this is the issue right now. Astralis are... It seems like fundamentally we've got a much better idea of how to approach this. The game plan looks a lot more locked in place. NRG are sort of winging it on a bit of a prayer and saying, right, let's win our head-to-heads. And if that doesn't go to plan, then they're in trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I do feel like there is a bit of an issue at the moment for NRG. Again, maybe playing a bit too loose. You kind of have it in the previous round. There's like overthinking and maybe not a voice that just says like go B, just keep it simple, and they also are starved of information themselves, so they end up just running around in circles. So yeah, it's gonna have to start improving soon. Astralis able to keep it together a bit better, seem to just have that firepower down ever so slightly. NRG, like you say, leaning on it too much, and maybe do not have the numbers to back their confidence. Stare. Oh, gotta be careful here. Gotta be very careful indeed. There's a boost up in the window. They seem savvy that that's happening. Peek's coming in now, and surely that has to confirm that a man made it up, and they may well have missed the timing, so Nitro could be huge here. Yeah, waits for them to line up. Hands on an AK now. Looking for another fight. They've got information on this connector player. Taking it slow, and there it is. Bro on the Deagle again, delivering. Oh, man. NRG, a gift from God for Nitro.
Ryan saying all 4 of Bro's kills have come from the Deagle as well. The hand cannon doing as the namesake says, down to 2 as Hooksy and Fuzi got to do it all, and Hooksy will get 1 for free just as OC turns. I mean, a lot of this is what the IGL can get going here, because Fuzi is not only tagged, but with an orb to multi-kill is a big arse. I just heard that, and he'll drop him. And for Fuzi, I think he'll try and angle for a save now, but good luck. Nitro's holding for this possibility. Can he hit the shot? He can, and that'll give him a pathway to get out. He's going to be chased, and even still, getting out feels tough. Misses the shot, but is able to tuck his head in towards Market. That should be enough. He wants to peek Bro. He has to pull away. So Fuzi, small silver lining of the save, but NRG back to winning ways, and that's good. You call a pause, and you immediately respond to a round in kind. That's exactly what you want. The big thing is now, let's start finding a bit of consistency. Start putting consecutive rounds on the board.
Yes, and I mean, it's one of those. I don't mean to immediately be negative, but hard rounds to replicate, right? When are you going to get someone in a sneaky position like that again? So I'm waiting. I'm not getting super excited just yet. We'll see what NRG have got. We're back to that sort of more normal round with the rifles. Stacking up at the top end of middle here. A lot of utility down for that mid control, but actually not necessarily following up on it. They may be expecting Astralis to send forces their way. Meanwhile, info at ramp, not quite the control. They make a lot of noise over there. So NRG are gathering little bits and pieces to work with.
All right. Bit of a slower round at the very least from NRG. We've been speaking about it where they've been taking a lot of early control, and it is giving opportunities for Astralis to fight. It's time they'll slow it down. This is a B split here. Managed to get their way up towards short. He's still going to come over, but can they clear the orb? First fight is fantastic. Bro on the swing. Fuzi caught, and now leaves Hooksy in a tough spot. Good for the first. Can't quite get the second. Quickly traded. They've got the numbers advantage on the B site.
Yeah, far away, these A players as well, so I don't know if they necessarily want to go for it. Trying to see what Stair can find. The bomb taking its time to go down might make them think about this retake, but no. They are just going to save and back off. So NRG able to string those rounds together, able to take the advantage of the force buy and absolutely run with it. Looking good. Looking good. They got a B execute there, right? They got that in their back pocket. It's good to get that ticked off that you can maybe come back to it at a later date. So the gap is closing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's good work as well. I think that mid control was really nice to take in. There's only 2 of you moving out, but with the util they had, they were able to get so much space. And Astralis, one of the few rounds where they haven't gone super aggro in terms of their mid control. We've seen it very commonly with them in sending Yabi towards top boxes or having a bit of support from somebody like a Stare to swing out through connector. That was one of the rounds where they actually play a little bit more standoffish and it cost them. If they'd gone for a bit more of that Astralis default of that pretty heavy mid presence, like 2 or 3 players fighting out in the first 20 seconds, I think they're in a good spot there to shut down a B split. A change up in pace for them ends up working perfectly into the hands of NRG. It made this a 1-round game again. 9 rounds played in what feels like a blink of an eye here in this first map. And I hope this is set in for the series. It'd be awesome if we can get this quick, relentless pace all the way throughout.
No, that is true, actually. I would definitely be here for that. Just to keep the action coming and keep things interesting for us over on the B stream. But it's also good to see that maybe the world of Counter-Strike is not just going to be down. We've got Paravision back towards the top. And although we love a bit of Jame in the community, it certainly does slow the Counter-Strike down ever so slightly. It's good to see that pace can still work. And it keeps up here. So much utility in mid from both teams if you just watch that mini-map. We've got OC here with an aggressive move as well, trying to find the first. I think the jump peak of Hooksy spotted him there, so he does not go back in for any more. Not going to take any chances. Also alone on the B site, his short player in Yabi is on an adventure, so they have to be very careful with how they play this.
This is back to that mid-aggression, though, and I think Sonic's approaching this well. You know you don't really have a world to get properly in towards top mid. I need to see whether they come to you is probably the play. Smoke out. Who's he's holding for that swing? Sonic could be in trouble here. He looks tempted. He's really got to hope the underplayers do a lot of the lifting. If they can get up and put pressure on towards Fuzi, this would be huge. 3 players here, though. This is going to be a difficult mid control to try and break down. Fuzi, goes around for the first. Another found as well. Fuzi could get a second round this corner, but it's Yabi who is there to nail it. And that's more like it, Astralis. The priority set really straight of getting that mid control, as they've done for the majority of these CT successful rounds. And they head back towards B. It's Bro and OC with it all to do. And that's a nice find by Bro.
OC set up here. They're not committing just yet. They're looking for another opportunity. And Yabi will give it. Interesting swing is a nice way to put it. He had support on the way as well. Nade doesn't quite finish off Ryu, but close enough. He's looking to close this gap, however, confident for the fight. Nade comes in to soften up Bro. The flash is good. The molly. Oh, the molly. Oh. The flash blinded him. Oh, man. He stands in the molly and melts. OC is left by his own hand all alone. He's got to clutch this up. He now has to recover himself. Finds Ryu. There's no kit available for Fuzi. Flash comes down just to slow the play right now. He does manage to pick up a kit. So the threat is back. The wall bang is close. Not quite on. It's even closer, but still not quite on. Tap onto the bomb. OC not giving it any chances. And he's just so quick with the scope.
Wow. OC continues to be a problem at this tournament for teams. I mean, NRG, they are really facilitating him to play his best work. And late round there does excellently. The first final towards Ryu, that was a hard shot. That second was so difficult in that 1 versus 1. Time was ticking, pressure was on OC. Nerves of steel. NRG tied the game up 3 rounds in a row from them, making a 5-all scoreline. We have really got a game on our hands here. I thought as well, when Astralis put up 5 rounds in a row, I was thinking this could be really the beginning of the end here, where Astralis are back to their real successful ways. NRG, I mean, if this map's anything to go by, already, you know, what a tournament they're having. Then traditionally, we kind of been known to not be super competitive internationally, but this is great. Bro, Sonic kills a piece. There should be another here as Nitro and OC then combine. And Hooksy scratching his head, thinking, what's he do from here? The 5-7 pulled out. It's a flawless one. A lot of damage dealt. Georgia and Bro are very lucky to stay alive, but it's flawless. All 5 stay alive.
It's coming together nicely. It is coming together very nicely indeed for NRG. I don't want to jump on any bandwagons just yet, but took a couple of timeouts. Took an individual moment. But they look very, very good here and really well put together. Which, again, you know, you kind of look across the team and it's like you've got someone like Osi, someone like Bro that maybe interest you. The rest of the squad, it feels like, you know, this is maybe towards the end of where they might end up career-wise. Yeah, they're still bringing it to one of the legacy orgs. Bro will take a dink, and he is firmly trapped. He's the only one here, thank goodness, but we'll see. They're trying to respond over towards A. He's keeping attention, and he will find the frag onto Yabi despite the low HP. OC for one. Is there a trade available? There was no one really with him. It's maybe falling apart over here. Stair gets another. Only 2 remaining now for NRG, and indeed, that's a really nice setup, I have to say. We'll see how it pans out, but Astralis with a great idea there to facilitate this round. Maybe going to concede the bomb plant for now.
Yeah, I mean, look at Fuzi, right? This round should be all but done. They're taking a little bit too much time to get out, and I don't know if they're going to consider this as a contingency plan. In the flank comes, Nitro will fall, so will the C4. And Sonic called upon in a 1 versus 3. Oh my god, it's chaos. This really is chaos. Fuzi will close it. What a way to seal the half. 6 apiece. It's anybody's game here. And we'll see how it continues in the second.
It's F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat.
Welcome back into the second half. A pretty explosive display from both teams, you would argue, but NRG really bringing an A game. We were just talking about it a bit there in the break, and, you know, they're just absolutely flying into those fights. Didn't quite work initially. Couple of timeouts, tighten it up a little, and all of a sudden they were able to fight back. They bring things awfully close here now, and I think this second half really is going to be decisive. You know, Overpass also is a comfortable map for both, so you feel like that might be slightly up in the air. Very much looking forward to what Astralis have got in store.
Yeah, agreed. We were just talking about a bit in the break. NRG, very punchy T-side rounds. Astralis might be a little bit more slow and tactical, but they're bounding in towards B, and it started well. Ryu, Hooksy kills a piece as they create some space to get this C4 down. And unfortunately, OC from short, nothing really he can do about this. Not an easy retake. If they make matters worse, they don't even have a kit or any util.
Yeah, this is not a good look at all, but it can indeed swing on a dime with the USPs. Oh, if OC had given us one more, maybe we could have gotten hopeful for this, but not going to happen. Just down to Bro. There's not a lot of time left on that bomb as well, right? So they can just kind of play around that. And it should be all but over. Kill bonus maybe on the cards for him. There you go. All right. Survives a lot longer, despite 3 Glocks firing at him. But the round is going to go the way of Astralis. I think we felt that pretty early on into that round.
Yeah, he was at the positive there. Bro's had actually a really decent game so far. On that T side, he was so pivotal when it comes towards the kind of early engagements. He was 3-1 on opening duels. Really, really impressive. Flip side as well for Astralis. Stare on the CT side has taken so much control. He's 3-0 in opening duels. So keep an eye on those two. Two young Danes, of course. Bro previously part of this Astralis team, and would love a bit of revenge, I'm sure. They're going to take a lead, and Ryu is flying up short. With that Mach 10, he is going quick. Benton towards ladder aren't broken either, so if they do break it, the CT side to try and take short control, they're going to make noise about this, but they go towards B, and no one's there, and Hooksy is heard. Ladder get broken open, drop some molly. Simple stuff. Buy yourself some time for that C4 to go down, post-plant to be set up.
Yeah, they're figuring out what kind of cheese they want to go for here. Ultimately moving through underpass. I like it. I like it. They should be able to cut off a couple of players. The problem is Astralis maybe have read this and they're sending the majority of the team, which is not what you want, right? They're going to be able to overwhelm in theory. Oh. Weird standoff OC for 2. What is going on here? And suddenly the bomb damage as well becomes a bit of a worry. He will go down, but 3 kills. Pretty good. Pretty good, actually.
We always say it. Silver linings. You take that there. Absolutely. I mean, that is one of those where investment, for the most part, pretty minimal. You're not really expecting anything in that sort of a round. So to walk away with any sort of damage towards that Astralis economy, you're taking it. And now they not only have that, but in a similar vein, this happened to NRG in the first half, and it's actually where Astralis started rolling. They got 5 rounds in a row, coming off the back of essentially what is the equivalent of this round, right? They made it expensive on the low buy round. They then come in towards what is Astralis' bonus buy, but they have a much better firepower to fall back on. NRG can find this. This is going to really help them. You can look at that T-side economy and see how long-term it's not very strong. This be a prime spot. They can make this round, even just making it expensive, would go such a long way. Molly down. We'll tick on towards 2, but they're looking for a boost in towards window. Look at Sonic.
Trying to make a move. What is going on, man? How does Sonic get away with that?
And get out. Oh, no.
Fully?
Not anymore.
Have you jinxed it? They're on the way to try and back him up. Oh, don't make it 2. Okay, Sonic at least trades. OC was like, do not worry, I will protect you, and just falls flat, but it's all good. The trades are there. They win the round out. And a dominant kickoff in the rifles there for NRG.
Yeah, nice work. Exactly the same thing happened for Astralis in that first half, and that's where they streaked for 5 rounds. And the question now is, can NRG replicate it? If they can, it's going to put them in such a good spot. 1-round game as well now. That was a bonus buy, but a really heavily invested bonus buy, so there's not a lot of cash to go around. Hence why you can see only just the 1 hero Galil for Fuzi. But I say hero, it is actually a full investment. They're resetting the economy here, Astralis. Sort of cut the bleeding off as early as they can. But lose this one will put you in a bit of trouble. Looking for a simple pop towards A.
Yeah, indeed. Keep it as simple as possible. This player in towards Dark is actually nullified pretty quickly. George can't really help. He's mollied off, and he's now isolated as well, right? So they need to keep some semblance of control. Their own smoke down that they're going to look to play around. It's an open plant from Hooksy, and it costs him his life. Slows their roll. Oh, man, the nade saves, bro. That's unbelievable. In comes the cavalry here. And they will get it done. Man, I thought he was surely a goner, but a little cheeky right-click jump throw saves his life.
Yeah, and he was just looking to break open the smoke. He wasn't even considering the fact that there'd be one up close. Bit of fortune, very much favoring them there. We're at a tied game. We're not only a tied game with no funds to fall back on for the Danes. NRG should be taking back a lead here. What a barn burner of a map number 1. I also thought as well these rounds would be a little more slow on the T side from Astralis, but they're fighting fire with fire when it comes towards the pace. NRG, we spoke about how punchy their T side rounds were. And Astralis are bringing a lot of that themselves. This round, not expecting a lot. It might be a bit of an existence timeout. Attack without taking attack. Maybe a finish towards B. Bomb on the back of Hooksy. But without even like one flash. I wouldn't even mind if they just brought one flash in towards this to try and sneak a bomb plant out, but it feels unlikely.
Nitro finds the first. Charge up short here. I believe that was... No, it's a CT smoke. Okay, I thought it was maybe their smoke. And it wasn't the best. But no, just easy going here to clean them up. Will be NRG taking the lead. This is where we start to pay attention as the CT side really going well for them. Astralis has yet to make a massive mark, right? They get that pistol. As we sometimes talk about, they can be difficult to rely on. We have a timeout now for Astralis as well, as I think they realize the game may be getting away from them. One rifle could do it, you know? The 11 rounds is what NRG have got their sights set on. Deny a bomb plant. Keep that econ in the bin. They really could put this into the scary zone with this next rifle round.
Yeah. Only one timeout apiece as well. NRG burned both of theirs pretty early. Daps was really trying to cut it off at the source. And it worked, in all fairness. That second timeout did net them the form to get back in towards that first half. So Astralis are hoping for the same themselves. Open play for OC, which is the real danger man. Heading into round number 18. Unfortunately for Alex Afuzi, he can't respond with one of his own. Just an AK for him, a Galil for Hooksy. So he prioritizes utility over the firepower. Super important round, Astralis. You fall flat here. You're going to be in a lot of trouble, and Sonic's got down. Stair. Yeah, he clears it. Sonic heard the steps, but he wanted to see how long he could wait. But he waited too long. And George will also fall. Stairs holding W, and he's doing well. Incredibly important for this side, but Nitro and OC kills a piece.
Hello, man. Nitro with a weird kind of move. OC does go down. They had to recover the bomb, which is what felt like the awkward part of that round ultimately. They had to go back and pick the bomb up. That was maybe where you could have thread the needle. NRG getting kind of caught up a little. One or two over faces that weren't necessarily needed, you know. Get the numbers back and just neutralize the round, as it were. Not the way they go, and Astralis' timeout pays dividends.
It's high square. Thankfully, there's residual cash for NRG, and it does allow them back in towards the AWP as well. They did great work coming through lower. Once King goes back for it, but this time he's met for HE as Sonic plays a little bit more of a passive approach. Learned his lesson from the mistakes of the previous round. Second nade. Won't go deep enough. The bomb's in towards top mid. No commit yet of where they want to finish.
Quieting down here with a minute 10 left on the clock. Ooh, big fight on the way. As he wants it. He's going to win it. Oh, the tag from OC lands, but it's not going to be enough. Could be a big kill. We'll see. Maybe they'll trade that player for all the damage that they've done. We're going to find out. In the moments to come, Sonic with a well-timed peek. Been super active around Con the past couple of rounds. Nearly 2 for him. Oh, God. Oh, God. What's going on here? Bro will win it out somehow. George trades things. It's still very doable for Astralis. They've got Yabby in the site. That catches George unawares. Oh. Posey to take Bro with a timing. And Nitro finds himself alone. They have to recover the bomb. I think they might know that fact, but the old Capitan got a lot to do here, trying to get the drop on them. And you know what? He might just. His position's pretty good here. I don't know that they're necessarily expecting him from here. He's going to drop the bomb and win out both. Beautiful stuff from Nitro. They were really clueless as to where he was.
Yeah, they wanted CT controls for like a plant 4 CT because every other angle was exposed. And with Nitro generally playing over towards that B side, they had a feeling that they could still just be there, holding down the fort in case they went for a bit of a change-up. Third and final timeout taken by Astralis. Pressure really on the Danes now. So you're right, Nitro does so well. Another round where he leads by example as NRG are that first side to tick over into double digits. And quite a big decision to be made here as well for Astralis in terms of the investment. Now, they can't full buy, but they could go for a relatively strong force investment if they wanted to. Galil's coming out with armor alongside it, but I think that's inherently quite a big risk. Like most teams in a situation like this would probably want to half buy Fuzi, keep as much money as he can for an open towards the next round, and have this one as a little bit of a throwaway. It looks like that's the case. 3 Deagles picked up. NRG against the low buy, a chance to extend that buffer to 2 rounds, which is a nice bit of comfortability. You'd be 2 rounds ahead of Astralis, 2 rounds away as well from sealing your map pick to start off the series. Be no complaints about that. Molly down. Hang on. Hang on. Nitro spotted him. Be careful.
Yeah, not taking any chances there, by the way. Just immediately getting that smoke down. No cheeky jumps. Completely fair enough, right? They do not want to let a round like this slip through their fingers. Abby. Checking his angles. Misses the timing on that one. Making his way around here. As I'm sure we'll see him slowly build up. But there's a smoke in the way now. So he's not quite sure what to do from here. He's that annoying lurking player just trying to catch somebody on the side. He's going to have to wait. Meanwhile, the rest of the low buy creeps up middle here and actually getting away with a lot of space. Yabby full sends to maybe try and distract away from Connector, but it's not going to work. Sonic is here, of course. Just fully dedicated on this angle all half long, and they will clean it up.
Yeah, nice work. And there it is, that 2-round buffer as NRG hit 11. Full buy out for Astralis, and a bit of a last chance Aurora in a way. You lose this round, especially if you can't get a bomb plant too. Money's reset with NRG on map point. It is on Mirage, basically now or never for Astralis to rekindle the flame a little bit. Seats out of NRG, I gotta say, really have come alive in quite a nice way. They're streaking quite well. 5 out of the last 6 rounds have gone in their favor. And the North American side are really looking like a threat. Nitro hears all these steps, but he'll lose his head. Ryu holding W for 1. Bro's here holding down Mouse 1. That'll cost him his life as Sonic rotates over in a quick trade from Fuzi. Numbers favor Astralis. They've got the B site.
Might be able to do something with this. However, the gap closing quickly. The rotations are here. OC, big find. Just able to slow them down ever so slightly. And you look at the HP bars, right? What a difference these are going to make. And also the fact that they're very, very split right now. Slightly confused on the NRG side of things as to where this other player is at.
Yeah.
Uxie will slowly make his way over.
Because there's been a freeze by Astralis, they think there's a flank brewing, which is why they're so focused on it. It might be the best way to even let the bomb go down here.
Just to kind of confirm what they think they know. It's a fake out from Fozy. I think a bit too quick, didn't necessarily draw any attention. Now it'll be the full hold, but again, they are just letting that bomb go down. The round more important than getting too greedy. Fozy spamming away. Uxie in the apartments is going to be that linchpin player. Oh, Fozzy's creeping around, though. This could be big. Great positional play from him. They're fully contacting in to try and find a player. Are they going to catch him? They will, just about. It's all going to be on Hooksy. Where else could he be? Player with a kit on the bomb. OC peeks up to find him. And NRG, full contact walk into the bomb site there. That's got to be nervous stuff. Heart rate's high, but they find it.
Yeah, OC and George have done excellently there. They've done their due diligence and making sure that there wasn't a flank brewing, and there was definitely a world it could, especially because of that freeze, but then they just played together. That is the perfect way to approach it. You know that you at least have an understanding that basically everybody should be vulnerable in some way, so just play for the trades and hope that the trades go favorably towards you, and they actually end up walking away quite nicely. 2-0 in the 2 versus 2. 12-9, map point NRG on their map pick, and another pretty stellar Mirage. We thought the bait one was pretty fantastic, and at a 13-2, of course it was, but it was more an indictment of how poor bait looked. This is a really solid one, and they can convert this, and Sonic and OC start well. Ryu will respond in kind for one of his own, and Sonic is reeling. He's very, very low. And I'm liking what I'm seeing. Yabi trying to make his way out towards A. Will he expect the second up on high? He doesn't, and from heaven, Yabi will fall, leaving it all on the shoulders of Ryu and Fuzi. The new boys on the block have got to bail Astralis out of a bad spot here in round number 22. With map life on the line, as Ryu makes a move in towards CT, he'll win his duel. Back into a 2 versus 3, but Sonic's 1 foot in the grave, so there's still legs behind this for Astralis, and they've got time.
Yeah, bomb not been located yet. Again, another lovely contact move here from NRG, but only sending 1 in the end. Ah, they split up. So Fozzy gets an isolated frag, and another. Oof, that is 9-12, nerve-wracking panic getting the better of you. Just overthinking, doubting yourself, perhaps. Mental angle here from Nitro. Surely has to find success as he's not going to be expected. That's the bomb drop with only 30 seconds here, Neo.
Yeah.
What does he opt to do? Does he want to defend the bomb? Does he want to give it? Seems like he will give it. The only option is A. There's not enough time to get towards B, so I think he will be able to make pretty good time on this. Ryu seems aware. Maybe he heard a footstep as he's been kind of sprinting the whole way. We'll see. Yeah, he's prepared for ramp. Looking for this fight. Nitro over the top. Can't quite locate him. Where's he gone? And he's just missed him as he's crabbed up and managed to get up top into Palace and just finds the kill. 1 bullet the difference. That might be enough to start this overtime conversation.
Okay. Bailed out of that bad position. Astralis not dead just yet. That is close. And the new boys do so well. I mean, you have to look at that round and say the big glaring issue is just those sort of back-to-back solo fights on towards Fuzi. You can't give him head-to-heads. We know how solid he is. And he proves it. All digits for the Danes. Them not being dead just yet. Might be a lifeline now for them to recover. Trying to take this towards OT. And they're going to go quick towards A. Everyone's flashed here. Stair will tuck himself in towards Sandwich. Hard fight to win, but it's one in which he comes out on top. So solid, Stair. May not run away in the numbers department, but the importance of the frags are insurmountable.
OC.
Oh, spotted.
A pixel for him to work with there. Not enough. George holding it. Is he going to get the peak come his way? It seems not. Astralis are just really not moving a muscle here. Not overswinging, not getting greedy at all. Waiting for the fight to come their way. George, clean for the first. Needs maybe 1 more of those. He's not going to get it. And OC can't really join him on this HP. Instead, waiting for someone to walk into his crosshair. It never happens. And it will be a 1-round shootout here.
Yeah, a lot of things had to go right there for NRG to be able to win that round from a 2 versus 3. It's not to be. OC will save the AWP, and he should be given the luxury of it. Just going to tuck himself over towards bench. So yeah, he's okay. Nice work again at the end there. Fantastic from Stair. The 2 kills he gets in that round, super, super important. Like you mentioned, down to the wire. The full 24 required here. Map number 1 of the day. Just how we like it.
crazy stuff. Oh, man.
the buy
NRG
for
as well.
NRG.
Yeah, it's rough. Really, really weak. They've opted to go in for more utility, I think, as well.
I think that's the right call. If you're going to do something a bit gimmicky with MP9s, playing around the util is the way to do it. Hey, pop, though.
This is really scary. I mean, the MP9's up close. They've got smoke of their own down. They're opting to blow through that. The kill comes in for Uxie nice and quick. Nitro good for one. Oh, difficult spray down for Sonic. He's forced out by the Molotov as well. It's man advantage, Astralis. Bomb site, Astralis. Plant coming in. Nade does some decent damage. It's going to need some heroics here. Osie's the man that we've looked towards in the past. Will he check this corner? Seems yes, but he misses the shot. What is this guy doing? Is probably what he's thinking right now. Stare with some wild movement there for some reason. Maybe falling off the bin. Osie finds himself alone against 3. They know exactly where he's at, and again, not going to squander this opportunity. They're hiding away, playing the post, and they will indeed take us to OT.
Not dead just yet. A sigh of relief for Astralis. And for NRG, that is an unfortunate way to let it slip through the cracks. And now at the great reset of overtime, you made the argument that momentum is in favor of Astralis. They've found ways to break open this A site consistently now. This is a difficult predicament. NRG has the strap book run a little thin. Great calls by Huxley. Fundamentally quite simple, but they've worked wonderfully. He's really put a lot of reliance on the firepower in this team, and they've come up huge in 3 rounds in a row. It's there. Out in towards mid, but it's Huxley. We'll get the first with the support of the flash from Fuzi. Down goes Sonic, who's been super important for that mid control.
Nitro in an advanced position here in the B apps, gathering that information, and certainly something that we haven't seen all that often. Stairs being baited in here. Oh, that's awkward. George was so ready for him. Sonic spraying away. Nitro advanced position, like I say, it's just not been done at all in regulation. Nearly 3 there, but may well have done enough. They've got information on the remaining locations here. Do not swing this. Do not swing this. Do not give Fozy the chance. Meanwhile, got the AWP at the back end of the B site, so feeling good about this hold right now. Astralis also feeling that as they, just looking for a different kind of opportunity. It's not happening here. Uxie alone surely has to go down. Oof. Banged.
Okay, nice work. Nice response. It is still, this game really feels like it's on such a knife's edge. And Nitro doing well. And actually, when you look about the recovery from NRG in that round, that's pretty solid. Mid control was taken quite effectively when Sonic falls, and it actually looks like there's a decent amount of space for Astralis to work with there. Unable to make it stick. NRG bite back. It's the classic as well. You're looking for that all-elusive 13. You have 3 attempts at getting it in regulation. You can't. And the second you get to OT, when everything's reset, you lock it into place for a pretty solid one. All things considered, only the couple of casualties. Get 2 out of 3 here for NRG on the CT side. I think they'd be pretty happy.
Much quieter start into this round, it has to be said.
Feels more nervy, huh?
Yeah, Astralis holding their utility. Wow. Brilliant flash. Sonic's been really solid, man. Maybe not a player that you look towards to bring the top of the scoreboard. But this connector area as well, he's been in there a lot on the CT side. You figure you get figured out eventually, but not the case. Really, really great stuff from him. Bro to join, as it will be the 5-on-3. NRG flying colors at the moment so far in this overtime CT side.
George playing up close as well. Lots of will come through, and with a deep molly as well. They'll know that's thrown all the way from backside. They might potentially overlook George's angle. Will he sandwich Ryu? Will he clear it? No is the answer. What more can George get? A missed shot by the AWP, but time to reset. And that'll bound round to try and soften him up. And looks, he did get one before dropping, but it doesn't matter really with OT being so short on these fine margins. Back-to-back rounds is brilliant from NRG. And no surprises. Now we see Astralis call for a timeout. You get an extra one in towards OT, so you may as well make use of it. They've got to have something in this first half. They've got to at least get 13 to give themselves a fighting chance. If they lose all three on this CT side, considering that there was real pockets of brilliance from NRG on the T side, especially towards the late period of that first half, might be all set in stone. So Rugger realizing how much they need to make this next round tick over. But yeah, going back to a point you're bringing up earlier, obviously, we generally, when we talk about NRG, we're looking at people like OC, of course, has been fantastic this tournament, but we know what the ceiling's like for him from just his previous 10 years within the Tier 1. But generally speaking, Bro is who we look towards on NRG. Since moving over to North America, he has been fantastic, right? A seriously good player, especially domestically over there. Sonic has always just been a stable factor, a bit of a consistent force, but at the moment, 25 kills to his name, 18 deaths, over 100 ADR. Loving what I'm seeing from him, and again, like you're mentioning, kind of playing really high impact positions, and he's not faltering at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe putting the team in his backpack at times. OC trained, smoked off. He will break it, looking for an early fight, going to get it. Sonic mollied and forced out. Not a great fight for him. He may well have lost control of the site here by the looks of it. Another break of the smoke, however. It will be avoided this time around. Bomb has yet to go down. Trying to get aggressive in towards the connector area. Try and find this all-important kill. Head spotted, but not finished. Oh. George spams away to deny the bomb plant. This gets strange. 3-on-3 with George in towards Con as well. Really not going to be nice as a player at CT in the form of the AWP. He drops the bomb once again. Looking for a bit more. Will miss the opportunity second time of asking, but this is a very doable round. Stare with a key fight won. Gives them space for a plant. OC swapped up onto the M4 here, looking to close the gap. Oh, nice! He can't be serious! What is that flick? Oh my goodness, OC, he's not even reacting. He's just so cool. Another day in the office and a flawless half coming in for NRG.
Are you kidding me? OC. Oh, what a round. Bails them out in the 1 versus 2. That first fight is absolutely superb on towards stairs. And then the reaction. But he's done so much heavy lifting in that one. That is an incredible transfer. Half a breath in between those two fights, but it's a flawless half for NRG. 3 for 3, and they need just one more to get 16 and see the map off. However, they had 3 map points in regulation. Let them slip. I'm not going to discount Astralis just yet. There's a real second wind about NRG in towards overtime. Went a little silent at the tail end of the regulation, sure, but this is unbelievably good.
What a beast, man. What a beast.
Yeah.
Still reeling from that, but yeah, so solid. NRG. Again, something that we might note from them as well, it did happen yesterday in some of the more one-sided halves or maps, you might say. Maybe just struggling to close games out a little when that pressure is on to do that.
Yeah.
And I think when they come into the overtime, it's sort of a fresh game. And it seems to really make a difference. See if they can get it done here. 3 rounds in which to close this one out.
Flashing towards ladder, good control here, but Sonic will fall short to stare. Playing up close towards short, looks for a second, might just get it, and he will. Low player of George around that corner, but he's the one who comes out on top. Can he get a second is the question. Who's holding? Bomb on his back. Still playing up from apartments, and he nearly loses his life to Hooksy, who's making a move around back pillar. But George, 3 kills with 12 points of HP is not a bad showing. And now OC can cross to get that plant down. 2 versus 3. Numbers favor NRG. And Nitro's holding the extremities for that late rotation. This is smart. They're both coming through market. George still staying alive for now, but he'll fall short finally. OC played up close. Hang on. He's managed to slip in the back lines. He looks for the fight. This is a hard one, but he hits the quick scope. Bomb's still not down. Look at the time. He's got to win the fight. Where's Ryu? He stays in the smoke. They can't find him. And Ryu wins by the metrics of the clock. Astralis, the finest of margins, stay alive.
That's some nervousness getting in. I mean, it's certainly one. Might catch on the replay. Definitely a round worth going back on. OC gets off the bomb. Is that on purpose? Because he maybe heard like steps coming in, you know? I'm sure George might have called for it. He's going to be panicked because he's low, I guess. Did he maybe get off by accident? Does happen to the best of us at the best of times, or rather the worst of times. Very, very curious, because I think he was a good, 2 seconds, 3 seconds into that plant. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Fozy to open up with 2. They're seemingly frustrated, just trying to force some fights here, and this is a complete crumble in the following round. Oh, man. Maybe, just maybe, the 3 versus 2 that should have been might be the undoing of NRG here. OC answers with 1, but it's not going to be enough. And now, second overtime is looming.
Man. NRG, we can't squander a 3-round advantage to close the map out twice. That would be really, really poor. All right, Daps. Last time out he called, it led to a decent streak of rounds when it was on the T side, so he's hoping that he can tap back into it again, but he doesn't need a streak, he just needs 1. We're already at the finish line. It always can be. The hardest round is the one that closes the map, no matter how big the lead is. No open play for OC either. Just financially aren't strong enough for it. I mean, maybe actually if Nitro had sold the AK, maybe a better util, they actually potentially could have brought it out. But they're going to opt for the 5 rifles regardless. That can be damning because we know how good Fuzi is, especially judging by that previous round, especially when he's not given a challenge at range. Yeah, be going aggro. Runs through the Molotov. He's caught by a flash, but he's got the top mid control, so that's job done already. He has to stay there.
Oh, brilliant nade. Not sold on it, though. They're rotating away for whatever reason with this B noise coming in. They have indeed potentially over-rotated. OC manages to find a kill as well with his kind of lurking move. So this is getting very dangerous. Great flash once again. They really do seem to be the kings of connector. Down to just 2 for Astralis to stay alive. Not looking likely. They've got the kits. They've got the flank. Yabi has to go massive. He's going to have to leave this first player. And bro is halfway watching him. Oh, man. OC's fully trained on it. That was their only hope. And it does not happen. OC, of course, to close things out. And NRG, it's hard work. But they will take that first map.
Fantastic. All right, saying OC finishes the map on 31 kills. What a showing from him again. Mirage seems to be where he does so much of his best work. And, well, for Astralis, there was plenty of opportunities squandered there, but you have to give all praise to NRG. The way they've approached that, fantastic. And sure, they did make it harder for themselves than they needed to, but we're talking about another really good showing on Mirage. This is a map that can confidently be part of their pool now on an international level, which is really good to see, because honestly, prior to this tournament, it was kind of just a fringe map in the pool for them. Now they've got back-to-back performances against 2 vastly different sides in terms of how they play with Astralis and Bait. I'm liking what I see from NRG.
Yeah, and really bringing the fight to their opponents as well, you know, very confident, playing their own way. I think maybe have that in their minds that it's like, okay, it might be tough here. It might be a little inconsistent with a few individuals, but at least we have played our own way. At least we have brought our own approach. And I think that that's really cool to see that they aren't playing to their opponents, aren't trying to pretend they're something they're not, you know, as we do see some of these teams internationally, they'll play a bit more tactically or these slower rounds, you know, and just play against what maybe they have been brought up on, so to speak. Really, really great to see. We do have a little head-to-head here between the Orpas, which is cool to see. They both had great games, a lot of impact. There's that collat that we missed at the time.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, both of you guys are so important. I mean, we're talking about, especially this tournament, they're actually seen as the real pillars of firepower for both of their respective sides, but OC was just half a step better than Fuzi. And Fuzi didn't have a bad game by any means, 25 kills to his name. Really, really solid showing, but in the end, 30. Actually, it was 31 in the end for OC. He really, really lit up the server. 96 ADR, I'm seeing on my side. He had a fantastic showing. And for OC, it's not even just the numbers that he's putting on the board, it's the impact, right? The amount of rounds that he's winning single-handedly are insurmountable. And you have to make the argument without a performance like that from OC, and maybe even the argument of saying without a performance like that from Sonic, especially on the CT side, Astralis probably could have taken that map, but those two stepped up in a huge way. Nitro won 2 massive clutches as well in that first half to keep them alive. A lot of things went really well for NRG, and these are really good signs. Everybody's having the moments. Everybody's stepping up. You love to see it. But it's only map 1 in this series. Astralis have got theirs coming up next. It's Overpass on the docket, but before we get there, we're going to head to a break. We'll see you in a second.
We're going to walk and talk with Hooksy right now. He's not getting away that easily. This isn't the social, but we're walking and talking right now. You did get ambushed. I was like, are you about to take photos with a backpack on, but you're already done your photo?
Yeah, I already did all my stuff. I have to go to an interview now.
I think you're doing social media stuff.
Something, yeah, at least, yeah.
Who was it with? Was it with Fozy? Did we leave him behind?
Yeah. It's with Lova, yeah.
Well, we'll have to... Okay, now he's with us. Now it kind of works. Okay, so brand new roster, mate. You're starting again.
Yeah, it's nice to, freshen up a bit sometimes.
Okay, that's an interesting response right there, because I was going to ask next, was the team at the end of last year with the major just dead? Like, you know it was dead?
Yeah. We already knew that something has to happen, and I think we needed some new, young, fresh blood with some hunger, and that's what we got, so I'm happy about it.
Yeah, well, you do seem happy. You got a smile on your face. So how's practice been going? Obviously, getting thrown into the first event, not easy, but now you get a little bit more time. You take on Pain in your opening game here. You think things are going pretty well?
Yeah, I think things are going as expected. There's some inconsistency here and there, but I think that we're showing that we have a huge potential in top level, and I think that's the most important part. Then it's just about actually, raising the floor a bit.
So I guess making sure you get enough VRS to qualify for the major, and then you get the time after the cutoff to, I want to say warm into things, but really get the team going, right? So an event like this, how important is it for Astralis to do well?
As you said, VRS is important, and besides that, I don't really think we think too much about result-based stuff right now. We just kind of want to do our things and make sure that we do them right.
Okay, let's do this as we walk down this, because we're making it tough for the cameraman here, Ross. He's doing a really good job right now. Yeah. But can you name any of the players up here?
Well, yeah, obviously, I'm not sure about, that's Taz, right? Young Taz?
That's Young Taz with Neo next to him.
Yeah. Yep. Holy shit, it's Neo. I couldn't even see.
With hair, Carmack said.
Yeah, that's why it's real tough. I can't remember this guy, but...
This is 6.
Yeah,
yep.
6, yeah.
That's more, yeah, that's Taz again, right?
Yeah, I see. And there's obviously, Get Right, and who do we have? Edward over here. Yeah. So, yeah.
But what, you're not on this one, mate. What's going on? Well, Justin, he's not even at the event.
No, but Justin is Mr. Katowice, so it makes sense that he's here in Krakow as well, no?
Yeah, okay. Well, look, I bothered you enough. I'll let you go to your social. Fozy, any quick comments?
No, it's good. He's a great leader. That's why I was walking behind him right now, so everything's good.
Perfect answer. Thank you, mate. Thank you.
Thank you.
OC, it's so great to see you again. How is everything going? How is the reintroduction into everything going? This is a pretty big tournament to stand before.
Yeah, it feels good to be back. I would say we had 2 LAN tournaments before this, so it was a nice little stepping stone to getting back into these big events. But yeah, I feel really good coming back into a big tournament like this, and I'm really excited to play.
Yeah, talking about the LAN events, is it cool to see that there's, so much fire and passion, and also in the audience to see for kind of NACS, right, and tournaments over there?
Yeah, I think like for example, the Flomland, I would say Philadelphia, there's not much of a crowd that we were at, but the Flomland, there was a lot of NA supporters that came out, and yeah, it was it was surprising to me to see how many fans came out and were cheering. It was one of the loudest small events I've ever been to, so it was a really fun time.
Yeah, any compliments maybe for Flom? Because I think this is a super cool thing to organize. It's also extremely stressful, I'm sure, for him, so it's dope.
Yeah, I think he's doing a lot of great work for the NA scene. He is always streaming every day. I know there's a joke going around that he's always late, but he's still there, there. And yeah, we all appreciate what he does for the scene. Throwing a tournament like that, it was very well ran too. Like I would say, I was very surprised by how professional it was, and I didn't expect that, honestly, coming from him, like the first LAN he's ever hosted. So yeah, we all really appreciate what he does for the NA scene, and shout out to Flom.
Yeah, shout out to Flom. That's great. Thank you, OC. Yeah. Hello.
Hey.
Hi. So are you struggling with the cold then? Or?
Yeah, I really do not like the cold at all. I grew up in Chicago, so...
Oh, there's good winters.
Yeah, it gets pretty cold there, but I've been living in Dallas last 3 years, so I don't like the cold at all.
That's quite a shock in temperature.
Yeah, it was like 70 degrees in Dallas when I left, and then it's like below freezing every day in Warsaw, so it wasn't a good time, and I was sick, so...
You were sick as well?
Yeah, I got the flu, not anymore, but I had the flu and I was recovering as I went to Warsaw, so it was a bigger challenge than usual.
Yeah, is it the flu that's going around now? It's crazy, right? Like, I can't believe you even traveled. Isn't it it's really bad, no?
I don't know. I just slept every day. I had the fever. I was incapacitated basically for a whole day when I had the fever, but it broke after a day. I was just sleeping all day, so. But I had no symptoms when I traveled. It was just recovering.
Okay. But it messed with your boot camp a little bit or not?
I just had some jet lag and gut issues when I arrived, so it was messing with me a bit for a couple days, but after that it was fine, I think.
No, it's oh yeah, everything's fine. I just had the flu and gut issues, and I was jet lagged the entire time, so I feel for you.
Well, yeah, traveling from NA is always harder going east, so it's always a bit of an issue with jet lag.
Well, I hope you feel better, and good luck.
Thank you.
Hello, Sonic. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you, and yourself?
Very well, thank you. How's the reunion with OC going?
It's very good. I feel like I have my brother from another mother back.
You think he feels the same?
Yeah, I think we also look a little bit similar on a good day.
Yeah, totally. This is a really big event, so yeah, how excited are you to kind of play in this environment?
I'm really excited, and it's nice for us to be back to a Tier 1 tournament. Definitely a much harder opposition that we have to go against compared to our last tournaments, but we've been playing pretty well. We've at least had some practice finally as a team. We've had a boot camp here in Warsaw, so we've had the opportunity to work on a bunch of things and hopefully show it here.
That's amazing. Thank you. How are you dealing? Thank you. How are you dealing with the cold?
I'm pretty used to it. I stay up in Toronto, with my girlfriend, so it's colder there, believe it or not, and about a meter of snow. So yeah, I'm fine. I've adapted. It's more so I think the other guys like Nitro and maybe George and Bro that are struggling. Yeah.
Right, let's see. Thank you very much.
Welcome back in, folks. Map number 2 here, up against Astralis and NRG. Very, very, very close affair over on Mirage. It was the pick of NRG. They had to work for it. There was a time where they could have closed things out cleanly. That fell away. We got worried into the overtime, then into another, but they managed just about to get it over the line. Some great performances from the captain himself, from OC, of course, and Sonic joining them there in the conversation of impact. But now we move on to Overpass now, and this is where Astralis have picked into it, but sure, they're undefeated in a handful of maps. It's not the worst map in the world for NRG, so it still feels like this could go their way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I look back to NRG at the Budapest Major as well, right? That win over NIP was pretty solid on this map. There were some decent showings there. Obviously, recently as well, they took that Marsborn at the Flom LAN in Las Vegas. So they've actually got all right reps under their belt. So I'm not going to discount NRG off the gate, out the gates, kind of coming in towards this one. And especially with the red hot form we're seeing out from OC, Sonic, Bro, all looking incredibly good. I think there's a lot to like for NRG in this one. So Astralis, they've got to put their best foot forward. I mean, we're looking towards, obviously, Fuzi, who we bring up in the Orbital, but Stairs being the shining light at times. I think his impact is massive. Despite even, as well, negative KD, his round swing is very, very positive. So let's see. Sonic, he'll start well. Gets the first. For a second on, he'll get it before falling. Not a bad start for him. He continues the streak of kills that he's been finding. But they've barreled him towards the A site, and they've got a plan out here.
Yeah, pretty clean plant as well. They're able to play around Banana if they so choose. Flash is good. To regain some space, the shots are even better. Yabi all alone, can't get anything done. It will be NRG to pick up where they left off.
Yeah, starting really, really well. Sure, Astralis get a bomb plant out, which can facilitate a buy coming through, but you're pretty happy with that, all things considered. It's a relatively inexpensive round. Yeah, for NRG, the big question for them is just, you know, again, it continues to be sort of how high is the ceiling? I think coming in towards this tournament, a fair few people would have probably made the assumption they wouldn't make it out of stage one. I think I'd actually be in that camp as well, but there's been some great Counter-Strike from them. That game against Bait, there was a lot of good shining lights, and in that first map, sure, probably should have closed out in regulation, but a win's a win. You'll take that. It's a nice win as well on a map in which is just starting to come in towards their pool properly. First on the board. So as expected, we do get the buy out for Astralis. Makes sense with the full buy. Flash over. Yabi can take short water control now as Bro has to fall off the boost. And then once again, looking like they want to head back towards the A site.
There's a jump spot. OC, ooh, just seeing the tip of the head there. Oh my goodness, the second one is dangerous. He's able to get the M4 up. He's just not expecting more presence. They were waiting for a B hit, weren't they? And unfortunately, OC has kind of mistimed himself. So retake here with man disadvantage. I don't know how I feel about this one. Nitro's got a kit. That's about all they really have to write home. There is a late player on B, so technically speaking, the numbers are not too bad in the moment. But the shoulders are out from the T side here, taking the heads-up fights and winning them. It's all going to be down to Nitro, and I think your save may well be impossible, sir. Knife out, easy kill for Yabi. Astralis with the force.
Yeah, nice response as well for Astralis. They go back to the exact same type of round, maybe a little bit more of a fake sold over towards the B site. A couple players were lurking around Monster, dropping the U2. That keeps attention drawn there, but a nice solid move. Bit of pace behind it, hit towards the A site, and second time's the charm. Tying this one back up. You look towards this first half with a lot of keen interest for Astralis. You've got to build up good foundations on your C side on a map which is inherently quite CT-sided. Of Overpass. We'll spy out. Interesting boost here as well. Of course, you can see over in towards mid. OC. Electric map number 1. He looks for more here. He might get a chance. All patience pay off for him. Fuzi is so close around that corner. I don't even know if he'll consider this as well. It's a possibility, but as a bit of a gimmick here, will he even consider checking? Oh, they're going to fall off.
Really being teased, man. Really being teased on that angle, unfortunately. Yeah, not going to happen. Sonic up close with the Deagle, however. Might be able to create something. Flash is perfect, and he will go down. That creates the first kill wonderfully for Astralis. Still not dedicating just yet. That bomb needs picking up, right? They're really, really building up this T side slowly.
Yeah, 45 seconds to make a decision. Just where they want to go. It looks like they're angling for a B here. Bomb's going back over towards Monster. 2, now a third, making their way down connector. Hooksy trying to keep as much attention drawn towards the A site as he can, especially with the Utah coming through. Dumps the smoke and a flash over in towards short, but at the same time, they're already moving their way through B here. George, big arse for him. Playing in towards water, got a 5-7 as well to try and stop the entourage making their way through, but the flash is superb. The first, the second, they all drop like dominoes here as Brozev have it all to do. He gets his first. He gets a dink on towards there. But a nice dismantle of that B-side defense. And a back-to-back round for Astralis to take back the lead.
Looking good on the Astralis side of things. That follow-up especially is super, super clean. So, yeah, they're going to put themselves in a very good spot. But NRG will be kicking themselves. You know, it's kind of the worst spot for a CT side to be in. When you get broken like that in the second round force buy, you're just really screwed. Even this first rifle, the utility, the money is just going to be awful. Well, certainly not where you want it to be, I suppose. Stack out towards long. I don't think anyone's going to come this way to meet them, though.
Pros are happy. He's so far in slowing things down as he's worked the last couple of rounds. And they're out towards B. No one's home. Empty site for them. So they can bring over the bomb. And it's a bit of a gamble by NRG. And as the statement says, it doesn't always pay off. A coin flip of where to stack. And they've chosen wrong. So they move in towards the B site. Bomb will go down. Now a question to be made for NRG. Do you want to feed them in terms of the kill bonus? But also, can you maybe scoop up a gun? Can you try and make it a little bit expensive on the T side? Oh, 5 are here in towards connector. I'm not even going to go out the door. Oh, no. It's all right. Bro's opened it. That'll draw some eyes over there, but it's all for naught. It's not going to make a difference here. They're just playing for the exits. Will they get them? It's looking like no, in fact, actually, as Astralis going to exit out the other way. They've just been avoided. Ring around the rosies here. Call this a unicorn round where no one goes down to a fight. Few will go down to the bomb. Nearly all of them go down to the bomb, but
I don't think I've ever seen that many. That's kind of like the Vitality clip, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
That's crazy. Literally nobody around, though, which is pretty hilarious. Maybe one of the most boring rounds as a player you could ever play.
Yeah. Technically speaking, though, on the flip side, it's a perfect round by Astralis. You know, you've not even fired a bullet. Got a bomb on and a round win. Tactical masterclass from Hooksy against the no-buy. But a buy back in for NRG. Rifles across the board. Bar Nitro, who wheels the MP9 as he opts for more util. There's a pretty aggressive long move here. Bro's in a good spot. If they make noise here, he's going to hear this information.
Like
Step
I say,
upstairs being heard, at least.
This buy is just dreadful for the side of NRG. Really lacking in the utility. A dink out onto stair might nullify things ever so slightly. Sonic is hunting quite actively for this first frag. Reposition from him as well, as he wanted to get the hell out of connector. Nice little response through short, but then that leaves a gap at B. I mean, this is a weird little game state to deal with. They're going to move back down the connector, and Ryu finds the kill despite the dink. So a lot of damage traded onto the Astralis players. Certainly not out of the woods just yet, but it's Yabi deep in at B that looks good. Bozy goes down for free. The MP9 chimes in. Could get a couple here as well. He plays his cards right. Very blind, but not quite blind enough. Yabi activates on B, but it's down to just 2 of them. They will be able to get this bomb down. The retake, however, looks very doable indeed. Going to come down to this fight. Nitro wins it just about. And it is the IGL of Astralis left to try and recover things Tagged down by a nade. Can he find an opening kill? Yes, he can. Clean for the first with the headshots. He hears this second in towards short as well. The nade continues to soften him up, and he cannot replicate that success. Down he will go. NRG with the rifle by.
Yeah, good work. Really good work. It was actually some nice sort of aggressive map control taken by NRG, because they're starting to poke on and prod on two different kind of fronts there, right? You know, you move up towards long, so you've got information of that split through mid, especially with the connector player who was taking, that being Sonic, who was kind of taking an aggressive stance in that sense. But you also, at the same time, you've wrapped in towards short water. You see nobody's there. You've kind of pincered this Astralis side into taking duels that they don't really want to, and they then had to reclaim short control as Yabi had made his way on towards B. Obviously, you're never going to really do it, but for Yabi, the best thing he could have done there is actually go back in towards short and clear it out to support his team coming through. But for him, priority was about taking the site, drawing the rotations through, saying, Monta's open, no one's here. Didn't even think about that being a possibility. Flash over, first find, Bro and OC trade positively in NRG's favor. Numbers go their way quite quickly, and it'll come down as well, which will deal damage to Yabi. And leaves him vulnerable, one tappable to the M4s now.
Quietens down in the mid round. Not even yet, to be fair. So much action in the first 30 seconds. Is there anything for Astralis here to remain fresh? NRG's calculated aggression is really quite something. Re-smoke of Monster. And a flash for some information there at Divider. So what do Astralis have in response? Trying to get some control of the bathrooms, but patiently waiting here. Molotov not going to do too much. It is, you know, burning through the wall there. Classic Counter-Strike moment. But either way, Sonic is not forced off of his angle, which, again, is pretty unorthodox. He will just straight lose his head to the heads-up fight. And Fozy knows his angles, of course. And Orpa himself able to drop OC easily. They eliminate the lurker at the very least, so the numbers remain even. Nice Molotov. Makes life awkward. Fozy with the advanced position punishes another. And it's all going to be down to George on that flank. 2 clean headshots will be required. Fozy with a hell of a round here, looking to close it out all by himself. Spotted, tagged, naded, but still standing. And surely as George, moves in here, he's not going to consider. He has to take a straight fight, and that will cost him his life.
Yeah, Fozy did a fantastic round there. Not only just the entry part, I think, but even in the late round there, he knows that attention's drawn on towards him. He just doesn't need to peek. You know, he's more than happy to get peppered and whittled down by the Utah. As long as he stays alive, all the action can be delivered there by Hooksy in the end. Fantastic work. Nice round from Astralis. And these T-side rounds look like they've got a little bit more oomph behind them compared to what we saw at times on Mirage. A lot more like it for this side. Back to low buy as well for energy, unfortunately. A lot of things got to go right for them to make anything out of this round. It should be a simple one for Astralis to find their 5th. And similar to what we saw in Mirage in that first half, since the guns are coming to play, Astralis are streaking quite well. They got 5 in a row on Mirage, and, well, they're hoping for more of the same here. It's looking likely.
They'd start dissipating. And a heavy rotation here from NRG. Just going to allow the game to unfold, but Astralis are taking it slowly. I think they're weary of what they might run into here. And just continuing this conditioning of, you know, slower rounds, generally speaking. That might mean that NRG try and pull out some aggression in future rounds. Astralis be ready for it. They're really weary here, though, to be fair. 35 seconds left. Smoke coming in kind of makes you think that A might be weaker defended, right? But unfortunately, they're not biting. They will indeed rotate down and hit that B bomb site, which at the moment is completely clear.
Been a bit of a consistent thing for Astralis. They're getting really good control towards the B site. I think they've realized that it's quite a gap there, so they're going to continue putting the pressure on them until it stops. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, I guess, is the mentality. George on the trade of Nitro. Recovered gun, which is good, but I don't really expect too much out of this. Again, it's about trying to make it expensive if they can. And George might just save the AK. You can leave the pistols around here. Anything they found would be nice. They obviously going to have an investment towards the next round. Astralis looking very good. Very scary at the moment. Oh, there's another. You take that. Please, you'll get one back in blood, though. Nice work.
Yeah, pretty clean. 5-2. Astralis kind of just showing that slight extra level of theirs. I think this is maybe what we expected with the Overpass pick. Clearly, a map that they have been working on coming into this year. NRG, it's one of those where, you know, if you don't get it under the microscope, it maybe looks like it's a decent map, but some of the opponents and the fact that they don't necessarily play it all that often, I think it's just a map that they don't ban and they're happy to let into the veto. It does kind of paint a different picture, whereas Astralis, this maybe is the map that they're really trying to make a name for themselves on at the moment. Played it at Bounty, played it, of course, here at Krakow. So there's a difference. There's a difference in opponents. There's a difference in just kind of the overall work done on this map.
Yeah, agreed. Timeout taken. Nice, comfortable, or relatively comfortable 3-round buffer. Already spoken about how this B site looked a little vulnerable for NRG. This time they've got 3 players in this direction. Open the smoking towards connector, bro. Spots nothing behind it as Ryu doesn't opt to fight. Probably the smart call considering his HP. No real ideas here by Astralis. They're playing round about 8 considerably slower. They're drawing out a lot of CT utility, which is good.
Seems to be what they like doing at the moment, though, to be fair. Trying to stay away from NRG and the aggression. As NRG have made things quite substantially closer with those aggressive moves. Yabi, trying to find the head. Continues to be a nuisance with this B lurk. Not going to find success this time around. An aggressive stance from the A players, that's for damn sure. Smoke coming in. Going to make the orb more difficult to get into play, but he is not scared. Flash comes over a second as well to follow up, but OC is still able. Second maybe a bit quick. He was still turning away from the first, it would seem. So man advantage comes in. They've pivoted towards B quite quickly here, though. And the B holders stepped back. Passive stance from them. George will come in just for the one, but may well be enough. 10 seconds to get the bomb down. They managed to get the plant in. Numbers are solid. There's no kit available for the CT side. The AWP in the mixture as well. I do worry as to how they plan to entry back into the B bomb site. Hooksy feels like he needs to take a fight and will lose his life. So it's Fozy and Yabi, the 2 guys that you maybe do indeed want in this clutch situation. Fozy trims one, repositions quickly. So they're both looking to play the bomb as the time ticks down. And as noted, that's going to be a problem. They managed to get their hands onto a kit. I was going to say, what is going on here, boys? Oh my goodness. Fozy is just able to work around. I was so perplexed as to why somebody's not on the bomb already. They were desperate for that kit. I feel like maybe just forced the defuse earlier than that anyway. That is a mess.
Yeah, important kill as well by fusing the post bomb, because when he kills Nitro, it drops the kit back into water. Brutal place for it to fall, and at that point, the round's all but done. It's consolation kills at the end. It's that kill there. When Nitro drops, it's all but done. You could have got the kills, it wouldn't have made a difference. And a second timeout by Daps. We saw this, though, in the first map. Daps is happy to burn early timeouts to reclaim a stake. In this half, he knows the priority is about getting good foundations here, but 6 rounds T-side overpass. It's already, in most cases, considered kind of good enough. What Astralis are doing here. So NRG definitely on the back foot a little bit. Not looking as clean and comfortable as they were. towards Mirage, and I know it's very early doors still, but I'm smelling a map 3. Astralis, they're not making any of those critical errors that they made a more consistent base in towards that first map.
Yeah, that one feels like a really big round to be taken, though, right? You're over now this threshold of kind of losing out in the first half. You can be happy with 6 rounds for sure. Potential for more, of course, and just getting those clutch moments in your favor. NRG, their own worst enemies in a few places. Sonic is here in this corner. They're not expecting him. Nade will finish off his partner, and now he's left a pretty difficult spot. Flash came in to assist him. Unfortunately, he's not able to capitalize just yet, but he will get his hands onto an AK, so maybe something brewing.
He's made. Oh, Nitro. Dead to right's it. Oh my god, not dead to rights. Nitro! Oh, you hate to see it. You really do. Yabby gifted life when he should be a corpse, as Nitro just squanders a freebie, and Yabby with a fadeaway. Step back like hard as he gets his. He'll get another as well. Yabby has had an incredible round of all kills that he should have died a long time ago with. Oh, NRG. Looks like pressure's really started to build on those shoulders, and it's affecting them in terms of the mechanics.
Yeah, there are no words. Again, it's while the back is turned, man. I'm just saying. All right.
This is just serious cope for your own Prem games.
Yeah, well, I'm apparently not the only one. It goes all the way up and all the way down, missing players from behind. Yeah, crazy stuff. It's going to be a burst out here from Astralis. A change up. We'll see if it finds success. OC's managed to thread one in, catching a straggler there in towards the short pipe, looking for a bit more here. And he will indeed get it. Hangs around in the fire. Yabby, meanwhile, familiar with this B-bomb site, just about survives the nade. Goodness me, 14 HP on these remaining 2 Astralis players. And there goes the bomb. They know where Yabby is at. They must know that he's ever so slightly low. Nade coming in. Don't get too close to it. Yabby just holding to try and find a fight here. As soon as he reveals, bro will take him down. So, Astralis with a change-up. Is it needed? Are they trying to get ahead of things? Regardless, the outcome, not the best. I don't think we'll see them doing that anytime soon.
You're right. Guaranteed lead already. A terrible spot to be in, that's for sure. I mean, NRG, even here in towards the penultimate round of the half, you lose this one, and Astralis could be putting up a 9-3 first half on T side. At that point, it feels like this map would already be all but done. Aggressive. George going to play up towards Monster and lose his life as Yabby continues to be such a menace, getting out on towards B. Time and time again in this first half, Yabby has been clinical when heading out through Monster, and NRG just cannot find ways to shut him down. He's single-handedly giving Astralis a lot of rounds in this half.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, even just by like having the presence over here, just always keeping NRG on edge. And in this round, forcing NRG into a save. So 8 rounds at the very least. I think you'd be very, very happy with that on the T side of Overpass. May argue these days the most CT-sided map. And indeed, they are able to put up some good numbers, maybe even one better as well. 9-3 is certainly possible.
As that there, flash didn't exactly come off, so hunt unsuccessful. But doesn't really matter. I mean, money isn't exactly super flushed out for Astralis, but who cares, right? Heading into the final round, you don't mind. Save successful, but I'm not even going to call it a silver lining for NRG. In a bit of a hole at the moment, a real rut of form heading in towards map number 2, and Astralis showing why this map has been so solid for them. 3 for 3, but some decent teams they've taken down along the way. FlyQuest, Fnatic, and Pain, all within the last 3 months or so. Obviously, while Bounty wasn't super successful, took down Fnatic on this map there, so take what they can. And of course, at this tournament, That win against Payne, really solid, 13-7. Dismantled that side in their opening game. Flash, it's fantastic. Yabby again, a menace, and again gets 2. Yabby continues to put so much pressure on towards B, and it doesn't matter what NRG throw at him. The whole kitchen sink, and he's still coming out on top.
Unreal. Absolutely unreal stuff. A great half from him. Great half from Fozy as well, to be fair. We've just seen the impact of Yabby in the past couple of rounds. So, yeah, Astralis, I think, really starting the conversation of Inferno earlier than expected. OC takes out 1. Yabby. Still good for it. Potential for another, as OC was on the other side of that smoke, hoping for a fight. Doesn't happen. And I think with him not finding any success, maybe the round is coming to a close. Sonic head on a swivel here, but too much so. It's only 2 HP that makes the difference. Unfortunately, he will fall. OC with it all to do on 4. He has to go for this. Full belt of util. Got a kit. They are a bit split on the Astralis side. They're just trying to locate where he is before they dedicate the bomb. Ooh, tag lands. 5-7 out. 5-7. We'll get it done. Okay. So we reset, but like I say, that bomb was waiting to get planted. He moves on towards A. They go B. And surely now they've set up nicely enough to close this out.
Yeah. OG's had some nice moments in this series, sure, but not so much in towards the third map. And a 1v3 feels like a big ask. He's so cautious about a graffiti player. Time ticking already. Doesn't really have time to work. I'm sure he has a kit, but he'll lose his head. 9-3 for Astralis. What a response off the back of a slow end to map number 1. And the way things are panning out, we'll be heading to map 3 soon. We'll see after the break.
Crazy.
Well, absolute demolition over in that first half. 9 rounds out from your T side. And honestly, not that many close moments, right? They do manage to get a few rounds on the NRG side of things, but ultimately not a good look for them. A few retakes that they maybe could have had. We might have been looking at a 7-5, but it'd still be a strong Astralis. So we'll see here moving into the second half what NRG have got in store. A map that they have reps on, that they have comfortability on, but not a favorite of theirs, I would say, right? They play it when they have to.
Agreed.
I think that certainly could make a difference here. 6 Julies or 3 Julies. How would you put it? Either way, a lot of guns.
Well,
lot of guns
I'd say 3 because dualies means, you know, like
I suppose you
dual.
say 6 like Berettas.
Yeah, 6 Berettas, 3 dualies. Because dualies dual 2 quick maps. You know what I mean? Welcome to Neo, guys. You can always learn something new here in Counter-Strike. But let's be frank here. You lose a pistol, if you're NRG, that's it. We're already all attention focused on towards that map number 3 of Inferno. We've had pretty good luck when it comes towards the 3 mappers as well. We want to get as much Counter-Strike as we possibly can here on the B stream. And so far, we've had quite a few OTs and 3 mappers and all the rest. So no complaints over here if that is the case. But also no complaints because Astralis are playing really good Counter-Strike. U-turn towards B, and they come. Hooks are going to be tested, but in comes one set of dualies. Little labored by Ryu, but to get the kill nonetheless.
Fox closing the gap. This is where you do tend to get worried. Another set of dualies revealing themselves as a player all the way pushed through into the backlines, I believe. Fozy rolling round. What is going on? Stare from above, able to cancel the bomb plant, I think. Yabi's still alive here with the dualies. He will go down. It's all on to Stare to save this round and close the game out here and now. Crisp on the first. He's low on ammo. Brave for the peak, but George will deny. The first step on the road to recovery begins for NRG.
Yeah, arguing about him being able to potentially play time there because that C4 not gone down yet. But at the same time, if you're Stare, you don't want to lose track of him, right? If you lose him on towards the site, then he could be flanking you. He could be making a move towards A and all the rest. And you never really want that. We said, NRG, get the pistol. It'll start things off nicely. But it's still a long old road to recovery. No forced buy by Astralis. I think it's the right call as well. Just go back in towards the investments. They've been so clinical in the gun rounds. Just bank on them. You can kind of have one a bit of a throwaway. And then I've got the one thing I like. You bring a flashbang into low buy round. Be something to work with here. They're going to be I was going to say popped in towards Monster, but in fact, they're just going to keep hold of it. He's got to move as a unit here.
You have that flash, so if that's well placed, could result in something. Not really expecting too much out from this round, though, so it's a question of figuring NRG. I think you do want it to be smooth sailing from here. Nitro.
Oh, my God.
Check your angles a little. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Mac 10. Overwhelmed from either side. Surely he gets taken down eventually. There you go. He will fall. But that reveals a lot of info. They'll start the charge towards B now. A good spot. Yeah, okay. They're still displaying good due diligence, making sure to cover each and every angle. It'd been left open. Lazy bomb plant, right? Hooksy might have been able to take another kill. Not going to be the case here. So looking good. Looking very good indeed. NRG. I don't know for me if it's the T sides that we've necessarily been impressed by. Generally more the CT end.
True.
So yeah. I'm not quite with them here on this T side of things. They play faster. They play aggressive. And that can be very hit or miss. But if they can keep the money down for Astralis, it could be possible. It could be possible. Already 9-5, right? Looks a lot better.
Yeah, you win this kind of bonus buy round as well, and the pressure's put immediately back onto the shoulders of Astralis. That'll be a 6th down on the board, and most likely a 7th to follow it, just because of the lack of econ that'll follow for Astralis. So again, at that point, it's a 2-round game. It just shows how quickly these deficits can drop to nothing. You can find a bit of form, but again, you still got to convert a bonus where you've got more Galils than AKs. 1 of which being Sonic is making a move through short.
Nothing really coming here for Astralis, so it's going for the setup base at the moment. Early utility out. NRG slowly rolling through the motions. Well-placed molly or smoke. Really, really could work out here. I don't know about the straight face, if that's what they opt to go for. One playing anti-flash. Fozy will turn. He finds his. It's stare behind that looks decent. Oh, keeps them coming as well. Lovely little setup. Why not get it out when you've got the rounds, when you've got the time to play with? Huxi as well at the back, supporting, looking good. And NRG, their dreams come crashing down. Nitro going to attempt to save them. Maybe get a bomb plant so they can at least buy into the next round. But surely this is just not going to happen. Flanked out and dropped in the end. Easy stuff.
Nice work. Just making sure as well that you don't allow that streak to continue for energy. Don't give them the leeway. And hence why you go for that low buy in the previous round. Get the guns out as early as possible and just take the fight right back to NRG. But again, you know, the slight positive of that is kind of a bonus buy, but it doesn't mean that the buy is super fruitful here and towards this round. You got 2 AKs, 1 Galil, P250, and everyone's new favorite gun, the MP7. See what Sonic can do with it. Already saw how good the likes of like Big Zero was with it yesterday, that MP7. Gonna try and find that. Yeah, if he just taken a little bit of a preemptive tap there, Ryu, he probably gets netted a freebie. Either way, full blind. Ryu gonna get 3. Are you kidding me? Didn't even see a single one of those bodies drops, but he collects the dog tags of 3. And Bro will bite back for 1, but this round might be already done.
That is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, it felt like, yeah, he'd maybe lost the window, but the spot is just too strong. Astralis shutting NRG down at every corner so far. We've only had a couple of rifles, but they've just read them perfectly and deleted them. So perhaps done their work coming into this map, knowing the types of rounds that NRG like to employ. Or maybe they are just that good at the moment. See here, Fozy got to be careful. Could get caught. Could get spotted. If there was an AWP in the hands of OC, I would certainly have worried for him there, but there wasn't. They pick up the pace. It's just not working. Every which way they look, the CTs are able to defend. Even the spam through the smoke is going better for Fozy than it is for Bro. Tagged up a little by his own teammate, but yes, it's looking like this one is over. 15 seconds to save this AK if he can. Light hunt on the way in the form of Ryu, but I think he should just about get away with this.
Yeah, I don't think Ryu's going to be too aggressive with it either. Doesn't need to be honest. For him, but the AK is a bit more of a prize than that potential of another notch on the board. But this round all but sealed in that first engagement by Ryu. NRG looking very muted in and out of the server. And smiles all around for Astralis. Rug is happy with what he sees, and I don't blame him. We're at such a lead now. Feel like it's surely all but done. 11-5, a hero AK for what was saved by Bro. That's as good as it gets. He needs to go nuclear here in round number 17 for NRG to even have a look in towards round number 17.
Yeah. Yabi to find the first. Flashed over to grab some info. There is some dangerous presence over there, of course, with the AK in play. They're going to look to boost it. That's kind of what this round is hinging upon. Fozy's got the right idea, but they fell off. So it doesn't matter. Going to try it again. Surely it's been heard by now. No? Not trying it again? Did he fall off again? I don't know. I'm very worried.
Up because
I don't know. Yeah,
risk.
maybe. I'm really... It's unlucky, man. It's unlucky. And, you know, the egg all over their face. We caught it on camera. Oh, okay. Straight up fight from Bro works, however. They're looking to battle into this A bomb site if they can.
Got a gun. Scoops up an M4 for Nitro. Fozy, head in a swivel, gets his second. Oh, he looked like he was in a bit of trouble there with the support. They shut down A site under lock and key as Astralis find that point, and they do it with Outbreak in a sweat once again. NRG have offered up next to nothing here on Overpass, and we kind of felt this would be the case at the halfway point, but all eyes were set on that map 3 of Inferno, and it looks like it's only a matter of moments before we get there. Stunning though, really. Just not even getting close to scratching the surface, NRG. Astralis' defense is too good. And I want to shout him out again because we spoke about it a lot on the T side, but Yabi, B side, whether it's just the T or the CT side, is just such a demon to deal with. They cannot find ways to make him uncomfortable. He looks so confident.
Sonic with a find. Nitro with a find. Both through the smokes, just spamming away. There might be some life in the old dog yet.
Okay.
That's quick from Fozy, man. He's so crisp.
All blind as well.
Yeah, love to see it, but that's the danger of the instant peek after the flash, I guess. Stare on the back end of the site here. Looking for him to have a moment, try and join his teammates with the highlight reels. Quick move from Sonic. Can't quite net the AWPer. Gonna have to play this to perfection. Flash comes in for him, and he will manage to win out the fight. It's there, though, and they line up for him. Oh, I called him out, and he will deliver. Wow. Yes, sir. What a finish. The only one that had not quite given us that impact. The same as the rest of his teammates, and he says, all right, hold my beer. Watch this. Beautiful hold from him to close out the game, and what a showing there from Astralis.
Yeah, an electric performance from them. Really, really solid work coming through. And what a response as well after such a close map number 1 where it's a bit of back and forth. And honestly, they had a chance to close that and it just gets thrown back in their face. Brilliant work from them. And it opens up the door massively now when we look towards this Inferno. It's anybody's game, absolutely. But NRG, with how muted they look on Overpass, this 10 to 15 minute break in between maps, they've got to use this mastery. We're looking towards the leadership figures, the Nitro, the Daps, to just shake off that sort of a map which they never got going and hope that they can bounce back here in towards map number 3. But for Astralis, what a response.
Yeah, I mean, it really does bring into question now how this third map is going to look for sure. And just the fact that Astralis may well be able to bring NRG crashing back down to earth. But it's like, look, there's legs to this NRG side. They're performing well. They've done well to get here into the upper bracket and whatnot. But still just lacking some of the higher competition reps, at least so far this year and maybe the past few months as well, right? So they have just been given a reality check ultimately. And you also have to bear in mind, although an exciting map and a great one to cast, the first map did go to double OT, right? It was a hard fought battle for a map that they pick into, for one that they've really tried to lean into, and one that, typically speaking, is not very good for Astralis, right? So it really does bring into question how this third map is going to look now, especially because we've just seen the Astralis individuals as well, which is that big conversation we've been having, that it is across the board. They all had different moments. Yabi's T side, brilliant. Fozy on the CT side, much more impactful and much more controlling. Then we see Stare have a moment. We saw Huxley just holding the line really well on the CT side when there was a couple moments that NRG got in a bit deeper than we might like. So really, really solid across the board stuff from Astralis there.
Yeah, and those two on your screen, just fantastic. I mean, another really solid map from Fozy, but, you know, we sung his praises all map long, and what Yabi brought to the table there, now if he can translate that into a continuous performance in towards Inferno, this is where NRG starts to get into a bit of trouble. This is where they start to really feel the pressure here, and it really feels like Astralis have warmed up in towards the series. We can maybe even take Mirage as just a bit of a, you know, warming up in today's action of Counter-Strike, but that's a lot more like it. That's a lot more like the Astralis that we expected coming in towards stage 1 here at Krakow, and it opens up a lot of conversations now about NRG. Do they have the ability to be able to overcome? We've got Inferno coming up next as well, and I don't know how confident I'm feeling about it. NRG, they've got to look completely different heading in towards this one. Both sides play it, so it is a pretty decent decider, but we'll have to see how this one pans out. For now, we're going to head to a break. When we are back, it's our decider. It's map number 3, where all good best 3s are decided. It's Inferno.
Hi. This is Basement Dweller's first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up, actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but, you know, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
It starts with a dream, with a team you barely know, in an amateur official that feels like the grand final, where practice becomes progress, and every loss feels like a lesson. When will your journey begin?
Nitro, how's the dad life treating you?
It's awesome. It's actually my first son's birthday. He's 5 today. So yeah.
Yeah, so I was going to ask, how's the adjustment? Because it does mean that sometimes you can't be there for things that are important, but of course everybody understands that your job's also very important.
Well, I mean, it's just part of life, making sacrifices, but obviously at the same time, it's nice because I love my job and I get to do it and I enjoy it. So it's nice.
Yeah. Is it when you probably miss home a lot, and does it make you just want to have like an even better result and just try so much harder so that you can show them like, hey, this is all worth it?
Yeah, it definitely makes you try harder. Like, you don't realize that till you actually have kids and you sacrifice, your time at home. But yeah, it definitely makes you work harder knowing that you're not like at home with your family and stuff. So yeah, it does.
Yeah, for sure. Do you feel like you've picked up a couple of things by being a father that have helped you? And I don't know, like the communication department and then the group managing department?
I don't know. Some of my teammates are children, so, I got to be a dad here and at home. So, I mean, in reality, yeah, I think so. Also, just being a leader is the same as being a dad. So there's a lot of similar qualities that you have in both my life and my work jobs, work. So, yeah, there's some similarities for sure.
Cool. Well, thank you and good luck. And happy birthday, of course, to your son. Maverick. That's so dope. Wow. Super cool. Anyway, super cool.
Texas, so,
and he moved to Texas.
Yeah.
And his name is Maverick. Sorry, this was all off camera, but happy birthday, Maverick. Bro, have you experienced any kind of upgrades in Nitro's leadership ever since he became a dad?
He has more passion for his elder kids, me, George, Sonic, and Josh, Osi.
Yeah. Elder? You're not an elder.
Well, compared to Maverick.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're not like an uncle or anything.
I would be, maybe. I've met Maverick a couple of times. He's a good kid.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, Nitro is also a great guy, so that makes sense. Tell me a little bit about IEM Krakow and how are things going? Are you excited? You seem worried.
Yeah, I was about to say it's just as cold here as in Denmark.
Yeah.
That's all I can say about Krakow. I did play Katowice, and this is the Katowice replacement. So.
Yeah, it's like the continuation of the tradition is more like ESL would like.
But it's right. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, I'm excited. I'm excited to play. Yeah.
Cool. Anything you're looking forward to specifically? Any people seeing again or?
Yeah, a couple of people to see again. I'm gonna see Kras now from when I played with him back in Monty. I'm gonna see him tomorrow sometime. So that's nice. He lives here. Yeah, and just familiar faces.
Okay, awesome. Well, good luck.
Here we go, third and final map in this series to see who is going to be moving into stage 2 and who will be going down into that lower bracket to play later on today. Kind of a rough day, a rough draw for these teams that you have to play twice in one day. You got to wait in between games as well. Is that better? Is that worse? I don't know. Probably depends on the player. But we are here, of course, with Inferno as the first map, hard fought, went the way of NRG. Astralis with an answer back and an absolute demolition on Overpass. So that really raises some questions as to how this Inferno will look. It's successful for Astralis. It's high reps for NRG. But again, the caliber of opponent, the caliber of preparation, we are going to find out. A map that NRG have already won, albeit very close once again at this very tournament. So that's what we've got to lean on here for them. It does seem Astralis are your favorites.
Yeah, and I would probably make the argument that that is correct, right? I just feel like, at least coming on the back of such a dominant Overpass, there's a little bit more on the locker. And there's obviously very clear arguments to be made that they maybe should have actually even taken Mirage. And especially if they are to lose this series, that's the thing that's going to keep them up at night thinking, oh man, we really should have done better there. And we gave it up to NRG. And, you know, credit to you, NRG, of course, did fantastic in towards OT. We very much could have been settled at a 2-0. So we head in towards the great decider in the upper bracket. Let's see. We're going quick towards B.
Yeah, straight execute coming in. Delayed on the Molotov, in all fairness. Maybe buys some time, but those A players have not moved. There's 3 to get through here. One of them is Bro, and he's deleted 2. OC chiming in as well. The molly didn't quite spread to him. He capitalizes. It's all going to be down to Fozy, and he is demolished. Great round coming in from Bro. Tap on the shoulder from the big man, of course, but a great pistol to kick things off for NRG.
Also, can I just say, a great call, right? You know, they've gone for a bit more of a heavy B presence. You see a lot of defaults, and generally speaking in the gun rounds, but a lot of defaults lean 1 towards B, and you play 4 in through mid in the early round. You move as a bit of a unit. They've obviously read into what Astralis like to throw on their T sides. It's really decent prep that's come through, and they know that they have a bit of a fondness towards the B side on the pistols. And they had the numbers there ready to fight. Well done. Easy shots hit as well. Bro, of course, we spoke about him at the start of the series. Is a guy who, you know, the numbers in terms of the KD might not sing that much of a story, but the round swing, the rating and stuff for him is massive, right? It does a lot of impact with maybe not a lot of moments, and that's another one of them. 3 to his name. He'll have a M4 and towards this one alongside Sonic and OC, MP9 and FAMAS to round it out, but they're not against the buy on the flip side for Astralis, so it should be a simple one to dispatch of. For Astralis, in a round like this, with minimal investment, we've gone, of course, for that no buy. If you can get a bomb plant out of this round, you'd be pretty damn happy with it. Anything else feels unbelievably unlikely.
Bro trained in here, looking for the first. Sonic playing anti with the odd check, just to help his boy. An awful lot panning out at the moment as Astralis just running that clock down. Looking to indeed overwhelm the B defense. By the looks of it, Bro finds the first, and the setup is clean, baited into Sonic. Really good stuff. Molly down just to get those reloads off, but this should be flawless by all accounts. Some damage traded back, but that doesn't really matter. No kills. NRG setting themselves up nicely. If they can pull off this third, they'd really have a nice buffer.
Yeah, back-to-back 3Ks as well for Bro. You take that every day of the week. 2-0 start. This is the round that really matters, though, for Astralis. That one was a throwaway. We don't read too heavily into it. Again, get a bomb plant out of a round like that, or a kill, a couple of kills. You can take some sort of happiness, but this is the one that really matters. In towards the investment. But I say in towards the investment, it still requires a double Galil to come through. A smoke thrown from spawn. A molly behind it, but Astralis will still take banana control.
Oh, nearly the perfect nade. Stairs just about able to get away from it. They will take some decent damage, but really could have been devastating if they were set up. Still sending the peek in off the back of the flash. The molly and the smoke is a little better there to force them away. So Astralis moving quickly for banana control. NRG doing a really good job of keeping control from the site, which is often an underrated skill, I think, of the B players on Inferno.
It's actually fantastic util usage from Bro and Sonic there. Just denying them really getting any sort of clean top banana control. Because obviously if you have top banana there, you have so much of the map to maneuver around. You don't even need to commit to a B here, but they've kind of been forcing them to go check elsewhere, and especially as this clock's ticking down. I mean, we're at 45-second mark now. They don't really have a good insight into anywhere, but that's a lovely boost. Fuzi will find OC for free, but do they clear Cubby? They might overlook this. They're going to overlook it. Oh, no. Trigger discipline, George. There should be 2 dead to rights, and there is.
Lovely finds. He's got, yeah, the opportunity for a bit more. He's a FAMAS abuser, this guy. Goodness me. Big round in from George to make himself known in this game. And it will be enough. Sonic to clean up the final 2. NRG rolling forwards into 3. A completely fresh-looking team here as they come into Inferno. We did talk about the chatter in between maps. Gonna have to be effective, and it is.
Yeah, it's a really good reset. Really, really nicely done. And there's a lot that you can sort of take from that round and talk about in a positive note. You know, first and foremost, we already brought it up, but that B util and the shutdown towards top banana control is so critical from NRG just to keep pressure on towards the Astralis, but also pinces them away from the map. It kind of forces them to look elsewhere, but with that little on the clock, it's going to make life difficult. And speaking of the util usage, there it is once again. The double nades are beautiful, but Bro is so blind. Couldn't do a lot with that. Running through with the Tech 9. Sonic's under pressure here, and he will fall. So will George. B-sites open, especially as they get that CT cross smoke.
That's wild. How are they getting away with this? Deagle spotted. Not going to find the kill. Awkward back and forth over there. But it has slowed this roll, of course, of NRG trying to mount the retake. Gabby is not with them at all, so this could get kind of weird. He's really far away. I don't know about this, man. We'll see. If they get in quick, which they could do against some of the HP bars. Spoke too soon. Fozy while blind. Takes out OC. It's all going to be on Nitro here. He's just trying to run that clock down. Maybe even going to think about a save, and that's where Yabi comes back into the conversation. But Nitro kind of knows about him. Looking to take a couple on his way out. He'll do just that. And now a big fight, I suppose, as Yabi looking to drop all the rifles possible, and he will be rewarded. Round goes the way of Astralis. Pretty unlikely as well.
Yeah, he single-handedly could have cost them that round by just being too far away, but they do well bunkering down on that B site, even despite being blind as well. It's just a preemptive shot. Fortunate for Nitro as well. If he had just had one more player with him, if it was like a 3v3, I think they would have been fine because they would have been grouped together. Astralis do well in that round. And it keeps them afloat, but NRG can reinvest for the most part. He's got an ult, which is great. 2 M4s alongside it. MP9 and a 5-7 round out the buys here in round number 5. But probably a decent amount of heavy lifting got to be done. IOC, bro, George, who have got the premium guns.
OC trained in and ready for that first fight. They're maybe looking to break this smoke, actually. It's going to go down, so just taking the peek, trying to cover his teammate getting in close. They really are weary of all the swings here. Not weary enough. Hooksy will go down. And that's the first kill that they were looking for. You see OC finds that kill. He immediately starts to think about bailing and trying to assist on the A bomb site. Gonna take a little while getting over here. Nice nade to soften them up. I really like this. They're ready for Fozy. Looking good for NRG, in fact. Molly is good to slow them down even further. So a solid advantage and just locking them out of A right now.
Yeah, I know it's Inferno in a nutshell, but the util usage so far on the CT side has actually been excellent. Should be one for free here. Let's see. Oh, he jumped across. Second has as well. OC's dead to right. Surely. How's he got out? How's he got a kill? OC's surely not a second. Oh my god, he just about gets traded. But even still, 2 versus 4, 30 seconds. And Shaw bombs on the back as it heads to A. You making a move. He'll get another. They're going to angle back towards a B site here. I think they might. But Ryu's got to go. Look at the time.
This is not going to happen, I don't think. 10 seconds. Even just a
Oh.
slow down. Not
Can they plant?
Not enough. Nah. I'm going with no.
No.
Oh,
It's about 3.5 seconds, though.
I nearly lose that.
Yeah. It's like, I mean, he had a quarter of a second more. He actually could have planted.
Yeah,
I mean, granted, he would have died as a banana guy anyway, but close with no cigar. It's survive by the skin of their teeth type stuff for NRG. But they continue their role, continue their winning ways. OC 2 big kills from, of course, the first, but just baffled he even gets the second there. He shouldn't have been given that luxury. He should have been punished on the exit. Out from that rotate through towards B. Astralis will take their first pause as Rugger re-enters the fray. Buy's not going to be super bountiful for Astralis, but it looks like, judging by what we see already invested in, it's going to be a force. Ryu's got an AK, Khalil for Fuzi. Was brought from that round prior, and we just see a few upgrades around it. They're trying to reset that economy, basically, get it back to an even standpoint. But the NRG, you win this one, that'll be a 5th, and then the 6th is sort of a gimme, judging by the low investment. Bad spot. Not a bad spot. An important timeout. I think a little dropped over, but really looking towards Stair to prop them up in round number 6.
Yes, absolutely true. I mean, NRG just flying at the moment on Inferno. Completely forgetting about that second map, which is good. It's what they need.
Yeah.
A lot of utility here at the top end of Banana. Interesting smoke there to just sort of cover off the vision. They're going to go bursting through it. Yeah, lovely little idea. We'll see whether it pans out for them. Sonic for 2. One more was on the cards. He's so close to getting it. 3 HP is all the difference. Maybe done enough. Bomb goes down on an open plant. So a pretty sort of figured out round for Astralis. NRG not really feeling it, but maybe considering things. Don't have loads of cash themselves. They're just trying to have a look for this first kill if they can get it, but like Nitro is
they're saving
so far away.
Yeah,
it's a bit weird. It's like an active save. George is here, reveals himself with that flash, maybe trapping them in, try and take some guns away. He's going to do that on 1. All right, I'm not quite sure how I feel about that. They will go down. Nitro saving, the rest of the team not, apparently. They all go down to the bomb. What? I don't know what the decision making is there, but either way, Astralis get the round.
Yeah, one of the rounds of all time, that's for sure.
I don't know. I don't know what to add.
Yeah, just I think it felt like cluttered comms, or maybe it was also energy. I think there's two things. First of all, was they hadn't seen Yabi, and we already saw what Yabi can do on the lurk, so hence why OC and Nitro are so slow on the rotators. They were like waiting out every single smoke to dissipate just to see if he'd lurked and was trying to set up a flank of his own. He actually wasn't. He was going to join them over towards Banana. But it's a really good round of response from Astralis with not loads to work with either. It's costly. Nice nade that'll deal damage towards Hooksy as Thayer takes a little tag himself. It's a one-man defense here of Sonic. He's got to do a lot of work with just a 5-7. It's a big ask for him. Stuck behind a smoke for now. They'll break it open and they barrel in. There's no one really here to stop them. Sonic, does he even try and wait for rotations, or are they already going to angle for a save? Unless he can get a couple of kills for a smoke.
Yeah, very valid question. Ooh, Eagle close. Eagle very close, in fact, but yeah, not quite going to happen. The save angle certainly now coming in, as I think they will look to back away. There's a man in T-spawn. Yabi loves a lurk. This might really be giving it a new definition, as he's not made it out of the spawn, it would seem. They're onto him. They do seem a bit onto him, but they're never going to expect the T-spawn angle. And there you go. He takes Nitro down. What is he doing over here? Another weird-looking end round, honestly. Like, they're all in Banana. There's 2 CTs watching for the exit, but then 2 just hard saving over on A. I don't know what to make of all this at the moment.
Yeah, it's like half the team has ideas about making it expensive, and the other half is thinking, I guess, to the next round more so. One-round game, though. E9. Eagle and a couple of 5-7s. Should be a simple one for Astralis to tie it up, you'd assume. They are starting to build up a bit of finances behind them, Astralis, too. They don't really even care. As long as they win this round, they don't care how expensive it is. They're going to buy into the next pretty comfortably. Fuzi can get an Overpass as well if he wants. He's still deep down Banana is... Again, Sonic is quite aggressive here, and he's all alone. If he falls towards Banana, that is B-side open once again.
Yeah.
But I guess he's changing up, right? Because the previous round, Sonic, I would say, is arguably a little bit too passive. This round, he's trying to be aggressive. It's a pick your poison, but he's sticking around for the fight here. Molotov tick. Sonic knows his body's around the corner. He's under pressure here. He has to basically buy time for that rotation, and Bro's rotating over, but they're hunting down his position.
Looking to go towards B here. And it's going to be heavy rotations in from NRG, as you would expect in a round like this. Maybe a boost on the cards as well. We'll see what the CTs are able to find with some pretty solid reads, some pretty quick moves. Trying, but failing to roll in. I think they have a player up on the... I was going to say, they've taken their time in doing it. Unfortunately, the smoke is kind of good enough as it dissipates. They're ready for the fight. It's all on OC. To even just find one here, just soften some numbers, take some guns away, does not happen. The AK finds him through the smoke, and we are very quickly back to an even scoreline.
This looks much more akin to that Mirage, right? Where it is a bit of back and forth and changing of momentum. As they lose the lead, NRG call for a break in play. As Daps enters onto the mic. And the issue is, for the last sort of 3 rounds, basically, NRG have had really kind of wacky finances. Some people being able to buy, others down to sort of like a half investment if they want utility. And it looks like we're going to get another one of those rounds into round number 9, which is a bit tough. I mean, you're getting what seems to be a priority in firepower for NRG, but look at the sort of knock-on effect of that. Bro, Nitro, and George all have pretty limited utility, with Bro, Nitro only having a smoke apiece, and they've only got 1 kit on Sonic, who's opted for an MP9. Positive news, I guess, is that it is a bonus buy technically for Astralis. So firepower-wise, you make the argument it's actually a bit better over towards NRG. But Astralis have the full belts of util. And they are starting to find these real pockets and these gaps in the NRG defense. And similar to the previous round, right? Astralis don't really care how costly this round is. As long as they win it, that's all that matters. I mean, with how much backbone they've got in the wallet.
Yeah, so much to mix up with here as well. They're going to go flying in. Over on the balcony, not expecting the second player over there, of course, and I think he really does cause some confusion. The setup of 4 on A was so very ready for a play like this. Bozy will go down, but ultimately NRG, there is no sweat off the brow. They were in the right place. They were ready for that. And it's kind of a classic thing. Astralis maybe seems a bit in their DNA that once in a while they like to just throw a fast round in there for almost no reason, you might argue.
Yeah.
And sometimes, most of the time, actually, it doesn't really work for them. So lead back for NRG.
Yeah, nice work. Nice response. And not too expensive either, which is the main thing. But like we said on the flip side for Astralis, no issues with their reinvestment. He's got an AWP out as well. Be a nice nade here on towards half wall. Yeah, it is. Oh, hit down to 75, but Stair will get one in response. And he gets another as well. You are so lucky to stay alive, Stair. Might not be for much longer, we'll see. But the triple stack B here, and Stair sticking around for the engagement despite his low HP. There's a steal.
They want that banana control.
Yeah.
Really putting a lot of resources into that. Kind of on both sides, to be fair. Stair will get the old Bogdan's Law going. As he will get that AWP. Not a lot of opportunities presenting. Kind of posturing on A at the moment. Are they going to commit over there? The bomb seems to be slowly making a move at B, but also just kind of supporting with utility. Now beginning to believe that they are looking for a B finish here. Perhaps not. Hard to read. Hard to know what they have. Only 2 smokes remaining here. Oh, and a rotation from George. Could be a deciding factor. More smoke coming in. They will act upon it. There's the nade that Stair was just praying did not come his way. It's a lot of damage done. May well soften it up. The rotation's coming in decent time. George here to just thin the numbers ever so slightly. The transfer on the cards, but it doesn't happen. It's all going to be on Ryu. Look at the head. George to delete. And he was the player that we kept an eye on. Maybe for the wrong reasons. He takes over the round, regardless of the mistimed rotation.
Yeah, and do you know what? To be fair, George has been quite quiet this series. He's not been sort of as impactful as we've maybe come to know in the past, but that's better. Timeout taken. Another by Astralis as NRG guarantee worst case scenario heading in towards the second half. It will be a tied game. On a map like Inferno, which isn't too lent either side, you're pretty happy with that if you're NRG. And also just happy in general because you've been able to recover off the back of what was ultimately a poor map number 2. You've brushed it aside. You've kind of shown that it isn't something long-lasting. It's a good round as well. It's super aggressive too. I mean, even that swinging towards long, that double with George and Bro, really aggro, and it's a nice shot for the final. Finance is feeble for the Danes. RG should be getting a 7th here if all things go in plan as they should.
Early utility and banana once again. We'll see if Astralis maybe step it up slightly and try and really fight for things here in a low-buy round like this. They're creeping forwards with that AK. Yeah, they're trying to get him moving quick. Molotov will come down, baiting out some early utility, but still not super comfortable for NRG. In comes a flash. Oh, Sonic is deleted before he ever gets a chance. Bro finds one. I think OC on the other side of the map, that is. Bro's still alive here at the new box. He'll eventually melt. Does well to find a couple. It's a valiant stand. Gives them an advantage thanks to OC's kill on the other side of the map, like I say. Nade to bring Fozy down to 3 HP. Feels and looks pretty damn good for NRG. The hero is going to be required here. They are to take this, Astralis. Slow moving from NRG, though. Hooksy, oh, it's an awkward molly. Softens him up even more. They've still got another Molotov remaining as well, so they can get that in. I'm sure they will. Yeah, there it goes. Forced out into the open. Easy as you like in the end. Little close on the defuse. Make sure the right player's on it. with that kit, but ultimately they take the round.
Yeah, it's an excellent retake coming through there from NRG. Really nice usage, just to continue being a bit of a nuisance and forcing them out of position, and also just making sure the fights are super clean. Nice work. Again, it kind of reiterates this point of where NRG, at least on an international scope, are actually showing there's some really decent depth behind them. Coming in towards this tournament, a lot of people had reservations about actually can they really sort of hack it on the international stage. We know they've been doing good work domestically, but unfortunately, with the way the North American scene is kind of currently, we're not taking too much stock in that, but this is a lot better. Up shot by OC, missed. Information gain, sure, they're dropping all of U2 until Banana, and Ryu takes a lot of damage. Same for Hooksy, and Fuzi's not exactly super healthy himself. The flash is good, the spray labored, but Sonic walks away with one at least.
Just for now. An opportunity for a few more, as again, they have been softened up, something that NRG been doing really well. Astralis so far back. Yabi on the hard lurk, something that becomes, I think, harder and harder to do into CS2. Been doing a decent job on this map, the only one on the team that is positive. Bro, up close, demolished. Great shot from Stair to entry in. It's going to be George from this new box angle, which has found a great deal of success for this NRG team, of course. Remember that OC clip? Bro had it in the last round, though. So we'll see what he's able to do. There's no Molotov to flush him out. So it really depends on how he plays this. Nitro waiting for contact, and they are just walking in. Maybe need that flash ahead of time. It comes in. Oh, it's so awkward for George. And he's blinded up by a secondary flash, I think maybe even from his teammate. So he couldn't finish that second kill. It's still absolutely on here now.
Keep an eye on OC's HE as well. The damage being dealt. The flash is excellent. The flash is excellent. Look at the time, too. 13 seconds. The C4 still needs to go down. All on the shoulders of OC. He's pulled off a clutch and a half at times. Molly will come down. It lands on Yabi, but he tucks himself in towards water. Opting for the rifle is the right call, but clearing view might get overlooked here. Attention will be drawn towards water, and Ryu sees it off at the half. It is back and forth. There's niceties from NRG, but can they continue in the second? exactly the kind of half we want into a decider. And it's still anybody's game. Frustrations, of course, coming through for Astralis, understandably so. And NRG showing that there's still fight left in this side, despite a very underwhelming map number 2. But heading in towards the second, now on the T side as well, we've already had our question marks, haven't we, Screw, about the C side of NRG not always being where I think they've done their best work. It generally has been the CT side. And they find something here.
Yeah, it is true. It is true. I definitely would agree with that analysis. So, yes, curious as to what the game plan is going to look like on the T side. They've generally been a bit thicker, a bit faster. Inferno is not really a map that hands itself to that style at the best of times. Pistol would be absolutely huge here for NRG, though. Same for Astralis, right? This type of scoreline, I think it can be very, very decisive, or indeed divisive if things don't go your way.
Device mentioned.
But there you go. Big up. Hopefully a good time for him over at 100 Thieves. I see they're playing at Draculan. That'll be interesting. That'll be interesting to see what Device can do over there. But for now, the ghost of Device, I suppose, trying to stay alive. It's been a pretty quiet Pistol as they're just lining up that utility, taking a leaf out of the Astralis book, straight up B execute.
Rotation coming through. Who's he going to come support? Need to go the one with the Util. Also a flank burring too. The bombs towards the back of the pack, which is potentially quite worrying. Uh-oh. There's Yabi. Makes his move. OC goes down. Nice trade from George. Needs to be careful here though, George. Like I said, he's the one with the bomb, but they're starting to make their way in towards B. There's still bodies here to meet them. And time is ticking. 25 seconds. We got to move. Down goes George. Down goes the C4. We still got a plant in this 2 versus 2.
Unbelievable. Fake plant coming in to try and draw them in. It might just work. Oh, Fozy nearly lines them both up. It's Nitro to bail out, but yeah, that's a complete mess. I mean, the flank comes in just as they decided to stop watching it, right? And get that utility out. So pretty unlucky on that. Then you got the bomb isolated. 2 players like swap positions. The planter has to move and somebody else comes in to cover him. Just an all over the place kind of right. And then Fozy creeping on the edge of the smoke, right? Could have been absolutely devastating, but they just managed to avoid devastation. NRG with a big one. We got the force out from Astralis here. If this finds success, maybe we're back on. If not, it's going to come down to this first rifle for me.
Yeah, agreed. But NRG, though, finding that pistol, it extends that buffer zone, which is nice. It gives you a bit of leeway here on the T side. Yeah, with this force, it's not make or break for Astralis, but it's mighty close. Lose this, NRG find 9. Money broken, so they realistically should get a 10. So you're right, you know, that first gun round that comes through, that could be the deciding factor for Astralis. And then once again, going to go back towards B.
Ooh, little tick on the Molotov. Bro going to be known about. Will they send him in here? Answer is no, apparently. For the first time, maybe ever, you see a MAC-10 slowly backing away, not getting giddy for that first fight. So he's just going to wait patiently. They are still looking to hit B, though. Actually leading with the AK here to try and force things through with the stronger weaponry. There's a man from CT that makes life very awkward indeed. Now the Galil is up to try and find these kills. He will get one. They know about this player towards Nu, but have to play it perfectly. Meanwhile, they're coming in from CT. There's no smoke down. Oh, God, this is so awkward. Thankfully able to just hold the line with that automatic weaponry. Ryu, alone against the world, finds the first, scares the bomb for a second. What is his game plan? Bomb going down. I don't think he would have quite heard that sound. I think he really wanted to charge through this smoke and try and isolate a fight, but doesn't happen for him, so he's left in the difficult 1 versus 2 now. Quick movement into these post plants. Pretty unbeatable angle on top of this dark box. Ryu goes contacting in. Surely not long for this world. Will clear it, but he will be beaten. So, Astralis, the unlikely round does not come off.
Yeah, I guess clearing it as well, because that's where Ryu was playing in the post plant earlier, which netted them that final round of the half. But, yeah, they needed that. They really did. And the fact that they don't get it, it's gonna open things up, that's for sure. They make it expensive, I guess, which will take something away from the round, but NRG with the 9th, and the 10th should be a freebie. It's a bit of a 2-for-1 special winning that round number 14, just because of the forced buy investment by the CTs. Astralis on a knife's edge here as NRG to close, but nice find by Broke.
Yeah, should be doable from here with an advantage like that. They're even thinking of just charging straight through this smoke. Get this round over and done with. You got Yabby creeping. He's only got a USP though, so not the scariest of prospects. Meanwhile, there's a man in CT. Made it round to church. Bro's just been off on his own adventure over there. Any kill is good. Yabby does manage to get one. I feel like that might be all that they get here. George with a flank to close out Fozy. Oh,
do it.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
No!
Oh! Okay, just got the right click off. That could have been embarrassing. Holy. That first right click making all the difference.
Yeah, thank God he had HP. That could have been very embarrassing. Ryu last man with this Deagle. Gonna look and see if he can make it expensive. It feels like it may be a consolation kill. Like that. No, maybe not. Sonic turns around and sees it off. Only the one casualty in the end as well, so you'll take that. And George, of course, his cash in the back pocket with the knife too. It was very scrappy. That was nearly so close to utter embarrassment, but it's all right. First gun round. You put a lot of importance on it, and I'll back it up because Astralis, you lose this, and it might cost you the map in the series. Put you into playing a game later on today.
Out of control once again, being vied for and cleanly taken. Oh man, just charging in straight through to this B bomb site. And they have mowed them down. Lovely move from NRG, going back into their DNA, right? Thick and fast rounds. That's what they love, and they make mincemeat out of that B hold.
Yeah, what a call. It's such a nervy call to make as well, because obviously, if you get completely shut down, obviously, you can talk about losing the round, but it's actually the mental state, right? It's like, oh, okay, chill out, slow down, back to the basics. But the fact that you've kind of got these conditioned, slower rounds, and then you can throw a quick one like that on a bonus buy where it's not the end of the world if you are to lose. I love that. Brilliant work. Fuzi in this AWP is desperately trying to stay alive here. Molotov trying to force him out, and it forces him through the flames into the fire of Nitro's AK. Tap away for more as well. It's a great move. There's an AWP scooped up as well for OC, which will take every day of the week. 11-5. It's not done just yet, but it might be curtains there, Scriv. A certain lady might be singing because Astralis' time in the server here looks limited.
Indeed, they're taking a timeout here, of course, but I think, unfortunately, we might know what they don't. Comebacks are always possible, don't get me wrong, but this NRG is looking really locked in right now. Some great rounds, some great mix-ups. A lot of options available for them if they continue playing like this. Good amount of cash built up as well to just stem a loss or two. It will be a decent buy-in from Astralis. They've got that at the very least, and now it is time if they can try and find some sort of a run back, some sort of a reset to just stop number 12 happening for NRG.
Let's see. I think a freebie of an AWP picked up as well for OC. It's really nice to have. George just trying to put pressure on here. While you're going towards under, that'll force Fuzi away. Pod stack A, though. It's really down to what Hooksy and an MP9 can do over towards top banana. And the bomb's heading in that direction.
Yeah, still presence in the apartments here for NRG. So definitely potential that one of these players oversteps and gives an early kill away. And they doesn't quite make it to Hooksy. Oh, the second one does. But he's got the re-smoke. He's just making it look like there's more presence over there. They will slowly rotate a player around, but that might be the wrong move. The apartment's control has given NRG the confidence to just have a look on A. Just a small look again. Still not overselling. It's only one man's worth of utility thus far. They're on the contact util here. Brilliant stuff as NRG have pulled Astralis' defense pillar to post. Clean shot coming in to open things up from the captain. And they look to end things here and now. It's Fozy in the pit, though, to hold the line. Smoke down to make life a bit awkward. He's going to have to go above and beyond. His teammate's not quite delivering. A flash comes in for him to try and find another. The bomb plant being denied. He's caught on the USP now, but the rotations are finally starting to make some waves. Sonic does take down Fozy, spots the other two as well. He will fall. It's all on to OC to find number 12, to break the hearts and backs of Astralis. Not gonna happen. And Astralis with a big find to keep their dream alive.
Yeah, it's a good move. It really is. Right at the end there as well, with OC on that AWP, just playing together, Hooksy and Stair flying in off the back of the flash. MP9, they just know they've got to trade effectively. They don't even care if 1-4's there, as long as they can get that trade and don't allow them to reset for a second. Nice work. Pressure on. Astralis staying afloat just about, but that ship's still taking on water. Rugger really wants to hope that he can plug those gaps. Still quite the deficit of 5 rounds of NRG knocking on the door of the next stage here at IEM Krakow. At the very least, that'll reset the finances a bit so they have a good, solid buy to work with. Fuji's all scooped back up too. Others aren't dead just yet.
Snade's landing here. NRG with some earlier presence in that sense than the previous round. Trying to work the A-bomb site a bit more than last round. There's plenty of room and money. I think they should be okay, particularly if they do get a plant. Just that one player causing an upset, a ruckus over on A. It's George who finds himself towards the top end of the scoreboard in this game. So trading a lot of individual performances at the moment. Stair holding the line. Low on ammo. Has to be careful, but still manages to finish them off with some help from Yabi. I think those would have been his final 5 or 6 bullets in that magazine. Up, trained and ready. Not a chance, says Fozy. OC trades him. Does have that bomb. And only Ryu to get through on A. So hold your horses for just a moment here. 20 seconds, rotation's coming in. He's maybe missed the window of opportunity to close down the fight quick. And I think is maybe capitulating to the save, actually, as he's not really moved off these stairs.
Yeah, I think he's already called it. Should be okay. There's noise. You get cleared by Stair. Yes, kind of. Stair just picking up guns. Oh, no. Yabi in the back line sees him off from bridge. That's a tilter. If he didn't move, he would have been all right. But he thought there might have been 2 players moving their way through long and short. Down goes the AWP. Down go NRG. Astralis staying alive. Keeping the pressure on. Keeping NRG muted a little bit on this T side. Stair does so well towards B. Real lockdown defense from him for 3. The buy is bad. Well, the North Americans. Hero 8K for Sonic. Just a few good pistols around it. This is the type of round where you'd want one of those punchy ones that NRG like to throw in. And we might just get it. They might just fly out towards balcony here. In they come. We spoke about a punchy T-side round and a flying tech 9. Oh, OC and George. Nice work. Job not done just yet, but there's space to work with. And Sonic gonna make sure they take it.
Yeah, an aggressive swing from Sonic. I was like, okay, this is good. They're waiting for that smoke to go down. It's often a bad habit of players to go for that greedy swing as a smoke is blooming. The need to finish off Stair. And of course, it would be a round like this that NRG can pull out of thin air. Hooksy has a decision to make. The money not quite there. With a chance, of course. he could pull this off. We know that as well. The HP bars are pretty low, but again, potentially a capitulation as he holds on the edge of the bomb site, looking to take a gun or two away. Begs a question as to whether maybe he could have just held the M4. I believe there is a player at the bottom end, didn't quite catch it, but I think a very poor player over on the Astralis side of things, and they need all the help they can get right now.
Wonder as well for likes of NRG. They've obviously had these problems when it comes to closing out the map as we turn towards Mirage. Astralis do pick up a bit of form here towards that tail end. When do they try and utilize their attacks to see things off? I mean, I guess that's forward thinking if things are to go bad. They could close out here and now. Map series point. What a showing from NRG in this tournament. They continue to punch up and impress. The bait win was brilliant, but this one has a lot of stock behind it. Sure, you can talk about this being a new look Astralis and teething issues of a new squad, but it's been a solid showing. It really has. Sonic, one on high. Should expect there should be a second down low as well. There's 4 players in this direction. Sonic just trying to keep attention drawn. He's doing a good job of it.
Yeah, maybe away from George, who is the one that is looking to get the right guess. Still not the bravest of players, right? He just gets that apartment's control, but not necessarily going to take any risks. It's a pickup of speed towards B here. Big nade damage coming in. Oh, just getting the jump up. Yabi, meanwhile, will get one above the smoke. They've got to deal with him. They didn't quite know where he was at. Maybe a quick last-minute boost. He finds 2. Seems a few players were unsure of his presence up there. And it could really spell defeat now for NRG in a key round. Bomb goes down. OC is just pressing the panic button. Where's my bodyguard? Where's George? He's on the other side of the map right now. He'll make sure that he can make it over safely, I suppose. That's why he takes his time. A re-smoke at CT. But there's now a wall of smokes that awkwardly work through. OC lines them up. The footsteps heard. Where is Ryu? Where is he? They've got to locate him. Surely not here. He nades in towards Dark. He has to try and isolate these fights. He gets the first. And OC has a decision. Does he peek? Does he hide? Ryu deletes, but there's no time. There's no time. And NRG will take it 2-1. They qualify for stage 2. The NA hopefuls. And it's young OC who keeps them alive time after time with those highlight moments across the course of their 2 games so far. What a series coming in from him, but across the board as well. Sonic had a map, George having a map there, Bro ever consistent and towards, if not finishing right at the top of that. This is a good looking team, man. Really solid. I thought maybe it was going to be quote unquote over after that overpass, but they bounced back really well.
And I want to come back to the conversation that we had on day 1 with NRG, talking about, for this side, what is actually the look for them heading in towards this year? Because we know that domestically they've been really solid, but internationally they've struggled. We talk back towards Budapest, going out 2-3 in that first stage, not good enough. And generally speaking, international competition, not playing to the level that we want to see for NRG, or at least that they are wanting as a side. That is a lot more like it. This is a side that aren't here to play, right? And for Astralis, sure, again, we can give them that excuse of the teething issues of a new side, but they have just been outmatched there, both on map number 1 and that tail end especially, and completely on Inferno. You spoke about Bro, talk about, revenge, a dish, best served cold. What a performance from him. 20 kills to his name, 122 ADR as well. He started with 6 kills in the first 2 rounds, and he never let up the pressure that he put on towards Astralis. They could not find a way to break down this North American side with that one Dane with history with this Astralis squad. They move forward. NRG, that is a superb showing.
Yeah, very much so. And I think that we all leave as, enjoyers of Counter-Strike with our heads held high. Maybe not if you're Danish, potentially, and you are behind Astralis. They'll still get to play off, of course. They'll be playing a little bit later today. We still have to wait, I believe, for who that matchup is going to be. But ultimately, a really great showing from NRG, and I think that's just what we want to keep reiterating here. Astralis, we saw flashes of how good their individuals could be, but the NRG side still able to match up, and a couple of players that sometimes struggle to really have their impact felt do get it out on some of the maps, right? Maybe there are going to be some inconsistencies there that could be punished by some higher teams. We'll see how things go in stage 2. for NRG. But against Astralis here, I think coming into this one, people would have put Astralis in this, maybe a map for NRG, and maybe in the fashion that we saw, right? Like super, super close, double OT required on a map that's not fantastic for Astralis traditionally, but NRG able to just dig deeper, and a really, really great showing from them overall. And I just have to sing the praises again of someone like OC just really, really waking up. But we do hear from the man in the engine room here. We've got Daps for an interview.
NRG, that's what you guys are calling yourselves, right? Because you're full of it?
Yeah.
Let's talk about this game a little bit. On the other side of you today was Astralis. When you came into this matchup, what did you anticipate, Daps?
I expected a scrappy game. They've just made 2 changes, and we just picked up OC back, and we've only had like 5 days of practice the whole year due to Sonic having some issue. That's why we dodged Blast Bounty. It was just some like health issues and stuff. So I knew it'd be scrappy. They probably don't have much practice, and neither do we. So
you guys had the potential to, dodge out on stage 1 here in Krakow. So tell me how you guys pulled it together and now you get to advance.
A lot of our focus has just been on like as base fundamentals as we can. Communication and environment have been the things that we can, sort of Band-Aid fix in the short term. Obviously, like even our strong maps, we have a lot of gaps, and our weak maps, we have a ton of gaps and weaknesses. So there's a lot of work to do, and hopefully we can have a day off or 2 here to fix some things.
And as a coach, it is your responsibility to keep the herd going in the same direction. Is that right? What do you have planned?
I'm not sure what the schedule is. I assume we have some kind of media day maybe, or I guess we did media already. So we just got to focus on some of the maps that have the biggest gaps and weaknesses, and just try and fix them as quickly as we can for the next day.
Last thing I got for you, Daps, and we'll both get out of here. Daps, what do you think? What are your takes on the current state of North American Counter-Strike? Bring it in close for this one. Let's get something serious. Come here close.
Current state, obviously it's obviously it's probably the worst it's ever been at. It's us M80, and then Marsborn honestly has looked pretty good. Dude, you have to chill with this microphone.
It's hard, the depth of it.
Okay. It's at a bad state, mainly practice-wise, but I do feel like there's a fair amount of like people who could eventually make it. I think there is like more hope than there was a year or 2 ago, I'd say. Especially with the VRS system, I think it gives more opportunity. So, I'm hopeful, but it's definitely a fairly barren landscape from before. Yeah.
In short terms, it's rough out there. Daps, thank you very much for your time. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Always great to hear from Daps as well. Maybe North America's not looking great, but NRGR, that is a fantastic stage 1 from them, deservedly in towards stage 2. But attention drawn towards our second game of the day. We have no time to waste it. We're looking forward to up next. We've got Aurora taking on Pain. I'm buzzing. I know you are. A short break before we go.
Hi, this is Basement Dweller's first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up, actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
This little partnership, Electronic and Mutiris working, sweeping back through mid to make sure nothing slipped the net early. They are going to be a bit light on A.
They're playing a lot of faith right now in Simple. So gambling for the B or B split, and then they'll play retake A. How many re-peaks will Simple go for? That's my question.
It's one flashback.
Oh, he's committed. Not playing retake anymore, Alex.
Still manages to nail one on the cross. Shush confirmed. Doesn't hit the flick. They're closing the gap. That elevated angle. Kaspersky brought down by Aragorn and Simple combined. Shush with the necessary trade. It's Wrinkles. Scout gets nothing there. Quite aggressive from Electronic through the doors, but the bomb planted in a 2-on-4. How do you possibly manage to level the odds in this one? You'd have to spray them both down. Shush with just a one and done. Caught mantling is snappy. BCG take it. Weathering the storm of the back-to-back Force buys.
All right, well, they've grabbed Simple's AWP, and this is tough because those issues you were talking about of it being late to the party by the time Wrinkle gets his AWP, if Simple continues to find multiple kills like this, he's going to feel like he's literally outgunned. So they will take another partial now. But this can snowball quickly. They're in the lead. BCG 8-7, their map choice. Nuke up next. That's one where I really feel they're going to be tested and put through their paces. But Ancient to close if we need to get there. Snappy with the hero scout. Had one in the first half. Worked out quite nicely. Both teams winning lighter buys within the first half of play. And we've split the pistols. So pretty damn even affair so far. As they played 4-1 again, BCG, to guarantee this long control. Aragorn chipped away, Wrinkle on top of the car, so he gets a bit of flak damage. Biggest issue I see right now for NIP is just not enough utility to make any magic moments. So if you can get a cheeky pick, and then you can scale on a timing while BCG try and calm and calculate how they need to rotate, that's their best way into a round like this. So you wouldn't want to be in any rush if you're NIP. Take your time, give yourself as many opportunities. One domino falls, you could snatch this round away.
Yeah, you've got Shush equipped with that armored AK-47 if you do need a closer.
So B split, they have the one smoke for the mid to B on Kaspersky.
Hasn't been much of a test for this B duo, so intrigued to see how Crazy and Electronic handle things.
Are they just going to try and B explode with Kaspersky smoking doors? If he was down for the mid to B, I might get interested in this situation. So it's been juggled across to Can. Is it Lurk smoke? No? Okay. Just lining it up for doors. So they're hoping to overrun a bit earlier now. I was going to say if Electronic threw that off of the timing, but here they come.
Oh, he's got a lot of work to do.
Crazy's going to be smoked off.
They'll be channeled into Crazy. Force forward. Does Hut stand his ground? Sprake.
The Intel Extreme Masters Krakow 2026, brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Zowie, Checks, and the City of Krakow.
Welcome back in. I mean, when we say quick break, we certainly mean it around here. We are not messing about. Counter-Strike 24/7. Payne up against Aurora for this next game. Another big game. This one is a knockout series as well, right? So, yeah, both these teams, I think, an awful lot of pressure on them. Shaky start from Payne coming in. And then Aurora, unfortunately, not quite delivering against Paravision. I think something like 5 T rounds won across the course of like the whole series or something like this. And it was a very weird kind of series, but they just could not deliver against that new contender Paravision. So that's how they end up here.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking a look at the map pool as well between these two sides. And there's a couple of question marks of where this veto will go. But for Aurora, they're in a bit of a shaky spot, let's call it. We're not super convinced about them at that top tier 1 level just yet from what we've seen so far. We've got some top 10 players from IEM Krakow so far. No surprises to see the likes of your OCs and your Ultimates who are vying to see who is the best Overpass playing out of the North American side. But we do see some names that we'll be seeing here. Antares, VSM, and Wakadia all in our next series. And there is VSM as well. New boy on the block for Payne, looking great.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, really having a good time as well, it would seem. But, yeah, Payne, I think the new additions are sound. It, again, is maybe just the overall approach. I will say that second day, the bounce back is so much better, but they're obviously against a pretty weak looking bait. Meanwhile, on the Aurora side of things, of course, we have comedy gold here from Woxic. He's getting there. The New Year's resolutions, just got to win a major, I suppose, is the last one left, which would certainly be nice. But that maybe has to be the biggest gamer moment I think I've seen in a long time. Just, yeah, brilliant. He had no idea what he was. He's like, why are you asking me about my res? What are you talking about? Either way, we are rolling through things quickly here, guys. We've got an interview to kick things off here.
Time for Aurora versus Pain. Super big implications for this one, Major. How are the troops feeling, and how are the screen resolutions?
Yeah, screen resolution always the same, 6 years. So, yeah, yesterday we lost, so it was not a good day for us. Yesterday night we had a long talk with the teams, with everyone. That's we have to play our game, and today hopefully we can do it. And I hope that we will not feel pain today and be happy. Yeah.
Great pun. Great. I see that the mood is good, so that's always great. Yeah, you talked about yesterday not being the best. Can you talk to me maybe a little bit about stylistically? Some people might say that Paravision is a little bit harder for you to play. Is that what you struggled with yesterday?
I think it's difficult to every team to play against James and his style, like gambling a lot. But I think the power that I have, they have, it's like they have really one leader and 4 young people who's ready to die for him, and they really hit hard, to be honest. Like yesterday, IEM wise, I feel like they shoot very well, and I think they play good CS because they won also the first tournament of the year in the Bunchi, so there is a reason for that. But it was like, I think after Anubis we feel great, but starting city side on Dust 2 and just winning 2 rounds make the match very difficult, you know. And today, hopefully we can play way better Counter-Strike overall. It's my wish, and hopefully we can do that.
You say Paravision maybe has the leader and 4 players willing to die for him. Do you not feel you have the same situation?
No, I have the same things, but I think like how can I say it in English, in proper English? I think he's James in his old teams some issue maybe with the discipline, you know, when he was in-game leader, and now I feel really like when I watch his demo how much yesterday that is them listening him a lot, like, you know, and instantly. So that's why I say like this. Okay. It's not about
Didn't mean to throw you under the bus there, no. So talk to me about Pain then, right? Which I guess should be a much better match for you guys and the focus going in. Also in terms of activating Soulfly, who is of course getting used to all of this.
I don't know if it will be a better opener, but I think Pain, we have to not underrate the teams. I think it's teams that they bring 2 new players. They go to 5 Brazilian teams, so they are really potential good teams. So we just try to do our work today, our job, and hopefully we can, like I told you, like if I think we play our game today, I think we have a high chance to win. I just hope that we can play good. Like
we do as well. Good luck, Major.
So, looking very good. Pretty in-depth interview there, I would say, from Major, as really getting into the nitty-gritty of how things went down against Paravision, how he's feeling coming into things. But he is a man at the moment under the microscope. A lot of scrutiny around the leadership of Aurora. We have seen Astralis break up the Danish dream. Maybe we start to see Aurora break up the Turkish dream in the near future.
Yeah, exactly that. I really feel like as well, for Aurora, you need a solid performance at IEM Krakow. And so far, obviously, there's been the ups and downs, the ebbs and flows, as we see with plenty of stage 1. But now it's about time to see if they can rekindle the flame a little bit for Aurora. They had a pretty decent time last year where they were starting to go deep in tournaments, and they want to get back to those highs. We're underway, though, our second game here on the B stream. Aurora taking on Pain as Aurora start on that CT side of Pain's map pick of Mirage. And of course, the veto ran through. We got Mirage, we got Overpass, and we got Dust to decide if we need it.
If it is indeed required. Zantares here in connector. First, port of call. Right place, crosshair, waiting for some kind of a boost, maybe. Nearly loses his head just out of range of that one tap. Will be forced away here as well. Still lucky to be alive. 1 HP Can he give us a kill? No, he can't. He will go down. However, the rest of the team not looking too bad. Solid stuff over on B as they completely pivot and abandon the idea of an A hit. 1 versus 3. Not looking good. Raya Jr. all alone.
Couple of people been calling for Madge's head, and he's been taking heads in this round. 4 kills to his name from Captain Fantastic. He's on for the ace as well. Still alive, still breathing as Pariah makes a move up towards short. Let's see, will Madge be given his ace? I mean, bomb collected. They've given Pariah the luxury of that, and it's a foot race over towards the A side. Madge might catch him in transition. He spots the legs jumping on towards this. He can actually sneak a plant out of this, which, in all fairness, wouldn't be bad, but he's spending a lot of time clearing the angles. He taps, and he hears the steps. He should be dead to right, and he's seen off by Wakardia at the end there, but a fantastic round by the LGL. Madge with 4 kills to his name. Aurora start well here in towards map number 1 of Mirage. Exactly what we wanted to see.
Yeah, absolutely perfect stuff. So clean. I think Aurora, for me, are one of these teams as well that if things start well, if the calling gets good, you know, the flow state is hit, I think they can really, really take over a game. And against a team like Pain, I can definitely see them doing that.
Couple of Glocks spamming through. Zantaros actually wants to stick around for the fight a bit, but drop a smoke, make sure no one's up close. Riot and the Deagle. He's very lucky to keep his head. Tagged a bit by the neighbor. Not expecting loads from Pain in this one. Again, you can get a bomb out of this. You'd take something, but anything else feels outlandish to expect. There's the first. Looking for a second, but a quick shade will come through. Be careful. This M4 is actually pretty exposed. Should go down and will. Oh my god, Dooley's pulled out to close. Wakardia recovers after he runs out of ammo. Couple of casualties. You'll take it if you're Pain, to be honest.
Yeah, I think you'll be happy with that for sure. Certainly keeping the threat alive into this first map and just sort of making yourselves known. Again, a very important part of the mind games, which both these teams, both very, very experienced, hands-on IGLs, really going to be a part of the game. Early utility coming out here as Pain feign the mid control. It's not going to be the main area that they want to be hitting here. There's a lot more presence in the apartments for the time being. Just looking to catch some aggression, try and get that first kill.
Slow roll into mid. Timing on the smoke, to be fair. Re-up the one already in towards apartments. VSN's making a move. We look towards him a lot on this Pain side. He's been so influential in the successes for this team. And even in the losses, he's still putting up really good numbers. What has he got for us? Cardiach, jiggle peeking on this corner. Smoke down. Great timing as we just creep past the minute mark.
Molly forces a location out. Decent smoke as well, but again, not acting upon it. They're going to move down below, and I feel like this is going to be heard. It's all part of the bait play. It's Bigu, of course, who is in a great spot here. Soulfly, though, on the site itself. Oh, man. What is going on? They are very, very, very loose with the mid-rounding. A quick jump up into the window and bouncing around towards B. Woxic caught. Not expecting 4 around that corner, I'm sure. I would imagine a call, it's A, has already been made just a few moments ago. So nice little bit of movement there from Pain, and, you know, nobody failing the jump up into ladder room. That's good.
Yeah, I'm going to reiterate the point. I thought that was some pretty clean movement, especially Snow on the B hop in towards window. Take that. If someone fails it, it's really awkward. We have to like drop, either go up towards short and wrap round or in through under, which isn't exactly kind of a surefire position. So a double save for Aurora. Pain first gun round, very successful. No casualties. I don't think there will be at the end. There is a little look in for a hunt by Bigazera, just seeing if he can catch any scalps on the tail end. But the round's all but done as Pain find their first here on the T side. Nicely done. Will Bigazera be okay here? His feet might betray him as he peers around this corner. Yeah, and he'll lose his life to Soulfly. It doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. It's a nice round. Nonetheless. No issues though with the reinvestment for Aurora, especially around those saves. Toxic. With the orb, we won't have that challenge at range. At least for now from NQZ. It's going to be quite an interesting head-to-head though. Woxic and NQZ, both quite flashy, and their ceilings are super high, but it's always been about consistency, really.
Yeah, you would have seen so here. Spines coming in as they look to burst out quickly here. It's not working though. Pain completely shut down by the hold of Aurora and just immediately stopped in their tracks. Oh man, the flank is so quick as well. I don't know that they're really going to be enjoying this, to be honest. Woxic does get flashed off. BSM to find one on the entry. The setup's so awkward, but Wacadia's in from behind. Could make a difference. I'm going to find out. He's got plenty of utility to just hide this bomb away. Magic comes in while all the noise, all the distraction towards ramp is there. And so work for Aurora, but they will get it.
6-0 for Magic. You know, he does get a lot of flack for the numbers department. But so far, so good for him. Nice sharp shooting to see it off at the end there. A nice response, more importantly, from Aurora. Take back that lead, the buffer zone, and put yourself back into a decent spot. Open play for NQZ. On the flip side, we also got VSM with an MP7, so it's not the fullest of buys. There's double AK, that one orb got to do a lot of the legwork in round number 5. And I like this move by Aurora. This is bold, it's brazen, but it's going to let them a lot of information. There's no one towards ramp.
Yeah, it's a solid move. There's obviously a lot of presence towards middle here from Pain. They're trying to act upon. Feels like the first exchange really going to make a difference here. The AWP trained in, ready and raring to go. Maybe the tip of a barrel spotted there. Either way, charging up the con. Oh, nearly 3, but not quite for the big man. The AWP coming in as well. Its patience certainly paying off. Numbers are very quickly brought back to even. It doesn't feel like Pain are any closer to getting a bomb plant.
.40 seconds. B versus 3 as they head back to B. It's Maja there, but he looks like he might be about to get some support from Wakadia. Time taking though. Pain are not giving themselves a lot of the clock to work with here. And Maja's got util to still be a rocket. I mean, if he drops even a smoker or molly into his apartment, the whole round could be done. By that point, Maja's making a move though at a really rough time. NQZ, premature shot. But Wakadia falls on the other side of the map. 10 seconds to get something out of this round, and Magic's going to get an important one. What is happening here? Soulfly, it's such a long rotate for him. And Pariah hears all of this.
Surely ready. Close, to be fair. But Pariah will get it. That initial drop is enough for him to take it over the line, so a big find. Energy is there, ready and raring to go for the future round. Very vocal over on the Pain side of things as well, as would be expected from the Brazilians, but certainly much more chatty than some of the teams we've seen in that opening series, or even just across the course of the tournament.
Oh, if Madra just dropped a smoke or a molly there, could have single-handedly beat that round something in favor of Aurora, but nice work by Pain. Fine margins. They couldn't really put a foot wrong or make a mistake there. I think he's unlucky as well not to get that AWP shot on the cross. Full investment by Aurora with the double MP9. Very slow round by Pain. They're not wanted to test any waters. They're so scared of a gamble stack, which is, to be fair, something Aurora like to do.
Yeah, really quite worried from here. Shaping up towards A. But still not the simplest of moves. Really is looking shaky on that Aurora side of things. Utility coming over, but this execute, again, maybe not going to be completely obvious. It seems like they're really trying to play for these con players. They start bouncing in. That's a nice smoke to slow them down and make life difficult for the T side. As these guns come in, it actually doesn't look too bad. Only 2 remaining now for the T side. They even things up quick, but it's just all over the place on A.
He's got an orb. Oh, and it's a shot. Hang on. Spots the legs off one. 10 seconds. What do you do here if you're Pariah? He's got to get a C4 down, and he will. He taps it, though. He doesn't stick the plant, and that probably cost him the round. It will. Round's now gone. Will he survive? They're playing for time. I think he goes down just before it. Oh, that's a tilter. Obviously, you only know with the benefit of hindsight, but he should have stuck the plant there.
Yeah, a little awkward, of course, in the end, but at the very least, Pain do have these timeouts, do have a bit of money to work with. Aurora with a big find, it has to be said, and looking pretty damn good here to kick things off into this series. As we said, a big game. Doesn't have that same caveat as our previous, where there is the lower bracket available. This is a knockout game, but also a qualification game, so it kind of really is a double whammy. It's like if you lose, you miss out on a potential qualification. We were so close, and you also get knocked out. So really, really, really high stakes game here.
Yeah, exactly. I can understand why they're going for that early attack pause. So close. His first shot by Madge was fantastic. Really could have actually even got the second as well, but he opts for the more passive approach, and it nets them the round. Pain, that is a tilter. And for Pariah too. It's not a bad start to the map. B7 for Big Azera. Snow was talking about how he's a beast with it yesterday. A double AK around it, double deagle.
Slow build up once again here. As Pain looking like more of a B play that they want, but no opportunities presenting over there, so they are just going to have to bail on the idea and move over towards A instead. Slowly making their way. Slowly but surely. I mean, just fully grouped on top of each other. They're really, I think, indecisive as to what they want to do. It looks like it will be a group up in Palace. So this could get interesting.
Much, much slower game of CS compared to the previous one with NRG and Astralis. They were, as we like to put it, quite punchy rounds, especially in the early round. It's quite the opposite here. Pain are playing down the clock right down to his last moments, which so far hasn't been that much of a success, but Pariah makes up for the mistakes of that previous round for the first. Woxic will lose his head after getting one, and they get on the site and they get the plant.
Ooh, nice find. However, is it going to be enough? They know about Zantares now as well, so surely can just kind of avoid him. Meanwhile, Maja coming in, a dynamic duo in a sense. The old guard of Turkish Counter-Strike here, but they're very, very split. Maja now going to be known about as well. Surely Pain are able to take this. Dangerous moves. Zantares just cannot get a look in, unfortunately. So he's going to have to abandon. Pain will find the third. They'll keep some guns up as well. Zantares keeps his one tap.
It's a nice response from Pain. Whittling down the clock, and they just dive out of balcony. They've got to win that fight on towards Woxic. That's the really important kill in towards that round. And they do. They stop him at just one. So, response to keep the lead as minimal as possible. They Again, the support around it is being a little feeble here, but this is what we've got so far. But of these kind of force buy wars that we're getting out, neither side have had super surefire economy. They've been finding success with the less than adequate investments. Again, you look towards that man, Xantares. He's got to do a lot of the heavy lifting here. Scouting towards connector. Should be a dead man. Yeah, Woxic will fall. No real way he was coming out on top there.
Molly in towards window. Nobody around to see the business end of that. Smoke coming in, so Wakadia's line of sight also going to be cut down. Xantares, so clean, man. He nullifies that Pika's advantage so well as he continues even into his 30s to be such a dangerous player. Wakadia going to eat some damage, but able to stay alive. Soulfly in the advanced position towards ramp here is the big thing. Goes a little early. I would have maybe held on to that spot as much as you possibly could. Xantares in the backlines, though, with his AK, taking down 2 more. Denying the bomb plant for now. They've not dealt with Soulfly, meanwhile. He's just gathering info around this Tetris corner. Badger, dangerous move, and it may pay off for him, leaving NQZ on the AWP with it all to do. A lack of info for him as well to work from, so surely not going to happen. 20 seconds. Slowly backing away, tail between legs, trying to hold on to the AWP into the next. Big recovery from Xantares in particular.
And again, this is continuing these force buys back and forth. Less than adequate investments, but we said coming into this round number 8, if they're going to find success for Aurora, they look towards one man. That saved AK of Xantares, and he does exactly that. 3 huge kills to his name. Shut down paint. And that'll put Aurora in a nice spot. It's a 2-round buffer. But again, we talk about the support around what was saved, and it's going to be rough. I think you've got to be buying here if you're paying just because of double eco. This is super janky. Aurora, this is a prime time to not only extend the lead to 3 rounds, but lock it up to a point where actually it makes this half really difficult for Pain. You lose this one, all finances fall flat, and Aurora have a nice little runway to guarantee a lead heading in towards the second half at least, which is what you should be getting on the CT side of Mirage. Only thrown deep. Nearby Madja. Got a smoke up close as well. Is scared of a B-pop, which is, well, the right call, the right read.
Yeah, but now they decide against it. So Payne and the 5-man squad just rolling around the map in quite a lot of these rounds. Full investment here, which is curious. So they better get a goddamn bomb plant. That's all I'm saying. Really could give Aurora a great amount of room to work with into the final stages of this first half.
Yeah, they had to force buy. That's the issue, though. 2 of them were on double eco. Bigazera and Snow were both financially a little bit worse for wear. VSM like 1.7, I think, as well.
Maybe. It's tough to say. We're going to find out how well it comes off. Soulfly and Xantares deleting 2. Xantares will fall pretty quickly, and that's actually the bomb site compromised. Madja's got a crack angle. They tried to fight him, and he will take another. It's now just the 2 strong weapons that remain. Maybe in the slightly wrong hands. We'll see. Snow on the AWP. What can he get done? Fakes out the bomb. 1. Can't recock in time. It's all going to be down to Pariah Jr., who's incredibly low. Not got a lot of time to work with here now. He will get that bomb. Does not know about the con player. And Madja will take him easily. Beautifully done. The force buy does not work out.
Yeah, it's sort of a nice attempt, and they get close, but it just wasn't enough at the end there. So Aurora, this is now a really good spot for them here on towards Mirage. You've got double the rounds of your opponent. You've obviously put them in a really uncomfortable spot for round number 10 where they can't bring anything to the table. So this lead should be extended even further. 6th into a 7th round in just a mere moment. Surely, and Woxic going to try and make sure of that. Just on the jump peak for information around the corner, VSM will lose his life. That is so quick from Woxic.
Lovely, lovely find. Been a little quiet here, actually, into Mirage. Worth noting. Also remains, ever inconsistent. Pryor Jr. good tracking for the headshot. So we'll take that. Lovely bit of damage. Some kill bonus for him. The other new addition that so far in this tournament's maybe not been all that explosive. You said he was perhaps less of a worry than VSM coming into this team, and now we're seeing something of him.
It's true. Did really well. That's fine. Cardia for 1. Looks for 2 as well with the support of Soulfly and Madja. They'll shut down mid pretty comfortably. A couple of casualties, sure, but Aurora don't really care too much about that. They've got plenty of finances to run for the rest of this half. So now it's about whether Pain can bring anything in these final 2 rounds. You make it a 7-5 half, it's fine. It's workable. There's the foundations there. I think 4, or even the potential of it being only 3 at the halfway point, and then you're in a lot of trouble, and especially being it that it's their map pick. A lot
timeout here. Yeah, I mean, it really is important for them to just figure out what's been going wrong. Some decent rounds in isolation, but ultimately Aurora, with that brick wall effect, right, looking like a much more effective team. So I'm going to tell on this one as to whether Pain can bounce back into things. Like you say, a pretty important choice for them. And they have to really make it work. That follow-up overpass, probably towards the bottom end of their map pool. Could be a quick exit here if they're not careful.
Yeah, you're right. Brian, nice start. Down goes Madge, and look at this from Wakanda. He's got to be dead to rights, and surely, yeah, he is. Loses his life to the pack in towards top mid, who are waiting to pounce, and that they do. Biggest error out of another scalp to this round. Leading by example here for him as they start moving in towards B, and, well, no one's home. That's the round done already. And it's about saving for the remaining 2 of Aurora, Xantares and Woxic. We'll try and keep hold of what they've got. So Pain, off the back of a pause, getting an immediate round like that. And not only a round, but getting a flawless one too. Really, really well done. They needed that, absolutely. You lose this round here, and the map's already in serious jeopardy. This is going to extend the lifeline here on towards Mirage. Job far from done, for sure, but it keeps you breathing.
It is true. It is very, very true. And I think, you know, really quite a good moment that you can take that time out. And that works for you as well. I think sometimes if a round after a timeout doesn't come off, it's like, okay, nothing's going to work here. Woxic, just barely goes down. Big fine, though. Take the AWP away. Drops and all that good stuff as well. Going to be a bit harder for Aurora here. Didn't quite catch the money, but I don't think it's super, super healthy, actually. So, yeah, timeout of their own to make sure that they can close out this half with the best possible scoreline.
Yeah, they've got plenty to work with as well. So they can afford to sort of burn one here. And they'll have to buy. There'll be kind of no issues in that sense. You get an 8-4, though. It just puts you in a considerably more comfortable spot. It doesn't make you so vulnerable to, I guess, the result of the pistol round in a way. If you're at a 7-5, you lose a pistol, already your lead's all but squandered. 8-4, it doesn't put as much pressure on it. We'll see. It's again P9 for Soulfly to round out the investment. Now AWP on the flip side for NQZ, but T-Side AWPing on Mirage is tough at the best of times anyway, so I don't even mind him just prioritizing the right play. Probably could have actually got one out, but who cares? Quick. Look at this. VSM is flying up short. He's got so much control here. Wox needs to be a little bit careful. He is holding the angle, and at the same time, the quick out on towards A. The flash is excellent as Soulfly gets 2. Lesser weapon, but it doesn't feel like that's the case. He gets tagged by the HE, but his job's already done, you'd assume. I say that until Big Azera gets one. And another for Soulfly. His 3rd in the round.
Yeah, he's the only thing that really keeps them in it here, honestly. Drops that bomb in a really good spot now. Big Azera maybe threading the needle ever so slightly. Madja on the off angle, expecting some kind of a push. And it's an easy frag. VSM Man of the hour for this team, it would seem. He is deleted as well, so clean finish that they were indeed looking for. A great showing out from Aurora on their opponent's map pick. We'll see if it continues onto that T side.
Taking over control, can you feel it? Our body's moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Baby, can you feel me? Come and try it. I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Baby, can you feel me? Come and try it. I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Baby, can you feel me? Come and try it. I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Baby, can you feel me? Come and try it. I'm ready to move for the night.
Well, a bit more of a slow burner of a first half here, but for both of these sides, we're starting to see them ramp up as we head now in towards the second half. On Mirage, Payne's map pick, Aurora have had a little bit more in the locker, it's safe to say, but you can never discount Payne. This is a side that can streak very, very well. The only issues they really had quite consistently in that first half was monetarily, right? You know, they were in these half buys for a large portion of the early part of that game, but they need quite the recovery heading in towards the second. A pistol round feels like an absolute necessity here for the side of Payne. Let's see if that's the case. They got 4 rounds to make up.
Certainly a quick gap close would be possible here. Gonna have to start with the pistol, of course, and Tara's lurking around, but the rest of the team just forcing their way in towards B. Nades over the top. Snow, blind as you like, does well to get one, to be honest with you. Big Uzera keeping things solid here over on the B site itself. Maja looking for as many heads as possible. It's Antares who comes in. He also drops that kit, so that's good information for them to have. Maja quick with another. The bomb's only just gone down, and VSM to join his teammates in the grave. Maybe numbering the days that Payne have got here on Mirage.
Yeah, I think you're right. Smiles all around as well. It's good to see. When Aurora are comfortable and happy, they can play some great Counter-Strike. And, I mean, for Payne, there's obviously been question marks about this side who I feel like within the last maybe in the region of sort of 6 to 8 months, have lost a bit of their oomph in the top level of CS. Not being as big of a giant killer as they were in the past, maybe. They've gone for those changes and still not convinced, and it's not helping here on this Mirage. Aurora, it's not exactly the cleanest of Counter-Strike from them, but it's more than enough, and that's all that matters. Force buyout for Pain. And honestly, with this one as well, for Pain, you lose this, I think my attention already starts to get drawn towards Overpass.
Yeah. No, I was just going to say you are very correct. I think that the Pain team, there are sparks, but as a complete package, it's just not quite there. And maybe you do soon have to look at the legacy player of Big Uzera, also the IGL, and maybe call into question, you know, you've had a lot of resources, a lot of great pieces here, just not quite able to contend at that top level. And we're still sort of in the honeymoon period, you know, you'd maybe expect them to indeed take some scalps. They go quietly in this series, I think immediately questions are raised about this lineup.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I'll show it towards B. ESM. What you got for a scout? I think you see you're gonna get a little tag. He actually gets the second body shot to see off the cardio. And the 5-7 up close. At this range is deadly, but an AK scooped up will help. Hang on. Hang on. Force Spy has got legs behind it. It's a 1 versus 5 for Woxic, and surely no chance in hell of making anything out of this. Gotta be dead to rights, but it's VSM for 2. NQ's even an important one on Macardia, getting out on towards the site, and VSM makes it a third. A flawless Force Buy in response. Pain. What a round to take, and what a time to take it.
Yeah, sounds like they heard us chatting shit, bro. And
yeah, I think you're right.
Absolutely answered back. Fair play to them. Absolute fair play. Really solid. And they'll look to continue replicating that. Big Force Buy, of course. It can always be good. Upgrades of weaponry. Just going to be massive into the future rounds here. You see Aurora down onto the pistols. Have to go for this with where the money's at. Back in utility and whatnot. So, looking too good. Trying to pull something off themselves, though, as they go for kind of a mid-crunch. Nearly a kill. For both sides, that is. I think it was a dink through the wall onto Big Uzera. Either way. Nothing just yet.
I'm expecting a creep out from Palace. Now that smoke fades, he might get it. VSM. God, he's lightning fast, isn't he? Magic goes down. It's still been a great map for him, don't get me wrong. 19 and 5 for him individually. It's maybe a worrying sign in the sense that he's the man putting up all the numbers. I mean, sure, they've still got a healthy lead, but we are looking towards that rifling court. Taras, Wakardia, Soulfly to put up some numbers, and even as well, maybe a bit more from Woxic when the buy comes back into play. Big Azera and Snow trying to see off this round comfortably. Looks like that'll be the case. Only 2 remaining, one of which being in towards Sandwich. Wakardia gets 1. It's a consolation, though. There's damage being dealt, so he still could actually make this a bit more expensive in this round. He's got HP to work with and armor, but he's caught in the backlines as VSM gets his second. Another great round from him. And Pain, his life being breathed in towards this side. They're putting pressure on.
Oh, nearly left hanging there, but not quite. Indeed, the gap is closing. The gap is massively closing, and Pain looking good while doing it. Aurora still have a decent buffer, and as yet to get the conventional rifle rounds, so we do wait for those before getting excited, before making predictions on what Pain can pull off. Just the Glocks in this one. Deagle for Wicadia. Maybe. Looking for that first. Not quite going to get it. He's almost dead as well, so maybe somebody else around him that's like, yo, let me have your Deagle, bro. Let me have your Deagle. The Glock comes very close to taking down Snow. But nothing coming in this round, so we set our sights onto this next and see maybe a timeout ahead of it. What Aurora have got in store on the T side, which is where you usually expect a team to have some of their crap show through. NQZ, not quite the eco warrior that he wanted to be. The rest of the boys will get it done. Woxic struggling. Of course, sometimes you've got those stretchy arms. Sometimes it feels like you're a T-Rex. Couldn't get his hands onto that Deagle in time.
Yeah, sometimes it just feels like you don't even have an E key. It just won't pick up no matter what you do. 2-round game, though. Aurora used their second timeout. Both sides now got one timeout each for the remainder of this map. Favorite, it feels like more of a vibe check than anything, right? You know, it's obviously been one of those where they haven't had the funds to work with, so you can't put too much stock into the rounds lost. Bar the Force by loss, that one was pretty egregious. Full by losing to the Force and all of basically the back of VSM's brilliance in towards Cart. But you're back in towards the investment. Only maybe downside is a Galil for Wakadia, but I feel like you should be fine here. Put pressure back on. The big thing they've got to try and find a way to stop, really, is NQZ in this AWP. He's just got such a benefit of range now. This is the jump in towards short. He goes for Con. He's mollied off, so that's his initial early round. Put to bed quite quickly.
Mid-control. Santares is sent out to do what he does. Nobody around to meet the business end of the AK at the moment, though. Payne playing away from middle. Will be an A hit to end things. Aurora just have a question of, you know, how long do we wait? Do we want to burst? Do we want to maybe try and go for it? Molly is good. First kill comes in. It is heavy contact. I think they've caught Payne off guard with this. Still a good number of bodies to get through. VSM tries and fails. It's Pariah Jr. right now in from the stairs, keeping it alive, but nobody assisting him. NQZ, the only one that remains, takes one, spots another. That's going to be the bomb as well. What's the game plan here? He's moving into the apartments. Maybe they would expect him to, you know, normally end up towards CT. He's so far away. Is he maybe even going to think about the save here? Got loads of money. Feels like such an important round. Why not go for it?
I think he's gunning for it, yeah. I think he's going to give it a look in. He doesn't have even with the kit and the smoke and all the rest, he doesn't have loads of time to try and decipher what the post plant's looking like. He's kind of got to... Yeah, it might be more of an exit play. There's no way, right? He's got to sort of look to get on it about now, really.
He needs the kill. Yeah,
he's diving down.
That's the problem. Majo was glued to the spot. Yeah, my thoughts exactly. What the hell is this guy still doing there? What is he doing? What a try hard, you know, all that. But either way, the ninja attempt does not happen.
And Payne will go straight in towards their third and final timeout for the map. After this, no more input from the coach, and it's probably a good time to do it. Aurora, 3 rounds ahead, 3 rounds away on your map pick in a series which is of insurmountable importance. Very much getting to that now or never, especially as the rebuy comes back through. Cardia, just a Mac 10 for him. He's taking the brunt in the lesser buys, to be fair, but I guess it kind of makes sense. Generally, your IGL will do it, but Madge has been pretty solid mechanically in towards this map so far. Another instance of it, right? That opener. Pretty clean from him. Couple of kills in the round as a whole. 10-7. It's not quite now or never, but it's pretty damn close for Payne. You lose this one, yeah. If you want to go full buy, you're basically playing for the OT.
Adja looking for the first aggressive swing. Smoke comes down from both sides, actually, as NQZ wants to get the hell out of Dodge. And with all this noise, they're very quickly going to boost someone up. Crossing each other. But Big Xera making loads of noise. Wicadia will know about it. Handy's crossed into what you might call safety. Looking for the gun that he's just dropped. Struggling severely to find it. Meanwhile, Zantares has got his own round to be playing here, as he will manage to find pretty important frag. Another one on top of that. Pariah Jr. with the double AWP setup. It's all gone to pot. As Payne trying something different have fallen completely flat. Will be a save from the remaining 2. Aurora going to put this one to bed in no time flat, it feels like. Oh, wow, that's insane timing.
Yeah, hate to see it. And it all feels slightly for naught in terms of the importance of these kills by Payne. At a rapid pace, these chances are escaping and eluding them Aurora so close to the finish line now on this map. It's not been a bad showing from VSM. He's actually been quite consistent all tournament long. No credit to him. Pariah's had a decent map here. That's not been the case throughout Krakow so far. It's all come at a time where it's not making a difference in terms of the series itself. 11-7, 4 ahead. And I think for Aurora, they're just running through the motions right now. Not doing anything that is insanely detailed in terms of the approach, but it's working. That's all that matters. This T-side is just ticking over. They're relying quite heavily off their IGL, and he's putting up good numbers on the entries. He keeps playing like this. Don't change it.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree. Utility over the top. Looking to move A fast. It's a fair defense over here, but they've got full smokes out, not leaving any gaps at all.
Oh.
Eagle comes in, but is traded. Is there anything else available on this A site at the moment? It doesn't look too likely. Break of the smoke, but it's favorable for Wakadia. Takes down another. Zantares knows this man is here. He's in a good spot. Just needs to wait a bit patiently. Spam is there. They're on top of each other. There's a smoke in the way. Surely, if he just had a little look. He's like, where is it? This guy's got to be here. I think realizing he also got blocked on the stairs slightly. What is going on? Not rushing into things, Aurora. They will start to get this bomb plant out. Because they're on the other side of the smoke, you feel like should be able to find at least one, but Wakadia is dipped into another smoke. What is going on here? Big Uzera at one point, a really good spot for him. He's now been seen. Takes one, but it's a fair chunk. Surely not going to happen. The touchdown nade and the AWP shot at the same time. They will both fall simultaneously.
I really thought Zantares heard him reloading in that smoke. I mean, he might have, but there was so much carnage and commotion going on at the same time on that execute in. I feel like Magic got quite unlucky there. Snow's shot was intended for Wakadia as the flash comes over, but Magic was just behind him. He misses Wakadia. Deletes Magic. It happens. Round one nonetheless. They got 5 opportunities now to close out their opponent's map pick. Much more like it from Aurora. Had ups and downs, of course, at this tournament, but this is looking a little bit more like what we expect of them. Going to mid quite quickly. This is an interesting move by Pariah, but they need a gimmick here, really, in this round. Pain on their last legs in Mirage, and this is the buy that they have to bring to the table. Double MP7, MP9, Soulfly. He expects this. Pariah kept moving. He'd be dead to rights.
Yeah, certainly true. Quiet as the CT side looking for a miracle. They've opted to bolster B. I think that will be the wrong choice. It's a connector play from Aurora right now, looking to get away with contacting once again. This A-bomb site has been a real pressure point for them, a real success point, though. Tires with the smoke, Big Uzera on this MP7. Here quick, finds one, nearly 2. Could it be enough? There's nobody else on the site itself, unfortunately. There's a Pariah Jr. in the Palace, but they seem weary of that, right? They've not really had any Palace presence so far in this round. I think they are very, very prepared for what's coming. And the weaponry, of course, so strong compared to what Pain have got. You feel like this is all but done. Great flash CT, great find from Wakadia. The inevitable being delayed as Pain slowly make their way in. Pariah Jr. now has some space to work with, but nothing going to happen. Aurora with a keen second half in particular, which is where they have come under a lot of criticism. They will steal away Pain's map pick.
Yeah, it's a big statement map taken there. You know, real credit has to go to the man in the middle for Madja. Not only calling wide, I thought it was actually quite solid. It was pretty simple in terms of what he was calling, but it was effective. But also the numbers, right? I thought he was fantastic. At one point, he was like 23 and 5. So a really, really good showing from him. I think Soulfly had a lot more impact compared to what we've seen of him up to date, where it's been a little bit hit and miss for the new boy on the block. But that's a good map from Aurora, and to do it on your opponent's map pick no less as well really helps. You've got Overpass coming up next, a map in which Pain have had some pretty distinct troubles on. They're 1 for 4 in the last few months. I don't know how I feel for Pain at the moment. It's still so inconsistent. It's still so tough to predict how this side are going to find wins, and having to rely off the likes of VSM going nuclear round upon round is too big of an ask. That's a good map. It's a great showing, and Aurora back to a bit of their best.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Really, really looking solid. And I think that, you know, if we see more of that from them, maybe a wake-up call playing against Paravision, there is an argument to be made for this Aurora team that there's been some issues, but they still do have a ceiling. They've made a move, so expecting good things from that. Just not quite coming together. You know, this is a team that we very quickly have seen the best and the worst of, right? They have had some tournament wins. They have had some deep runs this year. But we have also seen, them get knocked out a bit quickly and kind of a flat major from them. So hopefully not going to be the case here in Krakow, and they absolutely should be making stage 2. No questions asked. We have to wave goodbye to Mirage there, of course, but we do maybe have 2 more, potentially 1 if Aurora have their way. It's their map pick of Overpass coming up next.
It starts with a dream, with a team you barely know, in an amateur official that feels like the grand final, where practice becomes progress, and every loss feels like a lesson. When will your journey begin?
That's an exciting prospect.
And it's been some time, right? Obviously, chose himself to step away from Na'Vi, had a couple of stand-in stints, Falcons, FaZe with the major, then he's on a roster where it's like, okay, he's with, you know, Sasanito, Andu. It's going to take a while to grind back. You're going to have to do it the hard way. 2026 rolls around. They go shopping. They buy him a core. And it's still simple after all. I'd love to see him going toe-to-toe with the big names in the big 2026. Counter-Strike keeps rolling on, and for many, the GOAT. Just love to have him on the screen.
Yeah, man. I mean, Counter-Strike's better with James and better with...
Oh, okay.
That's not gone great.
A little bit awkward.
Feeling good. He's come down the ladder and has had 2 pistols in his face. Snappy. Oh, good cover from Simple. Good clear.
Having a game. 17 kills, 18.
Make it 18.
We'll keep on counting. Him and Electronic, both in the double digits. Same to be said for Crazy. And this is the thing as well. All the talk is going to be about Simple and Electronic, but you have to give credit to these Saw players, right? Yes. Mutira's calling a good game. You get impactful moments from both Aragorn and Crazy. And then you got Taz in here. When things start to get a little bit prickly, he jumps in, makes sure everyone stays focused. And this is the thing, right? Taz, with the listen-ins that happened in the past, people were going to paint him with the brush, oh, he's just a cheerleader. Taz is one of the most experienced Counter-Strike players we still have in the scene.
Yes.
Right? This is a wealth of knowledge, a man who knows what it takes to win. And he dealt with personal problems in teams of his own in the past.
True. Yeah, and if anyone knows how to kind of conflict resolve, I think Taz is up there.
Yeah, like back in the olden days, him and Neo, they were on rival teams. They hated each other. Then they played together, were extremely successful. They also had this whole issue with luck for a while. That's why Pasha came in. I'm doing 1.6 ancient history. Like,
nice. And then I could bring up the CSGO history of the Mercedes.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Everyone gets upset and hates each other.
Yeah. Well, Snacks is in the building. He'll be playing late up. And Taz, he might be locking in a couple more days of play in just 4 more rounds.
I mean, yeah. T-Side's definitely got off to a flyer with the pistol win, but if you can win the first gun, then it really does feel tantalizingly close. That's if. Ken started out going to be playing actively to report on the secret cross and says no one's home.
The Ken in the coal mine.
Ken in the coal mine. You know, he's quick. Nice throw. Lands perfectly into Kaspersky's hands. He's Danish. It's like a handball thing.
Well, I might be getting punted out of this one very soon, NIP. Yesterday was hard fought. Today...
I'm curious, is this for... Oh, that's not so good.
Who's going down to get that?
Excuse me, can we have our ball back? Kaspersky's got him dead. Oh, Aragorn, rough death. Oh, no vision. Kaspersky still nails a second follow-up headshot. Number 3 as well. That's the Kaspersky we know. Impeccable.
This is where it is going to get hard on the T side, right? Trying to piece together and execute. Definitely doesn't help when he's playing ahead of the nades and finds the first, the second completely blind. This kid's got aim.
He's got aim by the boatload.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So
we were just complimenting Shush's nade throw.
Yeah. Well,
tough for Aragorn, really tough for Aragorn. I don't even know if he saw the shoulder just as he swaps to his nades, but Kaspersky, I mean, he's on one. Not even a smile, not even remotely, because he knows how serious this game is. That round is just the start. Need more. Ramp for Snappy. Gotta get out with your life.
Support's on the way, but they won't be able to take the line. Wrinkle will have to give it to him.
Muteris, this is so quick, so braze. Just running and gunning, hoping to catch Snappy off guard. Kaspersky, prime position for him to do more of the same. Tap some heads. Getting closed in on Snappy Profits. Look at them go. NIP feasting. And Snappy gets completely overlooked. Aragorn's had a couple of screamers in back-to-back rounds.
That's got to be comms.
Yeah.
Okay, so there you go.
There it is.
Is it a Taz timeout? Maybe not this round. Maybe just let it play itself out. You know it has to be an eco now. Give it the 9-9. They wanted to... Okay, so 2 things happened here. One, Muteris was disconnected, right? He played through the flames.
Guys, please, don't hurry up. I say 2B. Don't need to push, Muti. You don't need to push.
Look, this is the thing. You would never say that he's wrong with what he's saying. The problem is, and you hear this with... You know, the Eastern European culture, the CIS, that they're much more direct about things.
And, you know, when you're talking to a fellow Eastern European, that's normal, you know? But the difficulty is when you're talking to someone who isn't, it can be perceived, and especially when it is simple.
Yes.
Like just, I know I would play worse the second simple starts sighing down the microphone at me.
Yeah. So, look, a moment of pause right now to be able to start piecing this together. This eco should be farmed up.
Oh, great.
Kaspersky's had enough of this, hasn't he?
Done, action man.
All right, 5 staying alive. So some nice rounds in back-to-back-to-back fashion now for NIP. That's 3 consecutive.
They've shrugged off that pistol loss quick, haven't they?
Yeah, but this is the problem within this map. You're going to be containing all of those lost 1v3s in the first half. If you're BCG, you feel that first half should have been dominant. 9-3 is likely what you feel like you should have been walking away with. Maybe even 8-4, and it's 6-6, and now it's all tied up. And you lose some key moments with things disconnected. The pressure's starting to rise. Taz didn't bother taking the timeout when it was going into the eco. He saved it for a worthwhile moment. Now, again, going to be calming them down, making sure that doesn't flow into this next round. But they need to make sure that they're on the same page with their approach. Will it be technical or will it be in their face? Because the in-the-face moment, like that one previously where they scaled ramp quickly, it looks good, right? They were punishing Snappy, Wrinkle over peak because, oh, my in-game leader's in trouble. If they try and play this chessboard Counter-Strike, doing the smoke walls, playing behind it, they are going to have to make sure they take it at such a tempered pace. And I think NIP will be comfortable playing against that. There are limited nades as well, which removes options for Muteris to be able to call with. So I feel like it might have to be a bit more direct. Smoke wall, as you can see, not landing.
Happy, same angle, different result, because he sticks around for a little longer here. Wrinkle reacting silently down the vents.
They know he was aggressive door. So you want to try and piece this round together. So they have hit the pause, they've got this ramp control. Still clustered in lobby, no outside space, but they're not aware of that. And the AWP's not out there, so it just doesn't mean it can cover the line for main and the secret cross. There's 2 riflers having to pick up the slack with that. So for their finish, Aragorn has this smoke. It could go to single door, and then they can isolate the bomb site itself. It could go to windows, but they need to hit the shot. Snappy is not going to be able to. They can't allow him to multi. Wrinkle's actually headed back up. It's just Snappy down here.
Oh, this gets hard. I like the angle he's adopted. He's hoping just to catch that first one and then swing on out for number 2. This is the pathing. That's exactly what he was banking on. He can't connect. Electronic, very quick to react. Down the vent, stampeding. Shush audible. Second body counted as well. Kaspersky quick to the double doors. How do they approach a disadvantaged retake? You're smoked off for a moment longer. It will be fading now. Kaspersky has vision from window.
Don't have much space right now, BCG. They're all in the side.
Buteris is just a sitting duck, an easy pickup. That's the clawback kill. He's ready for Crazy's angle. Quick one back. Traded by Kaspersky. Just the toes visible. Simple's got to stay active, stay nimble. Kaspersky in a clutch. He'll have a look. He'll definitely have a look. Gets Electronic. Simple in the clutch now. No time really. Swinging on out, but he knows the clock is on his side and finds the headshot as well. An important and impactful 3 kills from Simple. BCG off the back of a Taz timeout. Find the double digits.
I know that they were in a scenario there where they had number advantage post-plant, but because they didn't have double doors, window, single, or ramp.
Like that does 2 round where they were all on site.
Right, and right here, you're hoping that you hit shots or trade efficiently, and they did. Simple gets them a triple in this situation, so that was still a tough scenario. It looks very, very comfortable if you're just looking at the amount of players alive and the bomb being down, but that was still a tough round to win for BCG. And the reason NIP can go for that is because they did have the finances off of the 3-round streak that they did accrue. So this game is very tense. I think the buy will be worse for BCG. Exist is just given the 30 seconds for Taz to get on the microphone again. So it is Galil heavy, a Mac 10 for Aragon, and just the AK. Oh, actually, Materis has gone in for a Mac 10 as well. So Electronic is going to take that at the end of things. All right, so they're hoping to not be going up against too many sets of head armor here. Unfortunately for them, there's 3 in play. Donating the util, dropping that on the roof. This is a tough round for BCG.
Yeah, distinct disadvantage in the finances.
Orb starting ramp as well.
Who's going to be their rotation piece if this secret cross is managing to make it?
It's going to have to be down the bench, surely, but it might be too late now. See, Wrinkle, they put the Orb ramp because Snappy was being bullied.
Yeah. Simple's the one throwing util roof. It's Wrinkle that's going to sweep through and ask questions of the lobby. Never mind, he'll stay on the line.
No one's rotated. Oh, no, I tell a lie. Ken's just gone down B now.
Very loud about that. May have been relayed, may have been audible.
Well, he's heard that flash, so he's going to be calling for some type of support.
Hang on. Lobby. Oh, shush! He wasn't ready for Aragorn. They've lost the opening. Kaspersky's got to come up trump with the double at least. There's the number 1. Denied. Traded by Crazy. Important, impactful. Wrinkle. Quick flick onto Simple. I'll have to take the rifle if he wants to have voice in this one.
Probably voice back of your head, screaming save right now.
Yeah, right. I mean, they've had so many clutches in that first half. He's going to have a little look. Oh, wallbang finds Crazy, doesn't panic.
Oh, no.
Materis went hunting.
That's a way back in.
Got greedy. He thought he was on his own, didn't expect number 2. Electronic's very low as well. Crazy's going to be feeling so much pressure right now. He knows he's got to hit this kill, and he can't do it. Electronic alone. They don't sweep through. He should be traded. He should be traded. How has that bullet found Ken's head?
I said there's 3 sets of head armor in the round. It's the 2 players on the retake who only have the Kevlar, the Mac 10. Perfect weapon for the job. They're running and gunning. They don't save anything.
How has he found the headshot? Running and gunning. A dream for Electronic and a smile. You get one of those a day.
Oh, this one from Materis.
Yikes.
Yeah, that could have been the
Look
undoing.
at this slow-mo bullshit.
Yeah, explodes like a watermelon there, doesn't it?
He had 10 HP.
Oof.
Sheesh kebab.
Okay, they don't save anything. They can still bring in 2 M4s, but they're bullying ramp again. Orp in the play for Wrinkle. They're already out.
Straight away, just bullying Snappy. Are they slowing down? He's going to be asking for a reaction. He's going to be asking for something. And just like that, he falls. Down the vents, 2 of them.
Aurora's map pick coming up next here. We've got Overpass, of course. Pain not delivering on Mirage. There are quiet hopefuls behind this Pain team, hoping to finally get that Brazilian roster together. Furia couldn't do it. They had to go elsewhere. It seems MIBR are having to go elsewhere. Pain maybe remain as one of the last bastions of true Brazilian Counter-Strike. The international world is a bit too strong, and maybe Pain, unfortunately, are selling us that idea in the wrong way. We're going to find out. Another national squad on the other side of things, though, in the form of Aurora. They seem to be able to do it, at least for map number 1. Can they do it in 2 here now?
That is the big question as well. And when you've got performances like we've just seen out of Maja, it's tough to really be able to contest. 2.27 rating for him, 24-7 KD as well. I mean, he had a whale of a time in towards map number 1. We're looking to see whether they can go back to back. It's Overpass. Coming up next, it is the pick of Aurora. And they've looked pretty good on it, to be fair. 3 wins out of the last 4 as well. The only loss being to Paravision at Budapest, which, you know, now we know is absolutely fair enough. But wins over Game Legion, Bait, and Hotu around that. Flip side for Pain, it's not been a great map. We've even seen it at this tournament. A loss to Astralis, 13-7. And their last win was all the way back in November against Tyloo. Let's see. They found ways to make it work for them. That's a good start for Pariah. VSM, the 2 new boys on the block. For Pain, start well with kills apiece.
Looking to get a little bit more here, as they will slowly build up in towards this B bomb site. Pain, though, the wall is just so strong. Aurora have decided against it. They'll back off, take that bomb elsewhere, and reset the round if they can. Maja has to do a lot of heavy lifting with that HP that he still has. Other teammates, not so much. So we'll see. They're still pretty sold on B, though. Pain have not moved a lot of resources up to this A bomb site. That could be their one saving grace here.
Alrighty. Zantaris and Woxic, both vulnerable. So we look towards another magical Maja performance. He's got a quad kill on the pistol in map 1. We kind of need that again from him, to be honest. He's not looking towards long. Oh, and he loses his head. Lovely shot from NQZ. Can't really get this plant down unless they clear him, which they do. Zantaris swings with the dualies. Goes for a second. Okay. Dualies for the double kill. They can't quite get the third, but it's given life for Woxic now. He puts into a 1 versus 1. All on the shoulders of Young Snow to try and stop them in this round. And Woxic trying to show a bit of experience, a bit of class here. He can't find the kill. Snow swings for the find. It's close. And a near chance there by Aurora. But Pain, for their likelihood, thankfully start well here in towards their opponent's map pick.
Should have been a lot better than it was for Pain, is, you know, your one thing to look at, but ultimately they will start off with a pistol, which is exactly what they needed. Zantaris had me going for a second. He really had me believing, but unfortunately not to be. They will force up, and it's not a bad looking buy. They lack some utility. See what they've got in store, if they've got any of those pocket rounds prepared. We have a fresh lineup coming in from the spawn, just to cover off the bottom end of Connector. So there's no information on Connector unless you put people there, which I suppose is what Aurora are looking for.
There's a mid-aggression at the same time. Aurora taking some con control. Moving their way forward here. 1-player divider is the first obstacle they've got to clear. Biggest Era's back turned.
A little scary. Ooh, who's this going to be for? Zera. Yeah, goes overlooked for the first. Second is nice. The assist from NQZ, of course. So man advantage for this Pain side of things. Pariah Jr. surely. Oh, I was going to say he doesn't get checked. He looked away. He thought he'd killed him. Heard a dink. I think it was just through the pole or something. Either way, very strange. They'll get the bomb down. Which is a return on the investment, of course. B-Smoke coming in, Woxic on the AK. These are all good things. These are all very, very good things indeed. Pariah has to give up a lot of space. He's all the way out towards the back end of long. There's only the 1 kit available for Snow. That comes from the previous round, actually. So keep your eyes on where that kit ends up, if it will be recovered here. Mac 10 playing inside of the smoke. The timing on this is ridiculous, but they're watching for him. It's all going to be Woxic to deny the defuse. Snow gets on. Late peek here. He's got to find the diffuser. He's distracted away. What can you do there, really? Pain will just get it over.
Yeah, and also there was always that thing, because of Pariah's position being a known quantity, like he's somewhere towards long, but it's that sort of lingering question of where, right? Is he flanking us? Is he still staying up close? So they have to spend a lot of time in terms of checking in towards long. Is he re-aggressing there? Is he actually making a move through bathrooms? And because that actually buys time for Pain to wrap back through Bank, and they just play together. In that double stack, moving on from the B side. Nice work. A 2-0 start on the CT side. Pain need a really solid first half here. On Overpass, generally quite a CT side. Man, nice shot, Woxic. Catches Pariah's head on the jump peak there. Fortunate way to fall. Of course, it is only a half buy with the Deagles across the board, but in the hands of some of these players, super, super scary. Ricardio is pretty mean with the Deagle himself. Oh, but he gets tagged super low. It's probably not long for the world, but he's able to get out. And Big Azera takes a tag on the retreat.
Centaurus with the jump up, been heard. And KZ is just slowly creeping around for this one. We'll manage to find it. So no crazy shot there. NQZ gets a flash in to take the peek. Gotta be careful. Madger thinking, but does not overface. Wow, Woxic trying to get one more. Still nothing coming for Aurora just yet. Soulfly on a lurk will also be deleted. So the first contact kill gets everyone slightly worried, right? Puts you all on edge.
Mm.
And since then, Pain have looked sharper, more aware, ready for the fights. Still not over just yet, though.
Oh. A quarter of a second slow on that shot by Woxic. He looked like the crosshair was on, but it was just as NQZ was falling away. 20 seconds, though. You want to go down before the timer goes up, of course. Taking his scalps with it, that would be nice. Smadger for one. No, hang on. 1 versus 2. Oh, my. We can plant here. There's a round brewing. The 5 Deagles are fearsome here in round number 3. And once again, Snow called upon in the clutch. He won it out against Woxic in the 1v1. Now he's got a 1 versus 2. Does have a kit, has a flash to work with, and has a freebie gifted over. And Snow will come out on top again. But it is a sigh of relief for Pain. That is so close.
Yeah, some Aurora magic for sure. He just gets lucky towards the end, doesn't he? That they did not quite know where he was. And the Rottweiler himself. But yeah, really solid round in terms of the damage and the shots landed. So crazy. So close yet so far. 3 in a row now for Pain. But Aurora have kept the pressure on. Feels like we've been in this map for an age already compared to Mirage, the way that they are just really, really trying to get this war of attrition going. Nades will come out. Oh man, and the damage is so very good on both sides, to be fair. Deep smoke here. In a party, so they're looking to try and find the first fights. Really, really excited for this.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Ooh.
Big Azera somehow doesn't find it. That's what I was waiting for, was the swing from Big Azera. He doesn't get anything done, so really questionable stuff. They've lost a player in the interim. There was a response in connector. This is all over the place. The HP bars leave a lot to be begged for here. And Pain may well let things slip through. They're playing so aggro.
Like this. Madger holding as Big Azera's moving. Doesn't want to go too far forward. He'll lose his life. He's already low, too. Dan's Law for Xantares as they double back to shore up the B side. NQZ going to play a little further back himself. Got 35 seconds here for Aurora. With them being back in towards the investment, this round is of the utmost importance. And Big Azera's caught his timing. Patience pays off for him as he now starts to get in behind. He can have a decent flank depending on how quick he goes.
Yeah, certainly is a chance. We'll keep an eye on the front side as well. NQZ here with the AWP. Woxic over facing slightly. Drops that bomb and it spills all the way towards Optimus as far as it possibly could. And they will charge forwards to deny any chance of the bomb plant. Falling apart for Aurora. Pain move up to 4 all too easily.
Really, really solid defense. The previous few rounds as well, it's come down to, you know, a couple of clutches from Snow down to these sort of 1v1, 1vx situations. That one a lot more like it, and that's against the much scarier buy, right? The full investment that comes through, but a much better lockdown from the Brazilian side. As Aurora go into their first TAC timeout. I mean, for Faber as well, being on the C side, he just wants to stop the bleeding. It's quite quickly that we've got to a position of a comfortable lead for Pain, and they're starting to get, as we've just seen in that round, more and more confident within themselves. It's the last thing you want. We know how good Pain are when it comes towards snowballing and momentum in their favor. And the kind of flip side of it as well, when you look at Aurora, they're a side that when they're not in control of the tempo of the game, they struggle to get out of this rut of form.
Yeah, it can be quite worrying. And we'll see if some of that, criticism that has been levied is going to be justified. Got to figure it out quickly. Early smoke comes down. Kind of interesting to see the, difference in monster smokes. The game earlier, it was that sort of wider, flatter smoke. This one is deeper in the pipe. Maybe makes it harder to burst through. Not quite sure. Either way, there's no one towards B, so it's not going to have much of an effect.
Early presence towards mid. I mean, they've taken this control and they've been given it quite a lot. I mean, Pain on wanting to play 2 aggro up towards mid in the mid round. All 5 here in this direction, connected to front bathrooms. This could just be a pretty simple pop towards B, to be honest. Woxic looking. Keep an eye his train on the right-hand side in case there's a jump peek. UZ needs to be careful if that's the case. Biggest error for 1, but Wakadia and Woxic combined. There's that jump peek we were speaking of, and Woxic will get a shot from Dumpster. Wakadia tagged, but he'll still get the shot. Nice swing on towards the site as Pariah hits the deck. Bomb goes down. That should be the round for Aurora, as they should be finally getting their first in. It already looks like Pain are angling for the save, which is the right call.
Yes, they will move away. Aurora's timeout, paying dividends, it would seem. Really great look from them. They will eventually break into that A bomb site. It's been the point of interest for quite a while on this T side. And they will do so very, very cleanly, right? Keeping the majority of the players alive, which I think is a big deal for them right now. Very, very curious to see how things continue moving forwards for Aurora. Pain, meanwhile, not loads of money in the world, despite the 4 in a row, right? It has been kept close in places, so the save is a very big deal that they can keep things alive. It's this follow-up round for me. If Aurora can continue the streak and close the gap, Pain are going to struggle from a financial perspective, but there is a world in which Pain shut this down. CT side rounds have looked pretty dominant in places. NQZ trying to make some decisions as to what he goes towards here. There is a drop with his name on. Opting not to go for the kit. We'll see if it comes back to bite him. Also, no head armor. Feel like on a pretty spam-heavy map, that can be a risk also.
It's one of those, right? When you look at where Aurora are now, it's all well and good getting that first on the board to finally break the deadlock of the streak out from Pain, but you need back-to-back. You need to be able to put the serious pressure on. And winning this round, of course, deletes the finances, but Big Azera's got other ideas. Flashed in by NQZ, he'll get his. And he's sticking around for the fight here. He's going loud about it. He should be dead to rights to Woxic's hands, and he is. So the numbers evened once again as we're getting towards a minute on the clock.
Oh, Madja deleted. Can Woxic find both? Somehow just about able to escape round the corner here. And Snow, blinded up, still manages to get it done. He almost gets another. Doing absolute God's work to keep Pain in the conversation here. Cadia creeping forwards, has to win this fight, and he does. We're going to be down to NQZ. They know about him. He's made plenty of noise by now. They will confirm his location. Bomb going to go down. He takes a wide move to try and find a fight, but it's just not coming to him. No kit available, by the way, so that could get interesting. He's just not going to check this corner, though, is he? Down he goes. Sees a little head, but not going to happen for him in the 1v2.
Alrighty. Maybe a bit of pressure starting to brew now. And it starts well, you know. Big Azera gets that first. I think he just slightly overextends at the start. But Woxy gets that trade. And again, we're seeing the impact coming through from Arcadia. Well, the scoreline doesn't exactly look like he's running away with things. There's 5 kills that he's got being super important. Getting a lot of space for Aurora. An unorthodox stack here, I must say, by Pain. This is a bit of a rogue one.
Yeah.
Wondering whether it gets tested, to be honest.
Nice to see the stacks get creative, though, I suppose. It's a bit more of like a VP kind of stack back in the day.
Yeah.
They would have just a straight line of players on a random point of the map.
Wondering whoever that is at the
thought out
back.
Astralis moves. Yeah, surely
Yeah.
he's just going to shoot his teammates.
Yeah, but also, isn't he surely exposed at range? Like, he's got a Glock. I feel like he's going to be spotted first. Maybe even the toes of Snow. Woxer could line up 3 here. But he might not even get the chance to because they've been mowed down by Xantaras. He'll take the ecos with open arms. Of course, they've seen the numbers there, so now they just run towards B. It's a foot race and one in which Pain will lose.
Oh, it's true. But I mean, look, you just after 1 kill and an AK, that is profit. You can get any more than that, you'll be happy. And you should be able to save this AK as well. So, you know, that's kind of the idea behind a stack like that. Just cheese 1 kill. Also, I think just keeps you from losing your mind. Now, Snow has revealed himself pretty early into proceedings here. They're going to be hunting him. Down he goes. So no AK saved, actually. Not quite as good as first thought, but would have been a tough save, to be fair. They knew about him for quite some time. It seemed like the hunt was on. He was trying to make a proactive move, I guess.
Yeah. This is good, though. This is a good streak coming through. And also making sure that against the low buys, they are, for the most part, inexpensive is also a real positive. Pain. Guns back in play. NQZ into the AWP. Woxic's looking a lot more solid here on Overpass. NQZ's got to try and find a way. There's an A-stack here. Uh-oh. Briar could be in a bit of trouble, depending on when they throw it. And it comes. Briar's in trouble. He's in a lot of trouble, and he's dead. And, oh, VSM's lucky to stay alive himself.
The airstrike. Devastating. The bombing run. VSM lucky to be alive, I think. But something that Aurora will be able to capitalize on later. And no need to rush, right? Overpass is a map. The conversions, 5v4 conversions, super, super high on this map, even for a T side. If you just play your cards right, you should be able to work from here, and that's exactly what Aurora are trying to lean on. A late B move, it would seem, and unfortunately Pain are putting their chips into A. They're going to lose it all on black over there.
I think the second they move forward in towards this B side, it's a known quantity. When the U2 comes down, you just save. Reset with the 4. The only thing is about this one man here. Snow had to basically get 2 quick kills to buy time for rotations to come over. For him, I think now it's about escaping. Yeah, he's got the right idea. Tail between his legs, he's out of there. Hightailing it as he knows there's just no point sticking around. The nade will come over to do a bit of damage. Well, who really cares? A flawless round from Aurora. And they're going to tie this game up. 4 rounds already. T-side Overpass. You're pretty happy with that. And we're once again seeing the issues for Pain on this map. Just being overrun. Individuals doing really, really good work. And that being said, it's individuals with, you know, Soulfire's still yet to frag. He's 0-5. Arcadia, there could be more for him here. There's the first. As he expects the second. VSM around the corner. He'll get the trade, which is something to take away at the very least. But he's desperately just trying to keep his gun in play. He get hunted. He will. Xantaras making sure there is no smiles on the faces to Pain at the end. This is a really good response. After a poor start, they call for that pause, and it's been one-way traffic since.
Yeah, which is absolutely a good sign and what you want, right? Really, really great stuff from Aurora, and just to be able to do that feels pretty solid improvements from the game yesterday at the very least. I won't speak further on into the tournament if they do make it that far, not to call it early or to jinx them. But
yeah, true.
So far looking good. Pain little less available in the locker for them.
It's a pretty important time to take a pause, I think, as well. A similar vein to what Aurora are doing. It's about stopping the bleeding. Here's the airstrike onto Pariah. But even still as well, VSM, he's very lucky to walk away from that one unscathed. He moves away from that last nade at just the right time. Investment's rough. It's not a full buy, though. It's just a half investment around what's saved. Nice flash. Soul Flash, second behind it as well. He's under pressure here. Gotta come out on top. He's focused. Another flash, but while full blind will get his first. He looks for the second, which he can't quite find. Labored spray will cost him his life. There's a gun to be scooped up there, but it's a pretty perilous spot to try and collect. He actually got it.
Oh, this is so...
Surely
sweet
not.
from Zantares.
He won't change.
Yeah, brilliant. What a find. I know, but just also what a solid read from him to be like, okay, he's going to pick up the rifle, then he's going to try and scale behind us.
Yeah, it's nice
so
work.
good. VSM hidden in. He's incredibly low. Oh, they're not checking him. He gets away with one, which is more than he really bargained for. Might be able to get another here.
Oh.
Unfortunately not, but he's done an awful lot there. That's very nearly a mess from Aurora, just not considering anybody else to be on the site. One plank going to come in. I think QZ with the silent drop down at the very least, but still going to be tough with this AWP. 1 versus 2. No kit to speak of. Got to move fast. Curious that he is, again, looking in for this clutch despite having the AWP in hand. I don't think you can cross this threshold, though. Yeah, nobody peeking him, so he's going to move to attempt the save. Boxic catches him, though. That's the thing. If you commit, you risk that death.
Yeah, I guess the one thing you can say is, like, it's not the end of the world that he dies there just because they have money. That was a half buy, but, man, even still, the likelihood of pulling off that 1 versus 2 was so slim. Aurora are looking great. That's 5 rounds in a row from them on this T side. We've lost bonus back into the buy for Pain, sure, but they're feeling all the pain at the moment. They can't get anything going now that the finances have been shored up for Aurora and they've managed to break the deadlock a bit. Just took a moment from them of where needed a bit of a kick up the arse to stop letting things slip. Nice swing from Zantares. He should never get away with that kill, but he does.
Madja with another for the T side of things. Zantares looking to get giddy here and push forwards if he can. Not happening just yet, but you feel from a 5-on-3 position should be Aurora with another round. Just forcing those early fights and finding them pretty effectively, in all honesty. Going to be another slow wind-up, however. Aurora just do not want to squander the opportunity of this position. Full A lean from Pain. Maybe a little bit of presence towards Heaven. I don't even think so. Yeah, he's starting now to move more towards A, as you see on your minimap. Meanwhile, they've got Madja deep in a B with lots of info. Zantares strikes, and this is what, you know, a 5-on-3 nets you. You can send an individual to do the work of usually 2 or 3 people in a more conventional 5-on-5.
Oh, hang on. There's a flank on a flank, and Zantares turns around to catch VSM. The Snow, he's sort of stuck now about where to save. There's bodies over towards A, and obviously he knows there's bodies down towards B. Sort of fed the needle a little bit. Gonna make a move. Drops down after getting the first. He's looking for a second as well, which he finds. He just doesn't expect the third of Soulflight. Frustrations, as you can see, for the youngster. But Aurora, another one for them. This hot streak of rounds continues. Now 6 in a row. As we head towards the tail end of this first half, what a recovery from 4-0 down and looking non-existent on their map pick. They call a pause. Abe gets on the mic, and it's just been only one team in it ever since. Pain are barely scratching the surface. They half buy here to fully invest into the last round of the half, but man alive, this has fallen so flat and so quickly as well. And they just cannot stop. this ship from sinking in this first half. And that's more or less sums it up. A labored spray. Snow will drop to Akadi as he looks for a second. Oh, and he gets it. He's so sharp. VSM also 6 feet under. And it feels like so a pain in this map at the moment.
Adja creeping forwards. Zantara's trying to make some noise. He's got a flash downstairs for Wakadia. Nobody on the business end of it just yet, though. Looking good, right? There's not really been an opportunity for a trade. Oh! In between the legs. But maybe distracting from the crosshair at the very least. Could have been a frag. Not quite. Wakadia looking good. That was smooth. NQZ and Pariah Jr. the only two that remain here, and there's just nothing really to write home about. Wakadia on for the ace, in fact. Don't know that he's going to get chance at all 5, but maybe a nice 4-piece for him to just get up there on the scoreboard.
Looks like Soulfly should get his. I mean, only a mere wall separates these two. Will he check it? Yes. Doesn't matter, though. Down goes his head, but Zentaros will get the quick response. And Pariah, similar to Snow in that previous round, he has a tough decision about where to save, just by the merit, as he knows his body's towards a Woxic. Will see off the last. Another fantastic round from Aurora, just making sure. No doubts in that one, as Pain go immediately in towards their second timeout. And can you blame them, right? We'll keep saying it. This is a hot streak from Aurora. 7 rounds in a row from them. Where have Pain gone? They are not present in the server at the moment. And Rix, coach over towards Pain, just desperately trying to steady this ship, and it just continues to rock in these murky waters. Of course, we know the ramifications of a loss here as well. Those who aren't aware, this is the lower bracket. Winner goes to stage 2, but loser we say goodbye to.
Yeah. I mean, Pain, real huge checkout. It can be hard on the CT side, right? Couple close rifles, suddenly you find yourself ecoing more consistently than you'd like. I think that certainly seems to be the case for this squad. But time will tell. Try and soften the blow as much as they possibly can, with hopefully a 5th round for them off the back of some tactical talk. Try and keep them together here. Meanwhile, Aurora, not much really needs to change. Keep on keeping on.
That's it.
Ooh, the timing may be a little weird there. VSM could have spotted something. The door's closed. I was going to say, I think the door is closed, actually, but...
Yeah.
They know about it. They boost up.
Let's move.
And a nice find from VSM in the end. The info is valuable. Is there a trade available here? Flash is good.
Oh.
4-2. Brilliant stuff. Wakadia breaks the round open.
He's robotic. Wakadia, these shots are so sharp. They've heard the accept as well. Pariah should be dead. Soulfly had his number. He had the drop, but it doesn't mean he can win up the head-to-head. It continues to be a slow map from him. Bomb will go down 3 versus 3. As the post part now set up, they've got a decent read of what the rotations are looking like. And Taurus has got to win this one. This is a quick reaction. He finds Big Azera. Now got a call from the grave. And the 2 remaining of Pariah and NQZ have got to dig them out of this hole. Is it going to be 8 in a row for Aurora is the question. And the answer is yes. What a run of form from the Turkish side. They are looking to close this in 2. And we'll have to see in the second half.
Well, this could be the final half for just one of these teams. Aurora's already got a map in hand. Pain certainly feeling the pain in that first half. It started so very well, and then they just completely fumbled it, completely lost control. And it was 8 in a row for the likes of Aurora. Really solid stuff. You see the odds shift massively in favor of Aurora as well. Rightfully so. Pain struggling. They now move on to the T side of a weaker map for them. So you're not expecting big things here. We'll see if they can dig deep and find a third.
Yeah, and those odds as well. It makes complete sense considering that Aurora are going in towards this CT side. Pain. What a squandered first half. 4-0 out the gates. Looking so sick. And they all fall flat. Let's see what they got for us. They're trying to make their way out of Monster. And Wakardi is here trying to hopefully spam through the smoke. He'll tuck his head in towards that said smoke as NQZ gets one. Zantara's quick on the tray. Soulfly and Zantara's combine well. The pistol might be falling apart at the seams already. And as Wakardi dives through, he'll finally get his. This could be wraps already. It could be curtains in this series and in this tournament for Pain as well. They are rapidly running out of chances.
Yeah, not looking good at all. Not what they wanted. Aurora, CTNs have been what people have been praising, so that's another thing to really worry about if you're a Pain fan. Time will tell on this one. Decent weaponry out for that CT side. We've got Woxic on the MP7 with 1,400 in the back pocket. Looking to make a bit of money here. And he might just do that up against 5 Glocks. Now just 4. Now just 2. So decent stuff. Snow will answer back with his. However, Woxic, more and more money for the AWPer. He's on for the Eco Ace here. VSM's recovered that M4. And it's Major to deny the ace, but ultimately a very, very clean round coming through from Woxic in particular. That's where you want that money. He's got like 4K now.
Yeah. Plus the round win bonus too. He's loving life. He doesn't even actually need to buy it out here. He can just keep it in the back pocket. Re-up the util. And just go back in with the MP7. Let's see. No, he does actually go for the AWP. Could have actually just played this as a bonus, but you've got so many rounds in arrears. Aurora want to make sure. We'll keep bringing up the point. There's now 10 rounds in a row by Aurora across the two halves. Mental stuff for them. Pain are completely checked out.
Yeah, it's wild. It really is. Major spamming away. Does some decent damage. Soulfly going to take a chunk, but ultimately looking good for this CT side. All important round here now. It feels like this is what it all hinges upon. Woxic on the open angle. Looking for the opener. They're slowly building up towards A.
Woxic playing nice and open. Often gets flashed on this corner, but preemptive pop shot could work in his favor. There's not a lot of util either for Pain for the remainder of this round. 3 smokes and 1 flash. 7 execute, and then the hope of a post-bomb 2. There's the pop flash. That'll force Woxic off the angles, and Tara's now called upon.
Oh, Woxic does manage to find one. Zantara's as well, chiming in. Woxic loses his head, but Major's here quick. Not going to be expecting him. He also doesn't expect how deep they managed to get there. It's a messy round. A lack of comms and info making all the difference. 25 seconds. They get the bomb down. Kadia hidden inside the smoke. Soulfly, meanwhile, speedy flank. So who do they want to go first? I think you want Soulfly to distract here as best he can. Off angle coming in. Ready for Wakadia. He brings it down to the one-on-one. Where is this final player? Can't quite locate him. Tap on the bomb. Seen him, but does not get the spray down. 2 HP the difference.
2 HP. Fine margins. Still plenty of rounds in arrears. And find out after 11 times of trying a round back on the board for Pain. But still such a tall mountain they have to climb to get back in towards this map and series. 5 rounds in a row just to tie it up now. The issue is because That could have been a bonus buy. They opt to full buy into it. These are no funds here. Quite a lot of teams would have just kept the MP7s there and the MP9s and utilized them in towards the next. It's fine. They're not under too much pressure. However, if they do squander this lead, that'll be a point we come back to. Why didn't they keep hold of the guns that they had? Because they're going to have a look in. He spots one. He's going to go up close. He's got the MP7, so why wouldn't you? So many down in towards connector. VSM's going to be tested in a second. Thankfully, he doesn't have the support. They're pincered in here as well. Could be money to be made, but MP7 dropped and scooped up.
5-7 over Cadia. Oh, actually,
yeah, we'll close
sorry.
that. No, yeah.
No, yeah. Didn't mean to open that. Sorry.
Yeah. Ignore me, mate. I want nothing to do with this, in fact.
Ooh, I like this. Ah, the flash is nearly so good. Doesn't blind both of them. Had you here with the MP7 deleted. 5-7. Ooh, there you go. Good for one. We'll go down to the fire, but was kind of a dead man walking anyway. Arcadia the next to fall. So nothing too crazy. Little bit of damage. Pain. 4 more rounds to go.
This is the way to approach. Bit by bit, paying on a call for the third and final timeout as well. And I like this by Rix, calling it from a moment of success, because you want to capitalize upon it. You know that the reinvestment's coming back in for Aurora, but you know how important it is. If you can come out on top here, in round number 17, you really open up the pathway to getting back in towards this game. You win this one, you can make it a one-round game because of the eco that'll follow for the Turkish side. Very important position.
Just kind of thinking, looking down the field as to what could change here. They do have the onus and a lot of utility, but I feel not really seen a lot of depth from them. It's so hard on this map to pull off a pace change. Maybe that's what we are getting here. NQZ with some support moving up short. Hoping to get that first kill. It's Pryor Jr. that makes himself known. They've got so much space to work with. They're really liking their position here. Pryor Jr. gets in deep. Finds a kill. Soulfly traded. It's Wicadia. Oh, behind the pillar here for 2. How does he get both? Feels like the shots just weren't quite on, but he manages to net 2 kills on the spray down, leaving Biguzera all alone. All of a sudden, as things started well into that round, they just fall apart.
On his back is at least one positive note from this round for Pain. The 1v2. And this is the right way to play it. For Xantares and Woxic, they're sticking up close. Repositioned by Xantares. He'll hit back to the A site. Woxic's playing very passively over towards B. And it actually might even be the play. Biguzera gets a plant. It's not the worst thing in the world. You just got to stick together. Again, play the trade. You know you've dealt damage to him. You'll double pump the play back into B. And from these positions, Aurora can't deny the plant. There's one thing going for him. He scooped up a flash. Come in handy a little bit later. So many angles to clear. And time's starting to tick as well. 20 seconds. He doesn't have loads to work with. Once he clears water, you just go for the plant here. You just got to go safe. Smoke down, flashing towards heaven. He's going to hit this C4 plant. I don't think Woxic can deny unless he gets a hopeful shot through the smoke, which he doesn't opt to go for. He's playing patience. Biguzera nearly loses his head. Finds another smoke, gets it down towards bridge. That's good. Now he's going to isolate. He'll reposition inside of said smoke as well as he moves forward back towards short. He's playing time. Bomb is planted for him too. Does have a Molotov, but a smoke that'll come down on top of that bomb is going to make life very difficult. And Xantares with a slither of HP to work with will come out on top as Aurora bounce back. And off the back of Pain's tack pause from a moment of success, all the happiness is ripped away from them. Chances get thin once again.
Not looking good. Really needed that round. And it is just the one untracked player. They keep the individuals coming. It's this man here. So solid from him. The buy exists, but it's not perfect. They do have an AWP in play here, Payne. Just going to have to really find this 7th round. You know, the strat book seems a little dry. They tried something different in the previous, right? Quick up short. Didn't work for them. Didn't work for them. So, certainly worried about the life cycle of this map. The T-side's just lacking that extra 10% that they need.
Yeah. Very much feels like it is now or never for Payne. Not the nicest buy to work with either. ESM Tech 9, double Galil as well for Snow and Pariah. What have they got for us? Needs something a bit miraculous, it feels, in this one. There was initially 4 towards B in the early round, but a couple of rotating off now as actually will go and join his AWP up towards the A side, but it might be the wrong call there. Payne's had to double him back towards B as the numbers are falling away from the site. Uh-oh. Hellfire's alone now.
Interesting moves. I don't rightly know where it comes from. In comes the burst. Soulfly for 1. Really just needs to stay alive while he can buy time for the rotations, but doesn't happen long enough. They got that heaven smoked as well. Quick boost coming in here. Could drop the bomb. Oh, just missing the mark. It's an awkward boost to get going quickly. NQZ will fall on his attempt to take another head. 3 on 3. They had a slim advantage for a moment. Gonna boost up again. Pushing forwards here to try and find the frags. Oh, yes. Zantares. Crisp as you like. Leaves it all on Big Uzera. Maybe the most important round of the tournament. And he cannot get it done. Zantares with a huge moment from on high.
Yeah, that double boost is so nice. They boost up, get one, fall off, right? And then going back up for a second. Look at it after a brief pause. Really, really effective from Aurora. And it looked super uncomfortable. When they rotate away and they leave Soulfly alone towards that site, I thought they were in serious trouble there. But a fantastic retake. Just as that C4 goes down as well. And then all they knew all they had to do with Big Azera is just overwhelming. 1v3, there's just no chance. Too many angles to fight from. 12-6, map and series point Aurora. Stage 2 looms for the Turkish side. Elimination for Payne on the brink of it. Again, you look back to the firepower they bring to the table. I mean, look at this. Tech 9, double deagle, Mach 10, and 1 AK for the IGL to save face here in round number 19.
Jump spot from Zantares.
Oh, nearly loses his head. Nearly.
Yep. Woxic, meanwhile, on the contact AWP here, spots the back end of Snow. The first nail in the coffin. A few more to go. He might just be able to hammer them home as he remains aggressive in the bathrooms.
Yeah, I like this. This is so confident from Woxic. I mean, 2 rights, 20 and 8. A fantastic map so far. In come the flashes. It's Antares. He'll get one of his own. VSM will fall. Reactionary shot. Can't quite convert it. This is still looking a bit uncomfortable. Wok needs to be careful. He's struggling to fall away as well. Molly down at his feet. He'll fall back towards Dumpster. But he's repositioned and he delivers. And it's all on a new man. Pariah cannot convert. And it's Aurora who take a 2-0 here and book their spot into the next stage as we say goodbye to Payne.
So very cleanly done in the series as well, taking their opponent's map pick of Mirage in that first pretty one-sided fashion, relatively simple, and then onto the overpass. Some competition in the first half, but obviously Payne just not ready for the T side. Needs some work, not creative enough, not difficult enough to deal with, and that's the way that it can go, the unraveling of the squad there, unfortunately, but really, really well played from Aurora. A difficult day yesterday, I think. It's hard to play against this Paravision team at the moment. Everybody's a bit scared of them. They seem to have something fresh, but also old, you know, really hard team to just figure out until you're in the server with them. Here today, they've bounced back brilliantly and put on a clinic. Individuals across the board looking good. And the T-side calling maybe a little better. Madger has been reading the tweets and the Reddit posts, it would seem.
Yeah, and it's obviously paid off. It was really kind of, at times, quite punchy on these T sides. I thought that CT side was excellent too. I mean, moments like this, where it just really showcases just how good this Aurora side can be. And that's a lot more like it. In towards the next stage is sort of a bare minimum for a side of Aurora's caliber. And for Pain, back to the drawing board. Again, similar to what we kind of spoke about with the likes of an Astralis, we can give them a bit of a caveat with new changes coming through for this sort of Pain side, but I'm still not super convinced. I'm liking what I'm seeing from VSM, at least on a more consistent factor throughout this tournament. I think VSM's got nice teams, Brian has got nice teams as well. I think it was a much better first map from him too, but it doesn't make a difference. I still think there's something missing from this side. And the question now is sort of, where do you go from Pain? Because they're no longer these kind of plucky underdogs who are punching above their weight anymore. It now feels like they're in a bit of a weird spot. We've got into a Woxic after a fantastic map from him. Let's check it out.
Aurora makes it to stage 2, and I assume I have a very happy Woxic with me. Congratulations. Tell me about this match versus Pain.
1-2-8. I'm so happy because we just qualified. We had like tough games in the previous day, and now I'm happy that we managed to qualify for the stage 2. We'll see how far we can go.
Yeah, indeed. What was different then today? What did you really, I guess, take out of yesterday that you said, I can't do that again?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday, like team communication wasn't on top. Like first day, it was like really on good level, but like the second game, we couldn't do the communication that we have been made it. I think now, like today, everyone was just talking too much and giving too many informations and stuff. And I think also Meyer just did a really good calls, and also he played like personally, individually, like so well as well. Everyone was like in a great day, I think.
Kind of like a good day at the office, it seems like it. Can you tell me about Soulfly and about how he's doing here in this LAN environment?
It's his first time, and like first time he playing on the LAN, and I think the communication that he's making, like was like in online, like the practices before we come here, it's like kind of same. I feel like he doesn't feel the pressure, so it's good. He can improve more, and he's really like playing like smart and helping with the nades and stuff, and like. For example, in that overpass round, when they did boost and I died, and like Wikedi asked for flash, and he just instantly able to throw the flash, like he's, I don't know, like a brain just ready to do what you say, you know, like instantly. So that's a good thing, good reactions, and everybody was, I think, did well today.
Okay, wonderful. Then let's try this again. For the rest of IEM Krakow, what are your resolutions?
Of course, able to make the like arena. Of course, if I say like we just gonna win the event or something, is gonna be like not real. But we'll see. We'll work hard for it during our times here. Like for me personally, if you play like at this quarter for this lineup, I'll be like kind of little satisfied for the first event. But of course, if we like. When I'm playing the event, I always want to win, but sometimes it's not possible. But we can make it.
Cool. We'll see what happens. A good start. Teşekkürler.
You're welcome.
No problem at all. That does mean on the other side that it is the end of the road for Pain. So I'm going to head over to the captain, to Big Azera. Hello, Big Azera. Commiserations, rather. What went wrong today?
Everything, I guess. But yeah. I don't know. On Mirage, I felt Major was too strong some moments, and yeah, it was difficult to play against them. And on Overpass, I think everything. We just played scared all the time, and some pushes on City side was not good, and yeah, sometimes happens.
Yeah, a bad day it seems like. How do you look back on the start of the season overall, including Bounty, including what you showed here?
I can see the progress, but I think we still make the same mistakes. Like we still not playing our real Counter-Strike, you know. So sometimes we just hesitate for some play or something. Sometimes we lose time because of that, you know. So yeah, I think we got punished by these kind of things.
I see. We'll see how things evolve, of course, but thank you very much for this interview and good luck going forward. All right, wait, I'm going to give it over to the casters. It's Nuke and Scrib.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Shocks. I mean, commiserations, unfortunately, for pain within that game. You know, I think that we expected a bit more from them, expected them to maybe take a map, but unfortunately, it just was not the case, not their day. Biguzera knows that, it would seem, unfortunately. Yeah, we'll see a bit more of them this year, I'm sure, but there's a few question marks. If the new additions can't really improve things, it is going to be a scary, scary prospect, of course, now. But that'll be that for that game. And I do believe things are moving very swiftly on. Foot Gaming, of course, going to be up against Team Liquid for our next game here, folks. You don't want to miss this one. Another banger on the cards, of course. Elimination match coming up next.
Hi. This is Basement Dweller's first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up, actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but, you know, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
It starts with a dream, with a team you barely know, in an amateur official that feels like the grand final, where practice becomes progress, and every loss feels like a lesson. When will your journey begin?
Lose the pistol, win the force, 3 straight. And now this is going to be a tough way back in for Gamer Legion. Nova's got 2 poles. Snacks, one of the legends. Hypex, one of the hopefuls. And would love to be able to progress to stage 2. Keep their hopes and dreams in Krakow alive. This is Snacks' hometown.
It is?
He's
Wow,
throwing out kebab recommendations, and I ordered one from one of the recs. It never arrived. It's not his fault.
Yep. You'll never know.
Starting 3B again. Hooksy has the Mac 10. Does he want to get stuck in with the fight, or just go through the normal rally of util? Second wave.
Yeah, Flash ahead of the Molotov, and Hooksy, oh, he eats the counter Flash. Hypex sets up PR, an opening kill for GL, and there's number 2. PR, a name we're going to be saying an awful lot of if this is going well for GL. Yabby has removed Snacks and does get away from that trade attempt. PR, despite his low HP, is going to continue to push forward.
Yeah, careful now, Yabby. The last line of defense on the B bomb site. They are gambling that they will have forced them back towards A. Not the case. Yabby has to go monster mode.
Yeah, he's nailed the first headshot and dips away from Hypex. Repeek in. Good adjustment. The AK finds its headshot, and Fozy's a dead man. Quick one from Towson.
He goes down there. There's a chance for the retake, but now it should just be Ryu either dealing with the lurk or hoping for the save. Is he actually going to head over and give this one a go? They do have money to work with, so maybe being given the chance. I know Hooksy is impressed with this kid's aim. Has a kit, has a smoke.
He will have a little investigation.
How much can he get done? Does he play first or let them start to exit? Financial damage not bad either.
Oh, he's going to play.
The chicken just clucked.
Damn it, chicken.
It's 2 sound cues so far.
Sold him out. Yeah, well, it's bleak now for Ryu.
He might go down with the bomb.
Unlikely to be bringing that AK through. In fact, that's the end of the AK-47 dream.
Okay.
So GL, after a pistol, taking a bit of a slacking from the Astralis boys. They are back on the board with the first gun.
Good to see PR recovering today. Yesterday, he had an absolute stinker.
And how bad are we talking?
I think it was like a 0.3 something rating in the series. It wasn't good.
Isn't he like the highest rated player typically?
He's their most exciting player.
Yeah.
It's another one of these guys going for the middle part. I think they're all...
The Intel Extreme Masters Krakow 2026, brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Zowie, Chex, and the City of Krakow.
It is the final match here of stage 1 here at IEM Krakow. 2 teams fighting for survival, 2 teams with expectations to make it to the next stage of this tournament. Foot, the rookies, being able to pull off their landmark win over Legacy, now looking for a top win over a top 15 team, while Team Liquid rocking with the stand-in, just staying afloat.
Yeah, I mean, looking incredible yesterday is Foot being able to take down a tough roster in Legacy. It felt like they were finally able to, topple over a team that didn't quite have the experience. Now you're looking at this Liquid squad, and you're hoping that, again, without the pressure, that they can consistently show up with the form here. They've been looking, decent with Crimbo, so excited to see what they can bring to the table today.
Yeah, we'll see what the young superstar of Demon has to say for Foot ahead of their matchup against Team Liquid.
All left to play for here at IEM Krakow as Foot takes on Liquid for a spot in stage 2. And I'm here with Demon. And first, I do want to ask about something jolly that I saw on the timeline. Did you have a little reunion with Navi Jr.? What was that like?
I mean, for me, I was really happy to see Maka again. And it's a long time we didn't see each other. And I was really happy to see his face. And this reunion gonna let me some previous vibes from our team.
Did he give you some advice, or do you now have a little bit more momentum that you were able to do that?
Yeah, for sure. We just talked about some CS moments, but just overall we talked about life and how it's going in different teams, and yeah, nothing serious.
Makes sense. You had a big win yesterday versus Legacy. Tell me a little bit about the feeling of getting that big win here in Krakow on LAN.
I mean, for us, it's kind of, I would say, revenge, because last time we played against them in China and we really lose, and it was really heartbreaking for us. So this time we should get this revenge, and we managed to handle it.
How are the comms? Because whenever I looked over at your booth, someone was screaming.
Yeah, I mean, in our team, I think it's really working if we are keeping the same vibe, same energy, because we are kind of, I would say, vibe team. We have good vibes. I think we can do a lot of damage to other teams.
Okay. And what do you think about your opponent in this one, Liquid? And yeah, it's a very tough matchup, of course, but they do have a stand-in.
For sure, I would say Liquid, it's a really great opponent, and it's gonna test us before bigger teams. But like, if being realistic, we have a chance to win them because they have changes, and we will see how it's going to be.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Taking on Team Liquid here for Foot. This is their big moment. This could be their big win. Team Liquid, known as a very up and down roster, may I say here, Cole, and especially with the stand-in, anything is possible.
Yeah, and looking to ride the highs here, trying to lock themselves in a stage 2 performance. Again, you're having this stand-in situation, so I'm a little bit more confident that there shouldn't be a lot of pressure on these Liquid guys to try and make it in. You obviously want to extend play, get it to that next stage, and show what you're made of. But this Foot roster is showing how hard they're hitting. That confidence, the yells that we saw out of yesterday here from this team is going to be really interesting. So that's something that Liquid have to keep up with today. And as you said, if we're dealing with a situation where it takes a little while for this team to come online, might be able to see these underdogs take full advantage of that.
Yeah, but you got to make sure you haven't burned all your gas here for Foot yesterday. Definitely got into a screaming match versus Legacy, because every team wants to get into a screaming match versus Legacy. But Liquid play some quality Counter-Strike. Now, albeit some of their individuals have their highs and some have their lows as well. I mean, Crimbo going God mode on day 1 to just instantly secure Team Liquid their opening round victory. But now we had Ultimate go silent just yesterday as well. So Team Liquid needing a little bit of hope here versus a very high firepower Foot squad who are just playing such explosive Counter-Strike as we head into our veto.
Interested to see the Liquid ban coming through on Inferno, and then Overpass ban coming through from Foot. I do wonder if that's going to be the case. Either way, we see the Ancient map pick coming through here out of the gates. Again, I feel like this is a veto that should be decently well matched. You're looking at some opportunities ahead of Foot. I was kind of expecting them to lean in on finally getting a Mirage here at this IEM and picking into that map, but they'll leave it to a decider instead. For Liquid, I'm kind of surprised to see them ban out Anubis. And you talk about Ultimate, a player that you know, you really want to see it come online consistently. I kind of wanted to see him with another shot on that map of Anubis because he looked phenomenal in that third map decider. Even though it was a loss, even though Liquid couldn't push it across the finish line, it was one of the better maps we saw out of Ultimate in this event. So them banning it out as well, kind of a bit of a surprise, but overall I think we're looking at some comfortable territory, and if that third map comes around here, Foot going to be looking forward to it.
Yeah, pretty matched well here in this veto as we are starting on Foot's map pick of Ancient. It's been their first pick this entire tournament. And of course, Overpass and Inferno being banned out. And so Nuke second Mirage if needed. Here we go. On Ancient, do or die. It's stage 2 or nothing for these squads as we have Nerds on the hold. 3-man defense. Dualies, can they get it done? Struggling, but then Crimbo has the trade. Still alive. Back at the site. Good flash, but no kills. He'll eventually take down Symmetry. And that leaves Krabeni on the site, dancing around with the bomb. Eventually chased down. And the Lithuanian Jugs here trying to figure out a way to pull off this 1v3. That smoke is no good, though, so he will happily step in front of it. No kills present themselves.
They're not giving him an angle in. Gonna have to break through a trio, a little triangulated setup.
If he jiggle peeks enough, I think Ultimate can see his shoulder.
Looks like he's aware, yeah. You can see Crimbo going in for the hard clear. So must have caught a visual. And Liquid already letting him know out of the gates right there. To ensure that they're the ones that are ramping up here to start things off.
In terms of personalities, Team Liquid have always been one of the quieter teams, right? And having a guy like Crimbo actually inspire the troops is honestly a piece of Team Liquid that might be missing, right? You know, Naf is a very quiet guy. Lige keeps it professional all the time. Ultimate and Shuei, not known as the biggest trash talkers in the space. And you know what? Sometimes a team just needs a vibes guy, especially for what Team Liquid have gone through in the past year.
You know what? That's valid, man. I think Team Liquid always a team that could utilize that. They find the timing up this ramp side aggression, but Demon punches back. There's more of his headshots rolling out, and it's a punishment on this aggro here. It's Crimbo up to the task of healing. With it back in return here, Demon going to be sidelined now, and Crimbo consistently holding the line. Great flashes to set him up. He's looking to deny the bomb plant. Can't quite get it done, but he will finish off the kill eventually. And Liquid able to stabilize despite Demon's explosive entries.
Yeah, Crimbo looking sharp to start. That is, I mean, what an incredible comeback for him. Imagine being benched from Big. I mean, he's been hyped up for so much of his career, right? Crimbo was like the next big thing out of Germany for the longest time. And then Big finally switched away from him. I think it was really like him or Tabson. If they wanted to make a real change, those are the two longest standing players in the team. Crimbo gets benched, joins Team Liquid, and then plays his best Counter-Strike against the Ninjas in Pajamas in that opening round. I believe it was map number 1 of Nuke with a 1.7 rating. So more of that seems like it's on the cards. The leads flash forward, and everyone blind. The Tech-9s do punch back a bit. Demon still strong, but a double from Nertz and a collapse from Shuhei will keep these pistols under wraps.
Handling these force plays effectively. Great mid-utility to completely nullify that attack. Bomb is down. Krabeni with a bit of a lurk. Looking for some extra heads to take off. Won't have it. Liquid closing out with a comfortable 3-0 before we finally get those guns back out. Making sure to keep Foot quiet in the early stages of this opening map. As you said, I really wanted to see Crimbo, take this opportunity in stride. His time on Big was very disappointing just because it kept getting worse over time with all the roster changes, and it always felt like he was, going to be kind of non-existent on that roster. So I'm really hoping that in 2026 we get to see his full potential at some point.
Honestly, he does deserve an international team, I feel like. At least a shot somewhere else. Other than Big just hasn't been all that in these last couple of years. I'm just saying that M80 have put more Germans in S-tier playoffs than Big have. So
jeez.
That's a sign of the times.
Yeah. No kidding. There'll be an opening pick here for the side of Foot. Ultimate looking to respond, trying to find an angle here. It's a good mid collapse coming through out of the duo, and Nert's even collapsing in as well. So this opening advantage nullified. Down to just Symmetry, who does have a spot onto the leash. A chance to try and recover this round, but Bomb is still down towards middle, and he has to scoop it up.
This would be very Team Liquid to cough this up in a great way to ruin your early advantage. Symmetry having to split up these isolated fights. You see Crimbo's waiting to swing off the teammates. Contact, there's the kill. The breakup as well from Symmetry. Oh my god, a backbreaking clutch to start. Momentum ended for Team Liquid. What was that?
That's ridiculous right there. All you can do is laugh about it, shrug it off, but for Liquid, getting absolutely stunned in that 1v3. Bomb was down and towards middle. They thought they had the contact swing, but it was a little too late for Crimbo to land the trade.
And that's what these young'uns of Foot do. I mean, holy. If that's a momentum swing, I don't know what is. Heads are just flying up. They're taking that in full stride. Full sprint. But not the second headshot. Demon will be put down. So the uprising fades just a little bit, but you can see what the firepower is on this Foot roster. Average age, 19 years old. Everyone can shoot. By the way, Symmetry, the Opper, I should mention, pulling that one off.
Mechanics looking in tip-top shape here for their first liftoff, and for a team that you want to keep nice and quiet, you want to make sure that there's no big clutches, no big opportunities to get in your ear. That is a statement start for them. And you can see they wanted to pick up the momentum off the back of that. Demon did get slowed down, but he went 1 for 1. And this opening opportunity towards A is looking enticing here for Foot. Single defense, and Nertz standing around and towards Donut. Also potential for the rotates to get cut off by Lounge Lurk inside of Red Room. So a real tough task at hand here for Nertz.
Nertz just made footsteps in Donut, I think. So you see multiple players starting to look at him, stare him down. Dodges the flashbang, though. Can't turn it into a double. But now the MAC-10 reveals itself. Ultimate does spin back around, but he's missed out on the timing. So the Lonks gets past, and Ultimate on just 31 HP needs a fast quick scope, which he won't get past Lonks. As Foot are getting rolling on Ancient.
Good reactions from Foot right there. Sending in a little bit of B pressure. And again, this team that loves to take their contact plays and make these slow moves, having Lounx ready to cut off the rotations and finally being able to trade out Nertz, who you said, made a little bit of noise and towards Donut gets revealed. That's 2 rounds in a row off the clutch. Money being broken, and Foot get to establish a little foundation here on this T side already. Liquid's defense in that last round getting caught a little too stagnant. Not helping out the solo A defense there, makes it really difficult. And that's what happens when you allow Demon to set the pressure up that ramp side. Even though he goes 1 for 1, even though he's quickly traded, it's going to weaken your ability to stay mobile in the defense. It's going to force you to gamble or take map control.
Just a simple walk-in to that B site. And talk about the ups and downs of Liquid, and talk about a kind of round that is very Team Liquid. Look, we're both Americans here. We've seen a thing or two. But sometimes the vibes just go south on this Team Liquid team. We've seen it so many times that you just lose the momentum and get crushed out of games a lot for this squad. Rivers look sharp to start, but
yeah, no doubt about it. I think Foot are a perfect team to operate against as well. When that takes place, when they kind of sense that weakness, they'll be able to continue to pounce on the opportunity, and you can see that in the round after the big Symmetry clutch. come through with a very cohesive game plan. They keep up the speed. They're able to show that range here. Out of this T side. See if they can react here. Ultimate is going to be handed over and up for this round. Now towards middle fast for Lounge. He was finding a lot of openings just yesterday. Being able to control so effectively in towards middle was a big pain point for that Legacy camp. Gonna make his strides again here. Liquid trying to counteract that. I'm sure they've been looking into how this Foot roster likes to put the pressure in the early stages.
Now switching it up. Contact walk A main. 4 players and Elige and Nerds have left this site. Staring at a smoke, hoping that there's a mid pop, but instead, Nerds is going to be challenged once again on first contact and is no good. Immediately deleted by Demon. Elige having to fight his way out of this. He won't be able to beat Longs. Foot outshoot their opponents, and this is a save from TL.
Benny's already on the lurk here.
Benny
was left until the B side, and he's got to cut off some of these saved rifles. Will be finished off by Ultimate at the very least, but great move coming through from Foot on another contact play. Just catching Nerds completely off guard there. Instant opening. And Elige gets chased down and towards the donut. There's no chance to react to how deep the map control was from Foot. And as soon as they're ready to press on the gas, Liquid not prepared for that level of speed. That's the explosive style that this roster brings to the table here. Again, it's contact plays, and it's really going to test your setup on Liquid as to whether or not you're able to tether some of these riflers together.
Yeah, that's a real terrifying part. They don't really play a standard style, do Foot. They're playing very much off of their individual firepower, which is sometimes difficult for even the top teams to play against. They're used to more structured approaches. Definitely could call it a Mongols style of Counter-Strike. Where you have a lot of these contact plays and try to catch a lot of players by surprise and just take the fights. Because normally, these are like 50-50 duels, but if you've got better individuals, they aren't 50-50 anymore. Which is crazy to think for a roster like Team Liquid, who have invested a lot into picking up some of the top players in the space, some of the most highly touted players in the space. Some people forget that Nerds was the 2023 Rookie of the Year and was one of the engines of Heroic's 2024 success as well. But there seems to have been a bit of a curse on Team Liquid in these past 365 days. And it has been some ups and downs and definitely some embarrassments along the way. Do I really need to keep reading off the results for Team Liquid? I'll just keep it simple. It just hasn't been great.
Yeah, trying to course correct here. Obviously, dealing with some less than ideal, stand-in situations, but trying to recover here is going to be important. So slowing down this Foot roster is going to require players like Nurse to show some of that peak performance. I think a lot of questions come down to, some of the clashing in roles for these players, having to coordinate that, making sure that, you're not having to sacrifice too much. And I kind of highlighted this earlier, but I do feel like Ancient can allow so many different places on the map to thrive. But that A side is especially tricky here for teams to hold up against. And at some point I want to see this Liquid roster try and fight back for some early mid control. We saw that look so successful in the opening gun round to net them a 1v3 opportunity that I know in their minds I should have been able to close out. But when you're dealing with this Foot roster, if you can avoid the availability of kind of working map control, being able to get away with an explosive execute, that's got to be, where you thrive here for Liquid. No
no one wants to play rock paper scissors with Crimbo. But you know what? I respect it a lot with Crimbo. There we go. See, again, like Team Liquid need a vibes guy so badly because I think some of these players who have played on big stages and even lifted trophies, and the ref says no more rock paper scissors. The ref split says no more rock paper scissors. Oh man, this is catastrophic. For the record, by the way, for those who are paying attention, you can see that everyone here on Team Liquid as well have all these sloth plushies. In solidarity with NAF, who is currently out for personal issues back home. So obviously, hearts out to NAF at the moment from everyone here on Team Liquid.
Those are very
Having a
sweet.
little bit
I do
of
love I love the sloth on the monitor, Stan. That's a good placement there. As you said, again, Crimbo coming into this one, you know, not only with a bit of a point to prove here for himself as a player, because again, I just don't think we saw some of his peak ability on big. He's gonna be so eager to step in and be able to show up, no matter what that means for his future, whether that attracts eyeballs for other organizations, try and pluck him off that bench a big. He's a player that definitely deserves more opportunities in the tier 1 space. I want to see what he can bring to the table as a rifler who I think is incredibly smart with how he plays and takes his battles. You know, dealing with that big system. The question that you mentioned, you know, Tabson and, you know, the sort of calling style and the difference that the big roster had to go through and all of the changes that team went through, changing IGLs, changing structures. Coaches. Yeah, I mean, it's got to be a tough call for him to be a consistent piece in that roster and go through all those changes and then not experience any of the success that you would hope with all the roster moves, right?
Yeah, I mean, Big have gone through, in like the last couple of years, like 5 different coaches. Basically, every player that has played in Germany, it feels like. And now bringing back said players
and
every academy roster pickup that they've gotten. Yeah, right. I mean, now they've got Blame F and Grix eventually. So, I mean, more power to him. Blame F currently posting a 1.4 rating since he's joined Big. So, yeah, more power to him. But I think Crimbo, I think he can find a spot somewhere in the top 30. You know, hey, maybe even an international lineup, all right? If North America, if we're getting that desperate over here, why not another German import to M80 or something? I don't know. Even though I like M80's current lineup, so. But I think Crimbo has an interesting spot on this Team Liquid lineup. Just, again, I mean, he is not just a vibes guy right now. He's currently 8-2. Little staring contest between Crimbo and Jugs.
He's staring down everyone now.
He's trying to get everyone's attention on the hosting team. He's played these games before. Like, people forget, Crimbo's actually a very experienced player. He's been to many international lands.
International lands.
Played the last time.
Frags as well.
I believe the last time Big were in the playoffs of an S tier event was the semifinals of IEM Dallas 2022. If I could get that correct. Crimbo was on that lineup. He's been on stages, you know? So, Crimbo's been around places. And Fragdelphius, yes.
That's where you really get
the 8th place is at
contest going down.
You know, 5th to 8th place at Frag Blocktober 2025 is.
Wasn't that the one that determined who went to the major? Ended up being Fnatic.
Correct. The Fragadelphia RMR, as they called it.
Yeah. How quickly do the times change with these new VRS rankings?
Big here for Foot as well. Every win they get here could lock themselves in a spot at the major. That single win over Legacy leapfrog them 6 slots in the VRS ranking. So a win over Team Liquid here would net them 30 points, and that would put them well into major qualifying threshold. Obviously, it's still a long ways to go, but just getting an early lead like that, very important. We saw teams like Tai Lu win a single event, and they were basically set for the rest of the season. It didn't matter how well they did at their events. So one good performance is all that matters sometimes for these young and up-and-coming teams, and it's been a great pullback as we are finally back live. Thanks for sticking through the technical pause. Team Liquid versus Foot back here on Ancient.
Good to be back in the server here. If you remember, 2 saved rifles and a quick A play that netted Foot that last round. Now they've got a bit of a half buy in order. Nerds playing up close and personal is instantly dismissed. Jug's able to find the opener here. It's going to lead Ultimate down the ramp into a bit of an awkward off angle for Krabini. But he gets dealt with just the same here. It's not going to stop this motion in towards the A bomb site. And Elige looking to buy some extra time here as they route their way through Temple. He's put in a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, nowhere to stand for him either, because Demon ran through his team's own donut smoke and blasted through Crimbo. So I'm a bit questionable of hanging around here. That's an AK given over. Now Ultimate's at risk of losing his off, which he will.
Jeez.
He has money to buy another one, but you can see animated our Foot.
Out of the gates, man. Loud and proud. It's another incredibly successful round there. Making their moves through mid, showing some fearless CS in their opening campaign. 5 rounds in a row here. Off the back of the 1v3. And it is everyone on this squad getting involved. I mean, Krabini on his B-lurks hasn't been asked a lot, but has still been able to do some exit damage. Everyone else has been finding openers, clutches, everything you can ask for here. That's when Foot are at their most scary here. Symmetry looking for an opening duel out of his AWP and trying to take an aggressive stance as much as possible. It's Demon with a nasty one tap onto Ultimate. He gets finished off, and just Shui trying to buy a little bit of time. No luck for him either. 2 rotates getting on the scene, but they're getting cut off piece by piece. Krabini with the last, and Foot run them over.
And that's the type of gameplay we see from Foot. Round in and round out. They will just brute force through every defense. That is all 5 players who rotated into that B site on the floor for Team Liquid. Right now, they are getting bullied by a group of 18-year-olds, man. They can't even drink in the States.
That is brutal work right there. A little bit of pause. You were hoping that it would maybe cool off this fiery Foot squad, but they are consistently finding damage here. And Ultimate almost finished off by the Yuto alone. Krabini gonna be setting himself up nicely for a couple of freebies. Wallbang damage doing quite a bit here, but just stalls out the aggressive stance here. Out of the Liquid, pushes them back. And now he's taking some real estate for himself.
Yeah, he can isolate that these B defenders are also inside a cave, so this should be a worry, especially with 3 players coming to test this setup. It is 5-7s up close. That's 1 good from Shuei. Will they be ready for the second? Absolutely. 17-year-old Jugs has got the experience, as this B site will fall. Bomb plant in 7 rounds in a row for Foot. Remember how it started, too, that 1v2, or rather 1v3 from Symmetry.
They just haven't looked back since here. Demon might be caught a little bit surprised here in the corner. Timing going to be in question. He'll still find his frags. It's just a lonely Elige stuck in towards the corner. Going to find some exit damage. We'll thread in a little bit with that MP9, but he doesn't last too long. And every round that flies by them, another one where you have to hear the screams of Foot. Liquid calling in another timeout.
We were talking a bit about it yesterday, but the man screaming right there is Longs, and what a career journey he has had as well. He has bounced around so many different teams, got sent back to the Romanian local scene as well, and got the call up to rejoin Foot with a group of like-minded individuals, all of these players on Foot, aged 20 or younger. And talk about the teams list that he was on. Got super hyped up when he joined Sprout in 2022. He was a 17-year-old talent. Got picked up by Falcons, benched by Falcons, joined Bleed, left Bleed, joined Falcons again during the Boros incident. 2024 Falcons, one to forget. And then went back to Tier 3. Now he's here at an IEM and playing his heart out for a chance at Stage 2 versus a titan of an organization like Team Liquid. Bomb's gonna get planted here on the A site.
Oh.
And that's a kill through the smoke. That might give Team Liquid a way in.
Huge luxury that's on the Opera as well. Trying to get some repositions right now. Trying to set their feet in this post plant and hold up their post. But they don't have any control towards Temple or Donut. So it's going to make this retake so much easier for Liquid to try and pull through.
Ooh, and an A main smoke could be devastating as Krebeni. Again, nowhere to stand. A side retake is on. No headshots being connected from both, but a molly on the bomb. Do they have a smoke? They do. Trying to stick it. Logs almost gets them. Nearly pulling off that 1v4. Low time on the clock, but Nerds will get the defuse and a retake success for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, just one smoke spam kill there really disrupts that. Taking down the Opera, who could be allowed to post up on these angles and cut them off as they try and make their inbound in towards that A bomb site. Crimbo at least able to secure things up. It was a great call from Foot, though, off the back of a Liquid timeout. They put a lot of pressure in towards middle. Foot staying a step ahead and going in towards that A side. Just a little bit unfortunate that they can't survive the smoke spam here. Lonks now set up for an aggressive stance towards middle. Try to make strides through the smoke. Will be kept at bay. And again, Liquid off the back of this timeout are adjusting, but Demon pushes past the smoke and destroys Crimbo.
That is just Foot in a nutshell. Just full sprint through the smoke. First bullet headshot, the first guy you see. What are you supposed to do? And bomb's gonna get planted. Team Liquid last round of the half. Might as well go for it. So we're gonna see some fireworks as Symmetry will get the quick trade onto Elige. Still a chance here. Ultimate walks forward and lands the quick scope there. Now flying forward, gets another ultimate going God mode right now. Lonks will put him down. There's a quick trade. Can he, Symmetry stop the defuse though? Round the box with the Glock.
No way.
He gets him off it. Under the box for Symmetry. Gotta be loud to the bank with that one, and somehow Foot get 8 rounds on the half. call it fireworks. It is explosive here from Foot. They're running through smokes. They're hitting every shot and landing every clutch, and they are out of their damn chairs right now. Crimbo, you can laugh all you want, but you are losing right now, 8-4 to a group of 18-year-olds.
Yeah, you try and laugh that off here, but the explosive nature of this Foot roster definitely going to be feeling a little bit of fear behind those eyes. They look to lock themselves down in the second half. We'll see what their T-side brings to the table. It is a USP for Jugs as he falls back. You're looking to block that donut smoke. Somewhat mission accomplished, but a retake setup in order here. Going to give over that site here. Nerds pushing past the smoke. A little bit risky. It does get forced off.
Yeah, so with that kind of missed donut smoke, it actually allows Jugs to get some extra angles around it. You can see he's trying to toy with it, but now the CT smoke's faded, and now this retake is really on. Players grouping up in towards Donut will begin their advance. Krabeni with the first, now starting to sweep out the site. Smoke in A main, isolating these fights. That tree will be cleared.
Wow.
Down goes Ultimate. Next up is Nerds. Has to hold everything down from the temple with Crimbo, and they might be doing it. But then the sharp shots arrive from Foot. Defuse in, and it should be 9-4 here. No kit. And they do have it.
Nicely done, and that's more of a story of what we've seen from Foot. A lot of retakes, a lot of quick reactions coming through out of their defense on those pistol rounds. It just always feels like when they pull off these retakes, they're just heat-seeking missiles on the post plant, and crucial denial of that donut space there. You mentioned it, that donut smoke being somewhat blocked by Jugs and not allowing for them to claim that control might be the difference maker in that round. Nerds tried to make strides in, but the rest of the team didn't really follow through. He didn't want to go down on a solo effort. Retake successful, forced by an order. Liquid trying to bounce back. The 8-1 run. Now 9-1 run, rather, for Foot. Looking scary. B play in order. Demon trying to buy a little bit of time here. Looking for an angle. They're making their way up the ramp.
Yeah, Symmetry back to the site. Awkward angle, but does at least get the first. Demon, is he seriously doing this? We're going to flash through? No. He will reconsider. Has players alive like Longs in towards the short side, but the MP9 not the weapon for the job. 3 versus 3. Krabeni sprays them all down. And that could be the end of Asian with a missed force by Crimbo can't clutch. Foot swarming Team Liquid, drowning them out with their screams here on Ancient. Just 3 rounds away.
Here charging up these screams every round, making sure that Luke could face the full brunt of this firepower. Krabeni locking that cave position down, and Liquid unable to deal with the overwhelming presence of this defense now as well. It's going to be a deco in order. Nate stack onto Ultimate. He doesn't get to play the round. Blown up in his face before he even gets a chance to pop a shot off, and opening advantage for Foot on this deco.
Any sort of that explosiveness from Team Liquid. You see it all from Foot. Every single one of their players with the high headshot percentage, with the will to swing. Just give us something, Team Liquid. Something to believe in. But that MP9 is dealing crazy damage at range.
It's just advisable to be re-peeking those deagles, man, but he just has so much confidence in him.
See, you wouldn't see Team Liquid do that. But there's, I don't know, every time I watch Team Liquid, it just feels a bit flat. Compared to that, right? Where Demon's just wide swinging him and knows he's gonna hit the one taps. There's just something different, like a mental barrier with Team Liquid, because all of these players individually are capable. And across the board, even with NAF on the team. You know, look what Elige was doing on Complexity back in 2024. Just nuclear hard carry. And at the moment, it's more just like middling output. There might be a double kill here and there. You know, he's had an ace to start off this year. I'll give it to him with that, for those who've seen his UMP ace against, was it NIP? Yeah, it was against NIP as well, back at Bounty. But looking for just that real highlight moment to energize the team, and we aren't seeing that kind of individual agency from any of these players on Team Liquid. The only man you can really rely on is Ultimate, and that's once every couple of games.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Alicia. That complexity lineup, even on FaZe, had some big stats, and that project not really working out. You wanted to see him come alive here and be the centerpiece around this Liquid roster, but right now not being able to show up with too much impact.
This
as that centerpiece player.
Down. B lane control for Foot. That whole side of the map is cleared. Weakness is in red room. 4 players challenging Longs. And the entry is not good for Nerds. Longs toying with the next as he lines up a double somehow versus 4 players. Elige falls off as well. And that just leaves Ultimate here with the bomb as the last player part of this push. And Kerbeni even aware this kind of possibility. Now Crimbo, that's a big kill. Now Kerbeni becomes isolated, but it doesn't matter when Ultimate has his back turned. 1v3 here for the stand-in. Try and make something happen. Not at all. Instantly headshotted. And that is map point for Foot.
You can just see the nerves to turn any corner up against this team. Trying to get a 1-for-1 trade simply in red room is too tall a task for Liquid right now. With 4 players around that corner, no one wants to be the next one to challenge Longs. I mean, I understand the position there, and I understand the fear factor that's being set in by this Foot camp, but you got to be able to, isolate and trade those frags out, and it's just not very close. And that is exactly what you're talking about here. Not enough flare, not enough spark. We'll see if they can try something on this B site. But Demon is who you have to challenge, and he catches back turned. Multiple kills offered up before Nerds is finally able to put him to rest.
And Shue gets dinked up by the MP9. The Opera Symmetry has kept an MP9 on map point, and he puts it to work, as that's it. Absolute dominance there from Foot. That was a 13-1 run to end this map. They almost 13-0'd Liquid in some respects. And while they got off to a great start, clutches from Symmetry and Lauanex stepping up as well here for Foot, bringing the energy. Team Liquid facing elimination as Nuke is coming up next here, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, that 13-1 run, all being sparked off the back of a 1v3 clutch is, somewhat of a familiar feeling for a team like Liquid, where it can take just one moment right there for it to define what a map looks like for you. And, we chewed through not only that massive run of 13 rounds, but timeouts called in the mix there, all 3 of which from Flashy netted them little to no results there. And some frustration has to be felt in the Liquid camp. Definitely some fear factor here, as now Foot are just a map away from entering in to that next stage where, you talk about the VRS implications. They're looking to continue this run versus some of the top dogs that are waiting for them.
This would be likely their biggest win as a team if they could pick up this series versus Team Liquid and then place it in the top 16 of an S-tier tournament like this. This Foot roster is truly one of the future of Counter-Strike, honestly, with some of these players, especially Demon showing up. He had a really flat day on day 1 versus 3 Max. That was the reason Foot coughed up those massive leads and huge advantages. Since then, he has not looked back and is looking like that superstar that we are beginning to know him as. And so with Nuke up next, we're going to need a massive performance here from Team Liquid to bounce back.
Hi, this is Basement Dweller's first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up, actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but, you know, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
Very precise from Fozy. It's like, ooh.
They're taking a drink, so happy he got bailed out there. It is going to be just a light investment now. 3 digs, 5-7, MP9. This time the presence will be over towards B. They're trying to set up the graffiti boost to jump with this MP9.
It's been a while since I've seen this approach. Used to be a bit of a staple.
So talking about the Game of Legends CT setup, it'll be Rez and Hypex as the A defenders. Pierre will be holding short, Snax will be the rotator, and Towson to be securing Monster.
So is the jump spot pure? Like, is he planning on trying to shoot while he jumps up?
Yeah, and also if you play players close short at the same time, when you jump up, they'll flick around.
And that's when you start activating.
Your teammates will activate short. And also off of that, they've been able to push Towson out, now rotate away.
Yeah.
They're going to waltz through Monster. Once upon a time, I think you could have said Yabi was the best B lurk in the game. So if he can activate any of that right now, it's something that needs to be a fear factor for GL. Hooksy's about to get some info.
Does he get it with a kill or a bullet between his eyes? It's a bullet between his eyes, isn't it? No, it's not. Rez, tough to track the moving SMG. He's done well to keep the boots planted as the bomb gets exactly that.
Hooksy can value his life right now. He doesn't need to go down in this situation. The longer he stays alive, more of a nuisance that he is. And Yabi's now activating, so the MAC-10's both just going to farm up a bit of cash as Snax will be shredded, Heaven will be called clear, and at this point, you're not too worried that they're coming for this one whatsoever.
Yeah, you're probably going to let the SMGs off the leash, though.
Trying to hack, track. Hope they're not hacking. Down that of Hooksy. That'll be round 3. And as we discussed with Overpass, 3 to 4 rounds T-side, that's all you're looking for. So they've already got 3 with the pistol and the conversions, getting there as quickly as possible.
Yeah, Hypex getting himself a MAC-10 as well to bring through.
Yeah, he's going to upgrade to the AWP. I wonder if they drop these SMGs and try and do something tricky off the back of it, right? Go for a con or short push, combine together.
I was wondering the same, but it does look like they're just going to go full rifles here. PR will keep hold of the MP9. And let's get the guns out. Let's see if this Overpass CT side will have, you know, the same flavor as that Inferno.
Of desperation.
Yeah.
One that some of our viewers know very well, but let's see. There's also a lurk smoke that Astralis has been throwing for Monster in some of their rounds, right? It skittles forward and it gives Yabi an opportunity to play through. So no Monster smoke. Fozy holds the line, Yabi takes the space.
Walks through it. Oh, great shot from Yabi, and PR's response, not enough. How's he done that? Ooh, Yabi looking like he's got a hot hand, just like Fozy.
That is massive to pull off in the early stages of a game on the T side, because you will now condition early util and swings to make sure that can't happen. So the fact he's been able to do this gun round number 1, the echoes of that, the ramifications of that type of play will now make the B defense completely reconsider everything. And they might not even have Yabi going aggressive at all.
That play was exclusively a Molotov barrels and Yabi go kill. Like, I mean, yeah, really cool.
That's what we call a move, right? That's one of the moves. And Hypex desperately trying to draw something back, walks into the scope, and I think this one's over.
Yeah, it's not looking good, is it? Snax just falls to Yabi's precision. A 3rd kill from the Yabmeister.
Couldn't be easier, could it?
It really couldn't. I mean, yeah, it's a luxury when you got a player like Yabi.
It's got awfully...
And back started here, Liquid. Down a map here versus the 18-year-olds of Foot. The youngsters have been screaming throughout this entire matchup, and Liquid have been looking flat, but at least they get to go over towards Nuke. Maybe Ultimate can wake up, but it's a lot of ifs, ands, and buts for Team Liquid right now.
Yeah, right now they most got to focus in on shutting down some of these stars, some of these aimers that are getting in their face every single round and putting the pressure on here. It's a tough start in an opening map of Ancient, but their map pick of Nuke looking a lot more promising throughout the year. Have been able to win it consistently, only lost this year to Falcons. So looking to this to be home turf and bounce back in this series, and definitely some opportunities ahead. As you said, Ultimate looking to get hot here. step up in this next map here. Leash the same way. A lot more comfortable territory here. We even saw Crimbo come through the big breakthrough map on this, so look to replicate some of that success.
Starting on T side, Nuke, never easy. As Kriveni already making his dual burn. It's very well known and very much on the floor. Jugs now next here on the site. He'll drop in, looking for a fight. That he will get. Headshot onto Elise. Still dancing around the site. Demon from up top. Symmetry helping out. And just non-stop headshots across the board. That's what Foot are so good at. It's a triple kill for Demon.
I mean, it's been, again, a real whiplash for his opening day performance and the struggles that we saw to how he played yesterday versus Legacy. A complete turning of the page here for that individual. And he has been just crucial in Foot's success. And with all of the opening damage, Liquid finding 2 opening picks on that A bomb site, the quick reactions and rotations, and Demon landing some necessary headshots. They don't even get a bomb plan off that 5v3. This T side becomes even more difficult. They start to pray for some Deagle headshots to ring off towards this outer yard. Is Elise good for it there? Gets spotted out a little bit. Trying to close the distance here. Shui making some moves. Won't be able to catch him by surprise. And Kripeni with plenty of time. Spray down the follow-up. There's one of your Deagles down, the other in the hands of Nerds. And he doesn't last long either, flying off the silo, hitting the pavement hard.
If you're just joining us, this is a sign of the times for what Foot brings to the table. They shoot incredibly hard. Love hitting headshots. They like getting loud. I think it's a big introduction for these Foot players to Tier 1 as Kriveni. Hey, there's another first bullet headshot. Oh, then there's another. It's just the ecos, but get ready for more of that. As yes, Team Liquid are currently facing elimination here from IEM Krakow. How sad can you be if Team Liquid lose here? Is the question. You know, you have Crimbo as a stand-in. What are we talking about? Would this be a bad performance? Is this an acceptable performance? What are we supposed to expect?
I mean, with them being just a couple of rounds yesterday away from making it to the next stage. I mean, they almost beat G2, lost 16-14 in the decider. That's where I think the big disappointment shows up when you don't come to play in the next map, in this next opportunity, versus underdog teams who have already collapsed underneath the experience of a team like 3D Max. And so that's where I think you really, if you're Liquid, are going to be feeling more disappointed, because this is an opponent, even though they hit hard, even though they show their accuracy, that you should be expected to kind of handle with that experience alone. Shows that this team can usher in the next generation of stars here. And Kriveni, part of that roster, looking to lock things down towards that outer yard. A smoke that makes things a bit awkward in the fadeaway, not going to be successful. There's a chase down from Elise. And the man advantage now picked up off the back of it.
So what are you going to be able to do here? Longs was thinking about pushing into Hut. But now instead, pushing his chips forward and is hoping no one actually walks out the A site. Instead, they go for a heaven wrap. Symmetry is being watched right now. Ultimate needs to be precise. And he's not. Symmetry will live, but he still wants this duel. He desperately wants this fight back. And nearly gets it and will. What? 11 HP, survives, and gets away. And none of Team Liquid was actually helping out Ultimate there. There's no trade.
Still,
Symmetry's back too.
Severe pressure here.
He could flank, but Longs, yeah, you're right. He needs to at least get one. Miraculously, player spotted in heaven, though. The MP9's not enough. Up the ladder, though. Jones can't get the kill. Famas betrays him. Symmetry has arrived in from secret on a surprise angle, but low HP. Crimbo gets him. And Team Liquid will get started here on Nuke.
No better way than a Liege 3K right there to get you lifted off. I mean, we talked about the missing pieces on Liquid. No real explosive plays from them whatsoever on that first map of Ancient, whereas we saw how explosive this Foot roster can be, and a 3K there, being able to time up his aggression perfectly, even though things were looking like they could fizzle out. Well, he's able to lift them through that round, and that is a statement needing to be made here out of Liquid. on this T side to get them activated early. Get the gun rounds into the next, and at least trying to carry forward some of that momentum, at least quickly traded. And they're taking the space towards the outer yard here. Nice tap out as well on the symmetry. They'll go down swinging, and it's a 3v3 early.
Ooh.
Jump down the Vince here for Crimbo. Could catch him by surprise. Laux, was he spotted? Looks like it.
He definitely was. But the timing favors Crimbo here. Surely hard clears this corner. Lonk still wins the fight, though. Unbelievable.
I got all the information here. Demon goes and clears out the lobby side. We'll see if that jumps and he rotates down and towards lower. It still feels like Jugs has to commit on towards A. So they're one 18 HP player away from locking this down on the B site.
No way he gets another, right? No,
oh
he
my
does!
God.
You can't be serious. The MP9 up close miraculously did that. Shuei will get the bomb plant in need of a clutch as both players ascend the vents, but Jugs is moving a bit faster than his teammate, can trade him, and Shuei has a chance. Stuck here in dark, Jiggle peeking, but Demon with the swing. Instant headshot required, and he brings it. And Foot will maintain their lead.
So much impact out of that MP9, man. Laux able to lock down a multi on 19 HP. Gonna be feeling the frustration right there. Not being able to lock down that trade, and as much as Crimbo has tried to keep the spirits high, it is tough to do when kills like that consistently are coming through out of Foot. At least a bomb plant. Some more opportunities ahead. Got the MP7 in the hands of Nerds. Got themselves a decent buy-up in this round.
Crimbo flying forward. It's an A-site rush into an A-site stack, and it goes about as expected here for Team Liquid. Only one good kill here out of Ultimate. Now they're going to try and bounce back to ramp. Goodbye. It's Demon, the guillotine, with an AK. Worst case scenario for Team Liquid. It is a flawless defense for Foot. They are currently on, mathing this out, a 17-2 run across both maps.
We see timeout immediately come through out of Liquid, trying to throw a big punch towards that A bomb site, but so well staffed. They get absolutely no ground. Ultimate gets a consolation prize, and all the while Demon's pressing forward, and they seal things up. It is a ever-moving machine of this defense here. Our Foot are so quick to react. Now Liquid trying to deny that success. You need to throw a little bit more manipulation into the mix. They're trying to keep up the pace. They're trying to dictate the play, and Foot are not allowing that.
This team is not playing like they're underdogs right now. They're collapsing on space. They're constantly making moves that you see top teams do with ridiculous levels of confidence. They are unfazed by the big name, the title-winning name that is Team Liquid, with title-winning players. And on the other front, it's a sign of the times for Team Liquid. Anything special?
Not afraid to fight these Deagles, that's for sure.
It's
They're trying to line up a boost
up.
angle on this offer. And there's a little bit spotted. It goes right in between the legs of Crimbo, so lucky to walk away with his life, but still can allow for an evacuation of ramp control. And Ultimate not getting what he's after towards this outer yard. Corbini is hunting these Deagles down. No chance here. Liquid to do too much damage. At the very least, you got Crimbo on a Deagle kill. The door closed still? No, it's blown open, but... No, it is closed. Should we try to open up proceedings there? It will be shut out. And again, Crimbo looking for anything extra in this round. Not that much damage. Money going to consistently be stacked up high for Foot. We're still yet to even see Symmetry pop a shot off with that AWP. That's still a fear factor as Corbini knocks things down with a 4K. That run is going to continue for Foot.
Again, the sharpest aim right now. For people who haven't really followed Foot too much throughout this tournament, day one was a disaster where they could have beaten 3D Max. They could have ended up playing versus Simple and BC Game if they closed out one of their 7 match points that they had against 3D Max. But since that moment, since getting thrashed then, destroying Legacy and not looking back.
Oh my
Demon
god.
He just ran forward with like a 20k Premier flashbang and just got the opening pick.
Oh man. Just not even a chance to fire up. Ultimate, who has been able to provide a couple of nice opening duels, completely devastated. Another wall of smokes here to cross in. Interesting angle on this. Elise is trying to get up to no good. Was able to spearhead them for their first round on the board here, but not this time. Krabeni watching every maneuver. And look at this site defense. It's still well defended with multiple players ready to go. Jugs finds an easy one. While you might have this trade, there's so much more around the corner. And Lance from the top rope is going to continue to slam down Liquid.
This game just keeps being so easy because the setups are just so good. Team Liquid are expecting a weak A site. And this player, Top Hut, also watching that entrance. Look how he also swaps his position. Last moment there, that was the opening pick from Demon, by the way. He threw an HE forward and through the nade smoke, found that headshot. Just straight gimmicks. Just a straight solo play from an underdog squad of teenagers. As now Symmetry here in the op, holding the close angle, vulnerable to a wide swing. Might not know that Nerds is close as well. Here comes the play. A missed shot. Has to run. Full blind. Same goes for Demon. Space gained. And then a flashbang forward, and Demon will be overwhelmed by 3 players on his screen. Finally, Liquid have space.
Well, this is fantastic leg room here for them to work off of. Crimbo also snuck his way down the vents. It's not going to matter too much. Still finished off, but again, the positioning here is oh so deadly from Nerds. He's inside of heaven. Putting even more pressure on. Is that the end goal, though? Right now, a ramp crawl through coming out of Liquid. It might be adjusted with Nerds finding a follow-up frag. Don't have to make the decision just yet. Ample time to still collapse.
Jugs is in the back of lobby right now, so if they rotate towards A, they'll be doomed. Instead, they do go down the ramp. Symmetry, op. Huge shadow advantage, mind you.
Oh.
Takes the pot shot, baits it out, and now he's in a real tough spot. About to be ran down. Shot goes into a liege, but eventually overwhelmed by these Tech 9s. 2 versus 3, but a player has single door already. Ultimate will plant wisely on the opposite side. Jug swings the door. Now Shue gets an op. Krabeni activates. Shue needs to connect one off the sniper while Jug's fighting the Tech 9 down low. Shue has missed.
Oh boy.
A second one. Tech 9 about to be overwhelmed as Foot pull off the retake. A small advantage for Team Liquid goes to waste.
Not able to complete the mission right there. One of the best looking opportunities they've had in a little while. I mean, the map control is so suffocating, but there's always that reaction coming through. And as you mentioned, you know, Demon positioning himself nicely in the back of the lobby. Still being able to get your kill for Symmetry, even though he was under so much pressure. Liquid not able to establish a round off the back of that. I mean, Nerds doing so much damage in towards heaven. The positioning felt unrecoverable. And yet still they get the job done here. Ultimate wielding that up. Walking his way towards the outer yard. Maybe a chance to try and open things up here this time around. Going to avoid an instant Demon headshot for now at the very least.
Symmetry could be in some trouble.
Oh, man.
Oh my goodness. Oh, we got that? Are you kidding? But could not get the second. That follow-up on a Nerds would have been incredible. He just took a random shot through the smoke, and Ali's going to be fuming.
So much presence spotted out towards the outer yard as well. So you just know where the presence is lying in. And so at the very least, they do jump and rotate down in towards the lower side. There's a big opening from Crimbo as well. Running in a little bit of success on towards that A side. But Krabeni is following in the footsteps of this attack down secret and could disrupt it completely.
Oh, this is going to be brutal. Hello there. There's one. There's no crowd noise to save you right now, but Shuhei does escape with his life, and he's not ready for Nerds up close, but does see him and gets the dink anyways. Krabeni had the round in his hands, but it goes to waste. Shuhei thinking about coming up the vents, has Crimbo in Squeaky, but then there's a chase. Lonks can follow them as they are slinking up, and he'll hear them go. Here's one. Here's all of them. Lonks gets the double off the ladder, and Demon as well, following in the footsteps of Shuhei. Surely you're not ready for another player coming up the vents. He will get himself into safety, though. In towards Hut, around the site. Demon going in through Squeaky, making the read that Shuhei is back in lobby, and a clutch goes the way of Foot. Unbelievable timings hit by every player on this team. They have an 8-1 lead against Team Liquid.
I'm seeing another timeout called here out of Liquid as well. Nothing is going right for them. Everything is working for the side of Foot. Complete dominance in the timing, in the clutches, and the opening stages as well. Elise just trying to work something towards that outer yard, gets plucked out straight through the smoke. So much confidence in these young guns. Kerbini following in that attack down lower. There's constant disruption when Liquid want to try and catch this team by surprise. It always feels like there's some sort of move, and they're the only ones that are caught. Second timeout chugged through. All three called out on Ancient, did not save them. Now we're seeing the same old, same old.
It's like an ambulance passing by at the screams of Foot.
You got the Doppler effect going on in stream somehow.
Meow. As Liquid, they just need something, right? They just need energy. Where's someone gonna come through with a quick individual play? It's not gonna be from Crimbo. Who's next to fight Demon? Who also wants a chance? Shuhei almost loses his head. The swap over from Demon somehow gets a second
going for
off
more.
the top. Fully blind, 18 HP, and he wanted the triple kill badly. He will drop away. 3 versus 5. Elite. This is a surprise angle. Demon is not prepared for it. The door swung open. He was dead. Instead, going in through control.
Have to make noise.
Oh, wants to desperately look down beneath. If the Liege moves forward, Demon might walk into his crosshair. Instead, both players missing each other right now. Liege surely making the communications. It's Demon.
To paint the picture here for the rest of his team right now. Yeah, you can see that Molly. Clear indication of it. Great pickup coming through out of Nerds to capitalize, and there's the collapse. Elige at least giving him the information and a little bit of utility left to spark much needed life in Liquid.
Yeah, definitely needed there. And Elige, process of elimination did work out. Do they want to go for this? B-site retakes are difficult, but of course, Foot have one thing. Cold momentum for Benny on the swing. Elige looks away from the flashbang, and it will be his doom. Symmetry spots a player up close at no cost to himself, but Nerds and Shuhei deal with both. Nerds reloading inside the smoke. Shuhei uses that distraction, and at least Liquid have some life.
And a whole lot more of that, but again, that's what Elige has been hunting for throughout these rounds, and being able to establish a round off the back of this 5v3 feels like there was more desperation setting in. So much confidence out of the duel from Demon. But they closed down that B-site post plant. And a breath of fresh air for Liquid, much needed here. See if they can capitalize with rounds in a row. Demon not going to look to allow that, though. Already aggressing through lobby. So these rushes towards the outer yard, gets finished off by the HEs. Trying to turn it up a notch, but no luck.
I mean, Ultimate desperately looking for another play, but no fights being given to him.
There's a flank from Demon. He's got all the information in the world, and we already see a rotate down lower.
Symmetry already posted on the angle on the steps. Demon, will he clear this is the question. As Symmetry posted. This is, Demon does find that lurk kill, though, onto Crimbo. Nerds Swings open the doors. Smoke available. Symmetry needing to reposition here. Nurse has actually gone through as he does find Krebeni. Back to the 3 versus 3.
And it's still just an Opera trying to find some strides through. He does pick up a rifle at the very least. But this B-bomb site again going to be claimed. Another 3v3 for them to capitalize on. Bomb yet to go down. And there is no more motion in this defense. They've stalled out on their flanking effort. Now Liquid finally able to establish a little bit of fear in the hearts of these young guns. But of course, they're still interested in going for this retake.
Gotta hope that someone misses here for Team Liquid. They have strong post-plant positions. It would have to be a mistake. And Chue is the first to fall. Ultimate does land the tripwire shot and spins around on a Symmetry. This is what I'm talking about for Ultimate. He is the X factor here for Team Liquid. He'll collect all 3 to end this round. Roland from Poland is back. And they need a lot more from him if they want to stay here in his home country in Krakow.
No question about it. That's a big time play coming through from Ultimate. And again, another survival of a round there for Liquid. Another 5v3 that they find themselves in. But what's surprising is, you know, when Demon's pulling through on that flank, the rotates don't come through in time to establish a foothold on that site. So Liquid capitalizing some missed opportunities. Back-to-back 5v3 conversions is how they're looking to breathe life back into this series for themselves. And getting a couple runs in a row can't hurt. Will they be able to put cherry on top of this half? It's been so difficult for them.
Off angle here from Krebeni. Dangerous, but a molly with his name on it. He'll extinguish so he can play around the smoke, but getting wrapped. He can't deal with Nerds. Elige at range will connect his spray, albeit shaky. Still not ready for Jugs, though. Call this the Zaiwu corner, but he doesn't have an op. Instead, just a FAMAS, and only able to put it in for 1. Last things last here. It's Symmetry. Round 12 with just an MP9 and desperation. Even got a dink at that range, but that is not enough. It's another 8-4 half, but a pullback from Liquid. Is there anything more here on Nuke? screaming match has gotten just a little bit quieter here for Foot. Had a strong 8-1 lead, looking like they were going to destroy Liquid out of IEM Krakow, but they're not done yet. 3 rounds straight, 2 back-to-back 3v5 disadvantages pulled back for Liquid as well. And Roland from Poland is online for a CT side of Nuke. Liquid trying to stay here in Krakow.
Yeah, I mean, it is still going to be a difficult task. We looked at Foot in the opening day, dealing with an experienced roster that isn't going to back down again here in Liquid. They got to avoid some of those mishaps that happened on day 1. And the job not finished just yet, although they are set up nicely to close it here. Demon flying towards the outer yard. Long-range duels for Shui, but Crimbo and Ultimate find the opening picks here. So 5v3 into the dual Berettas of Elise. He can't find anything, but Nerd stands alongside him. Those double dual Berettas are singing loud as Jugs is just left on his lonesome. It's looking like Liquid ready to get back on track here.
Dropping down and just body shots there from Ultimate. And that makes a pistol round for Team Liquid Foot, one of the most dangerous pistol round teams in this tournament. A very high win percentage for them. Now, Team Liquid passed that hurdle, getting off to a good CT side start. Just, you know, don't lose to Glocks on CT side Nuke. If there's any map that is really difficult to lose to Glocks on, it's this one. And, just don't do it, Team Liquid, just for sanity's sake. I think the fabric of the world will tear apart. There will be, like, portals opening, and various mutants will start walking through. The rapture will begin if they lose with the Glocks here. So please, just don't.
I'm trying to finish out at least stage 1 before we see that happen. And it doesn't look likely. Starting to get a little bit inquisitive towards that ramp side here. And Crimbo is taking a bit of an aggressive stance. Seeing what those Glocks can do close range here. We'll see if Crimbo is able to apply the damage. Nice kill in for him. Keeping things contained on Nerd's side of things. And eventually a frag will come through at the very least from Demon. Rifle recovered as well, but bomb is still down on that A side.
Oh, the burst fire? Are you kidding? No way! It got the kill versus the MP9. This is not real. Oh, Demon threw away the M4. I think he wish he had it right now. He only has 4 bullets in the Glock. All right, Glock reload coming in, and the graffiti. Why was this round more entertaining than it definitely should have been? 2 kills off the Glocks and some extra damage. A little chaos there. As Foot are definitely still playing Counter-Strike here, but Team Liquid 2.
Even just a couple of punches landing when you have a rifle up against Glocks is super frustrating to deal with, and especially getting Glock bursted. Never a fun time. So hold off on that ultimate up here just yet. While Foot bring the rifles into the mix. What do they have on this T side to try and close things off? Set themselves up with a big advantage, but still more work to do.
It's going to be an A-pop. It's an A-pop that is going to be perfectly timed at the moment. There's still only 2 defenders in play. And here it comes. Elige up top in the heavens. Gets seen, gets the first kill, but fully blind. The follow-up, though, from Shui is strong. And they break to the smoke. The duels are being lost, though. It's suddenly a 1 versus 1. Symmetry versus Shui. Needing a headshot, needing another clutch for his team. Sneaking around, and Shui will get it. Massive clutch there for Team Liquid. And you can see that Flashy is animated.
A huge sigh of relief right there, getting that job done. A tough hold on that A-bomb site, but denying Symmetry another massive clutch that made the statement that started this massive run of form from Foot. Will be denied in map 2, and Liquid closing that distance. Now just a 1-round ball game here. Liquid right back in the mix. All those big concerns that we have of them just bowing out. Slowly getting plucked away. Oh, timing from Krabini. Here's the reload right around the corner.
Ramp rush.
Connect on some aggression here, and the ramp attack working out well enough. Crimbo does land a stray on the Demon. And Ultimate doesn't get any opportunities with this op, and Kerbeni is found in timing. He's just nailed it.
Oh my goodness, he has no idea. Shuei has called this clear effectively.
Oh man.
Is he going to turn around? And the Tech 9 will be good. And he gets the second. He's heard Ultimate come up the ladder. Kerbeni, 2 devastating Tech 9 headshots. The follow-up from Longs as well. And Liquid have just lost to pistols unless Nerds can do it off the MP7. All these players head armorless except for Kerbeni's AWP. Is he going to go for this? He's just going to take the rifle and try to save. Jugs, peeking. Nerds wants in. That's a headshot. Beating a clutch here could be a massive moment for Team Liquid. They haven't had many of these this series. Nerds looking to step, has to beat the op. He has again. That's a dink, but time running low. Now a player on top hut with the Tech 9 and Symmetry not quite locking it in. Will eventually get it, and the end of a messy round, and the screams are back for Foot.
Just find a huge gap in the defense, and Kerbeni continues to show his value, prove his worth on this squad. What a timing, being nailed not only for that opening pick there on the outer yard, but following it up with Ultimate not being able to react. And man, down in the dumps when the momentum's being built there. Maybe a communication being missed out on the side of Team Liquid, you'd have to imagine. Now vulnerability fully exploited by the brain power of Kerbeni. Here's the ladder too. I mean, that is just devastating timing. Couldn't have put that any better. And it's right back to familiar scenes here for Liquid. Just when you're starting to count them in, they pull you right back out.
That's just the Team Liquid way, Cole. We've experienced this in North America for what feels like centuries. It's just tradition.
Got any magic here with their USPs? Talked about the Glock ecos. How encouraging
it's possible.
that could be.
Liege on the off angle.
Promising.
And he gets hard cleared. Okay. Well, tough stuff there. Nothing's getting past these folks. Symmetry even off the Tech 9. And now 10 rounds for Foot. It's a shame. That previous round to the Tech 9s was the first round Ultimate got an AWP in that game. And he gets ruined by a timing. Doesn't even get a chance to play with it. Even though he was looking very strong, too.
He made a lot of good rotations as well. Like, getting in towards heaven right there after not catching any of the re-aggression through ramp. Like, he's trying to be on the scene. And that exploitation of that gap by Kerbeni is gonna it's just gonna haunt you. But are doing such a good job of avoiding him, avoiding his contact. As you said, as soon as you get that op, that is the last thing you want to see on the CT side. They're gonna get another shot at this. Shuei tossing an op over his way. The utility is gonna be limited, but the trust in Ultimate is still there. A timeout called by Foot. Haven't needed many of these.
It's very funny.
Reality setting in.
Coolio and Flashy are both Hungarian coaches for both of these teams, and they played together on former teams as well. So it's 2 former teammates actually coaching either squad right now. Just a fun little fact between these 2 squads. There is something in common here between Foot and Team Liquid.
It's extra motivation there for both these coaches, no question about it. Coolio right now looking to prevail. I think there's a lot of points for him to see if he can, with this team, actually close out this map on the T side. and avoid some of those day one results and already make good on them for a team that was so close to opening up their campaign here. Krakow with a win. Fallen victim to the experience. Don't want to let that happen again. That's why that preemptive timeout's coming through. With an aggressive stance here. Could collapse quickly if this attack towards A comes through. Looking to be a part of the execute. Meanwhile, utility still not put on display. Zlonk slowly creeps his way in towards a position where he can stay explosive.
They're ready to react off of any map movements right now. Here comes the utility set. Molly's bouncing forward. Crimbo gets the initial, he takes down Symmetry. And that makes them stutter step just a bit. Shuhei now gets a corner on the site to fight for him. He turns it into a double. Not quite the third, though, as Longs has a spray transfer back. 2 versus 3. Longs looking for an extra here. Round the smoke. Elise trying to make a play. But Longs will get caught. Krabeni. 1 versus 3. Elise is inside the smoke with them. Makes the proactive play. Team Liquid are still alive on Nuke.
Just great counter utility on that initial execute. Great activity coming through from Crimbo. Just tough to stay confident in a map like this. But being able to press the issue and force that hesitation in by Crimbo aggressing in towards lobby, threading in that damage, falling out. It is a huge disruptor. Off the back of that timeout. Called out by Foot. Liquid able to prevail. Fast ramp play here. Crimbo going to get tested again, this time with no success. Run down without the head Kevlar. That Mac 10 working wonders.
They got fed up with Crimbo going for these aggressive solo ramp plays, so they just run him over. But now Krabeni gets caught outside. They're going to go down to into a multiplayer setup on the low site. Nertz is also here. Ultimate continuing to ring off shots. Baits another one, though. Now 10 HP in the open, but Nertz plays his hand. The HE will get him, and Nertz with utility now. Fully blind in the corner, and Demon just waiting for him to make his move. High-low swing coming through. Shuhei does convert the kill onto Jugs, while Demon was looking for the play. 1v2 as the chaos settles here in the B site.
No idea where Elige is right now. He was very far removed as that play towards B was coming through, but now he's a part of the action. And towards the ramp side, still unsure where Demon is.
He's not expecting Demon to be in dark right now. As he swung that corner, he didn't even bother to clear it. Oh, and Demon, is he seriously going to make this play to go through single? Instead of dropping a molly. And Shuei's going to swing through it. Balls is what he needs right now. Gusto right now for the side of Team Liquid. Finally, some activations from them.
That's huge right there. It's been what's been netting them these rounds as of recent. A little bit of confidence being shown out by this Liquid squad. And denying these massive clutch opportunities. Out of Foot. Timeout called once again. Now they're feeling the weight of this comeback on their shoulders. Julio with another timeout. Scrolling through the notes page here. Try and figure what this T side's going to require to close things down. They're finding some good activity on the ramp side, but struggling to back it up.
A Foot come through with some good ideas. At least they could say that in this round. Being able to catch off Crimbo is a weakness that they did just target. And did pan out, just not the following couple. And just remember, this game started 8-1 for Foot. But Team Liquid, you have to see them work for every single one of these rounds. Needing to work again.
A lot of pressure on this outer yard here.
Credit.
It is Elige that is able to sing for the opening. 1-for-1 trade now. So they're still willing to give them fights, but they make it down towards Secret at the very least. He's still eager for more. Another duel presenting. He'll back up here slowly but surely. The utility is ran dry for this T side. So joining up with this bomb is a whole new task for Grbeny.
Shuei up in heaven. Still, Leash spots a player crossing. Somehow stays alive. No head armor. Grbeny did not hit the clean headshot, though. Through the wall, but eventually Symmetry will clean it up. Now, the question here, to the side of Foot, where is Ultimate? Inside of Hut. Battle opping right now. That's got to be the question at the moment.
Oh. Oh my god.
Oh my god. An instant headshot there from Jugs. Shuei. Wishing he had an Opper to play with, but that's now on the floor. A desperate retake with him and Crimbo. There's one pop flash. Shuei has to do it all. Going forward, Symmetry isn't blind at all. And it is Foot up to 11 rounds, and they've broken the money of Team Liquid.
Gonna be able to back out of this one as well. A huge recovery coming through. Out of the side of Foot. Being able to sustain those duels towards that outer yard and paint the picture of where that op of Ultimate was placed. And he's so effectively avoided until the time's right. Never gets a chance to pop a shot off again. Was placed inside of Hut. Was hearing the footsteps rattle off in towards Minnie and Squeaky. But when he finally sees someone on his screen, it's too little too late. And it's pressure now on Liquid here. This buy is anything but perfect. Scout and play, a couple of rifles. Given by the fact that they were able to save in the last round, but outside of that, Shuei on a 5-7 here. And if Foot can sink this round in, an opportunity ahead of them to close this map is going to be oh so present. Timing onto Elige. Does land a dink, but Demon stays alive. He goes down incredibly low and can't run away from the spam. Grbeny opens up proceedings, but Nertz offers one back through the smoke as well.
One player has gotten in towards Secret already. Nertz will cut down Demon. But the bomb is going to be able to descend. Past the prying eyes.
Aggression as well. So there's no one lower.
Jugs has to deal with this. He's going to be this late activator. Is he going to go outside? He's going to go lobby. He can backstab these rotators too. Put game on the line here. Win this round and have yourself a huge advantage to eliminate Liquid from Krakow.
Oh.
That's
Finally
a start.
gets a chance to strike on the lurk.
Now Lonks inside of Dark. Tucked in the corner. Crimbo's going to walk through his own smoke and he gets an angle. He is entrenched behind these players. Surely he starts to realize that this player is hiding towards Dark, but time is ticking. Crimbo has the only kit. If he falls, it's game. And he does. So does all of Liquid. 12-9 here for Foot. 3 series points. Look, they had 7 of them versus 3D Max. Will they fumble it again, or will they eliminate Liquid?
Man, this Foot squad battling a real war of attrition here. The patience paying off and a decisive move to collapse in on that lower side as Liquid are looking to play reactive Counter-Strike, trying to claim that lobby control, but it's just a step ahead now. And it's MP9s, MP7s, pistols to save Liquid an opportunity to try and fight for this map. And they're going all in on this lobby control here. Mission accomplished in that. Where's the reaction now from Foot? They're hearing these footsteps rattle off right around the corner. They're going to be able to meet him at the punch of this outer yard play.
Quick split here from Longs. Go through the smoke. No,
wow.
Get caught instead. Shuei makes a huge play, a huge risk. Hands his back over to any potential red lurk. But it's a risk that Liquid need to take now. Lee's jiggle peeking in lobby has been seen. Now a 5-7 activates though, and Shuei gives up his life. That is the A site right there. That death might beat the game and might be the end of Team Liquid. Ultimate You're in Poland right now. You got to do something crazy to stay here.
Always being
Home
watched.
is just a couple miles away. As he comes up the ladder, the first, but not a headshot. It's got to be Nerds off the MP7. Some miracle is needed right here. And he might have it. 39 HP. The MP7 1v3. Have you seen it before? Well, you haven't. Team Liquid are gone out of IEM Krakow in a statement victory for Foot as they move through to stage 2.
What a statement coming through from Foot here. Having to conquer their demons. Liquid were clawing their way back into this map, but not going to happen again. They're not going to slip up on series point, progressing into the next stage, eliminating a roster like Liquid and shutting them down. What a huge statement for this squad. And it's so exciting to see these young guns get the job done versus top dogs, versus these top rosters, being able to shut them down. More and more being proven here with every step of the way, and now locking themselves an opportunity in stage 2. I want to see how this story continues.
Yeah, these young guns of Foot. High firepower, max confidence. You can see them screaming throughout the entire match, and a convincing win versus, albeit, a Team Liquid with a stand-in, but it is Team Liquid nevertheless, and even said that stand-in was some of the only reasons that Team Liquid picked up the maps that they did. So, massive credit goes to Foot. Going into stage 2, they will be a dangerous team.
It's moments like these right here as well that they live on, and it completely shuts Liquid out of this opportunity to get back on track in this series. That Kerbini lurk going to be ringing through. You could see the diligence that was done afterwards, but by then it was too late. It was already Foot taking over, capitalizing on the control, and ushering in a new generation of young individuals ready to fire up in the server. I mean, again, so exciting to see this roster rise. It's so exciting to see what they can bring in the server. These back-to-back best-of-3s that they've been able to pull together here on the B-Stream have been phenomenal. And these players shoot hard, and again, now giving themselves an opportunity to battle up against the best as they enter to the next stage. I'm excited to see what they can do.
Yeah, this is probably the biggest win that these players have ever accomplished in their careers. I mean, Lonks has a bit more experience, but the other 4 on this lineup, top 16 of an S-tier LAN like this. Yes, they've done well at, a CAC, right? But the top teams there were just in the top 15. Now, they're going to be playing against the elite. They're going to be showing themselves to the Counter-Strike world of what they can do. My God, Demon with his aim is incredible. And now, with Coach Coolio leading these youngsters, let's have a word with him.
Foot makes it to stage 2, a fantastic result, and I'm here with the coach Coolio. I mean, was this within your expectations?
I would say yes. Like, we didn't want to be loud before the game, but we had many practice versus Liquid, and to be honest, I think we won like always. And we were really confident before the game, and they were playing with stand-in, and I think it was a big advantage for us.
It seems like it. One thing I was thinking about, and sorry to bring it up, we've seen in some games that you weren't able to close games out, right? So how have you worked on that with the guys to make sure that definitely didn't happen here?
Like after the first game versus 3D Max, we had a really good team talk in the practice room, and I just told them that we are living the dream right now. This is the first tournament. We should just enjoy and play our game. Because the problem is that sometimes we are overstressing and we can just close the game, but I think we learned from it, and I think it will be better day by day because experience is just coming.
Absolutely. It's a joy to see the guys play, honestly. It looks like they're improving every game they get to, which is normal. This is also a bit of a special matchup for you, I believe, because Flashy was on the other side. You're both Hungarian. I believe you had a podcast together. Is that correct? So any commiserations for your friend?
I mean, yeah, it was a big match for us. Like, he was the guy who was teaching me to play CS as a player and then as a coach, so he helped me a lot, and I could beat him today, so I'm proud of it, and I feel bad for him,
Okay, I can imagine. What else can we expect out of Foot now that the first hurdle is behind us?
I think right now there is no pressure on us anymore. We're going to play versus better teams just in paper, and I think we will be able to show our best because there is no pressure, and I think it can be like, if we can play our game and we can continue like this, I think we have good chance to catch some big team even.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you very much, Coolio. And now I will head over to the other side as Liquid is unfortunately out of IEM Krakow, and we have Nerds here with us. Hi, Nerds. Commiserations, of course. Yeah, what went wrong?
I think on the first map, they just roll with the confidence and play with. I don't like they didn't think. They just went together. This is how CS2 works. Just swing and win the round, and congrats on the first map. On the second, it was maybe shaky start for us on Nuke. But after, like, I don't know, we lost maybe like important key rounds. That after it, like, we didn't have the best money during the game. So this is why we lost, in my opinion.
Are you able to contextualize it a little bit? Just, of course, you're working with a stand-in, so obviously the expectations weren't sky high, right? So can you make it make sense a little bit more because of that?
Yeah, so I feel like, yeah, of course, we are playing for stand-in, and I think it's a lie that in my book we should have won this game. We should have, and of course we didn't. Well played to Creambo. He played amazing. He played amazing during. He has a positive attitude. He's funny, and he brought everything to the team. I feel like the only thing, it doesn't matter even if we are playing with stand-in, we should win this game. It's just disappointing again.
I understand it, so I'll let you go. Thank you very much, nerds, and back over to you.
Yeah, still having expectations here for Team Liquid, despite with the stand-in as well. It's a bit of a disappointing exit, considering that they could have beaten G2 and made it to stage 2. There's a lot of ifs, ands, and buts with this Team Liquid squad, but then playing against a FUT roster that just had the momentum behind them and playing Counter-Strike with absolute fire. I mean, I'm really getting shades of watching Legacy when I watched this FUT team play, and guess who they beat to get to this stage?
Yeah, I mean, I think Nerds kind of summed it up well. There were a couple really key rounds where you saw FUT capitalize on the momentum and capitalize on that opportunity. You think of that 1v3 from Symmetry in map 1 of Ancient. The confidence is built off the back of that. They take that into map 2, and you look at Kerbini on a lurk towards heaven, and it just defines the way that this team plays here. Risk-taking, but the confidence that comes off the back of that is really hard to handle, and that's what Liquid faced up against. You can see a lot of passion in the eyes of Liquid as they get eliminated here.
Yeah, it's very disappointing for TL, and I guess the woes continue for this team, who have just had some ups and downs. They've had some third places. They looked okay at the Budapest major, at least making it to stage 3, then bombing out. Just can't find their mojo for a team who have pieces of all exceptional rosters. Just can't make it work under the Team Liquid banner. But with that means we have all of our teams who have advanced through stage 2. Perhaps a big surprise that NRG took down Astralis in the Bro Derby, as we should say. Paravision keeping up their good form, and 3D Max deleting Simple to be part of the first 4 to make it to stage 2.
That's some big statements being made there. Paravision continuing a very exciting story. 3D Max really being able to right the ship after what was a rocky day. They almost got sent into the lower bracket side of things, where the pressure would have certainly been on, but they came back so much stronger after that tough win over FUT. Astralis, even though they lost today, still being able to make their progression through. They took down Gamer Legion. We'll also be seeing Simple in the next stage as well. That is a really exciting story, watching him play up against the best, and of course FUT moving forward after Liquid and Aurora taken down as well. So stage 1 taking down a lot of really strong teams, not being able to make their progressions on through there. Maybe some big surprises in Liquid being eliminated. Legacy, there's some hope that they could start off their year nicely as well. Bait dealing with a new player, things of that nature, but obviously not going to be seeing that next stage, not going to be fighting for an opportunity there.
Yeah, I think one of the big surprises, of course, is Team Liquid, but also NIP coming brutally close as well. I think that name had a lot of potential, was making some playoff appearances even back in 2025, and obviously they're coming in with a new player, but still had many opportunities to actually beat BC Game today as well. So that, I think, maybe the most disappointing exit out of that bunch. If that's my take at least. But yeah. Now, the top 16 coming through. We have some surprising teams arriving. Again, a FUT, probably one of the big upsets, and NRG. Our NA boys are still in there, folks. We've got it. And we'll be able to check those out in the top 16 with the world's elite. Now, IEM Krakow truly begins.
Twisting up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming.
The Intel Extreme Masters Krakow 2026, brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Zowie, Checks, and the City of Krakow.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of Passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. Astralis win it.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
It starts with a dream, with a team you barely know, in an amateur official that feels like the grand final, where practice becomes progress, and every loss feels like a lesson. When will your journey begin?
Got to get out of here. Got to get out. Got to get out. Got to get out. Gotta get out of here. I got to get out. I feel it here inside of me. But you know me.